Hey, tea sippers. Hey, what it do? I know I'm late. 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 Come on in the house. Come on in the house. Come in the house. That's a song. I just don't remember. Come in the house. Come in the house. That's a song. I just can't remember it. If the spirit of something hit you, move you. Come in the house, baby. Come on in. I got some tea for you today. What you sipping? What you sipping? Yeah, I was just over there in Room Shaker. It ain't her fault, it's my fault. But I was over there. They was sipping and dipping. Gardo and Madame and Cam. Cam talked too much. I am so glad he is back, doing well. I'm glad to know that God is still in the blessing business. Hey, Dorothy. Come on in. I'm trying to wait because I don't want my regular tea sippers to miss Nadine and my B.E.O. Kenny. Little Kenny voice. Nadine, baby. Shout out to Young Dolph. PRE, paper route. What's my boy name? Grow Hero. You know I love me some him. Yeah, shout out to them. Nadine. I need to double check. Hey, Purple Flower, what happened to old boy? Please, I've been so consumed with everything else. I got to do better. Let me put that over there. Y'all come on in, baby, cause y'all know when y'all see this one. I don't know, I probably should have waited. But I don't want nobody else to start talking about it. Sometimes I don't care. But I know what I've been trying to keep you with everything that's going on today. And it's been a lot. But I understand now. I understand a little bit more now why what happened. Especially like with Don Lemon, and it's just been some strange events of things, just didn't make sense. And well, baby, and then last night when I was up and I ran across something that's the 1:30, I think, maybe 12:30 daytime, 1:30, I don't know. It said Trump, after he had just tried to say something nice about Alex Petrie, whatever his name is. Then he was up ranting and raving and acting a fool at 1:30 in the morning. On the White House letterhead. And I said, what the hell? Did he not take his map? Yeah, some shit was going on. He started getting some bad news, baby. Are y'all ready to hear this bad news? Before we get to Candace, are y'all ready? No, because y'all not coming in hitting the like button. Are you ready? Y'all know how to I don't know, the lady at church, and finna do that A and B selection, and they getting the equipment, and no, the guy on the piano is hitting them notes, that Holy Ghost note. Are you ready? We got a show for you tonight. Are you ready? You're going to let the Lord use you tonight. Are you ready? Let's go.
Doing and really listen.
So what you say?
Because what happened yesterday at 4:47 p.m.
Pretty. You recognize that, don't you? Hold on. Let me start. You recognize that? Yeah, I had to go off in there. Yeah. Yeah. That resonate. Yeah, back in the day. Yeah. And the one, that lady who could sing real good. She started patting her foot. Yeah. Started hitting her hand to her side. And the drummer, the guy on the drums, so boom, boom, boom. Yeah. And then the guy on the organ, dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Hey, Walter. Yeah. And then she raised her hand up and the choir stand up. Yeah. You ready? Let's go. Yeah. Now I need for y'all to listen with your good ear. Let's go.
I want you to stop what you're doing
Stop.
and really listen.
Okay.
Because what happened yesterday at 4:47 p.m.
Thank
might be one of the
you.
most significant moments in American legal history. This isn't political gossip. This isn't speculation. This is the Supreme Court of the United States making a decision that changes everything.
You lying.
Before I say another word, I need you to understand what you're about to hear. This is not just another legal maneuver. This is not just another appeal being
That
denied.
wailing room.
This is the highest court in the land answering a question that has never been asked before in 248 years of American history.
It's open.
The Supreme Court has spoken.
What did they say?
And what they said, or more precisely, what they refused to say, tells us everything we need to know about what happens next. Let me be very clear right from the start. Yesterday afternoon, the Supreme Court denied an emergency bail application. That one-page order issued with...
Hello. Oh, so that late in the midnight hour, they were ranting and raving when somebody was able to sit down and tell him that emergency bail was denied. All that stealing and dealing, all that trying to stop them folk for putting that yellow tape around your shit. Oh Lord, let's go.
without explanation, without dissent, without comment, just activated an incarceration timeline that cannot be stopped by any court in America.
Oh no, is this the episode with the breakup?
Reba, we can't agree on the house.
Y'all need Realtor.com. With over 500,000 new listings every month, you could find
That
one
almost
today.
knocked me over.
Yeah,
That
that
almost made me stumble and crumble.
I can't believe more people aren't talking about this.
The judge started a
Put
what?
you on to Oaktree Fragrances. They're long
Are
lasting.
y'all listening with your
I
good
want to
ear?
be very clear about what happened.
No, boy, that almost made me stumble. You said he started a what? They started what you wasn't supposed to know. This is what they didn't want you to know. Let's go.
Start. Yesterday afternoon, the Supreme Court denied an emergency bail application. That one-page order, issued without explanation, without dissent, without comment,
Ain't nothing else we need to talk
just
about.
activated an incarceration timeline that cannot be stopped by any court in America.
Oh, Lord.
I want to be very clear about what happened.
Oh, Lord.
This is not a political rally. This is appellate procedure.
Oh,
I have handled emergency...
oh, Lord. I don't think y'all understand. See, this is the type of stuff that he didn't want the news folk to get hold to. He know deep down on it ain't shit he can do to stop it. Now, I know he think he can. But do y'all remember yesterday? Or was it today? Was it today? When I said that they got I think it was yesterday. I said they working. It's like they done came together. And what one can't hit, the other one gonna hit. It's coming out. Did I not say that yesterday? I could have sworn I did. I said it's coming out. And Melania, she trying to get shit moved from state to fed so that he can have some control and authority. Y'all remember that? Let's go.
Afternoon, the Supreme Court denied an emergency bail application. That one-page order, issued without explanation, without dissent, without comment, just activated an incarceration timeline that cannot be stopped by any court in America.
Hey, Cynthia.
I want to be very clear about what happened.
Okay.
This is not a political rally.
Hey,
This is
Deanna.
appellate procedure. I have handled emergency bail applications at every level of the federal court system, and I know what a Supreme Court denial means. Before you dismiss this as just another legal maneuver, I want you to look at this docket entry. This is what we call an emergency application denial. It is the reason incarceration is no longer on hold. The media tells you this is about politics. They tell you it's unprecedented chaos. But I am going to show you the court record that proves this follows exact appellate procedure. I am going to show you the legal standards, not the spin. If you want to understand what happens when the Supreme Court denies emergency bail to a criminal defendant, especially a former president, you are in the right place. The Supreme Court Clerk's Office issued a one-page order denying the emergency application for bail pending appeal. The order is public record. It's brief. It cites no reasoning. That's standard for emergency denials. But the implications are significant. I've handled emergency bail applications at every appellate level for 3 decades. Let me show you what this denial actually means procedurally, not what the headlines claim it means politically. Here's what most people don't understand about Supreme Court emergency bail denials. They don't happen in isolation. By the time an emergency application reaches the Supreme Court, it means 2 lower courts have already denied the same request. This isn't the first decision. It's the third. The Supreme Court doesn't review bail applications as a matter of routine. They only see them when defendants have exhausted lower court options and claim there's an emergency requiring the highest court's intervention. When the Supreme Court says no, after 2 other courts said no, that pattern tells you something about the strength of the legal arguments. I'll be tracking every procedural step as this develops. Court orders, not speculation. If you want to follow the actual legal process, subscribe. Let me walk you through how we got here.
Walk us through.
Emergency bail in federal criminal cases follows a 3-tier appellate structure. Understanding that structure is essential to understanding what just happened. First tier, the trial court. After conviction and sentencing, a defendant can request bail pending appeal from the judge who presided over the trial.
And it's ironic that they released them documents the day after. You see how they did that? Girl, get your ass up out of here. Get your ratchet ass up out of here. Yeah. Mad rush. Get your ass up on up out of here. Now, and that. Paper trail again. Knew your ass was coming. You can't help yourself. Yeah. You can't help yourself. Now, it's ironic, tea sippers, real tea sippers. Yeah. That they waited until after that for all of this shit to come out today. Stay woke. Let's go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
This is your Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast mix and match along. Get a fluffy sausage egg
Hey,
biscuit,
Mimi.
or perhaps biscuit.
The legal standard is specific. The defendant,
I walked away.
that pattern tells you something about the strength of the legal arguments. I'll be tracking every procedural step as this develops. Court orders, not speculation. If you want to follow the actual legal process, subscribe. Let me walk you through how we got here. Emergency bail in federal criminal cases follows a 3-tier appellate structure. Understanding that structure is essential to understanding what just happened. First tier, the trial court. After conviction and sentencing, a defendant can request bail pending appeal from the judge who presided over the trial. The legal standard is
He
specific.
did that.
The defendant must demonstrate that the appeal raises a substantial question of law or fact likely to result in reversal or a new trial, and that the defendant is not a flight risk or danger to the community. The trial court in this case denied that application. First denial. Second tier, the Circuit Court of Appeals. When the trial court denies bail pending appeal, the defendant can file an emergency motion with the Circuit Court, the intermediate appellate court that will eventually hear the appeal itself. The circuit court applies the same legal standard, but reviews the trial court's decision for abuse of discretion. The circuit court in this case also denied emergency bail. Second denial. Third tier. The
Second.
Supreme Court. When both lower courts deny emergency bail, a defendant can file what's called an emergency application with the Supreme Court. This isn't an appeal of the conviction itself. It's an emergency request for the court to intervene and grant bail while the regular appeals process continues.
Trump is
The
dangerous.
Supreme
He
Court
sure
applies
is.
the same legal standard, but adds another layer. The applicant must show not just that they'll likely win the appeal, but that the denial of bail causes irreparable harm that can't be remedied.
And remember, won't
even if
nobody
they win
give him
later.
no money.
Yesterday's denial was the third level.
Ooh.
3 separate courts. 3 independent reviews of the same legal arguments. 3 denials. You've heard the term stay pending appeal. Here's what it actually requires under federal law. Clear demonstration that the appeal presents a substantial question likely to result in reversal, and that incarceration pending that appeal would cause harm that can't be fixed later,
Hell.
even with a successful appeal. The headline says, Supreme Court denies bail.
You remember.
The actual story? 3 separate courts reviewed those legal standards and concluded the defendant failed to meet the burden at every level.
He ain't got no
But
money.
here's what makes this Supreme Court denial particularly significant,
But I wonder
and
why
why experienced
Marion
appellate
didn't give it
lawyers
to
are
him.
paying close attention to this pattern. If you're thinking 3 consecutive denials signals weak appellate arguments, you're reading it correctly. Let me show you why. I've seen emergency bail granted by appellate courts in cases involving far more serious convictions: life sentences, capital cases, organized crime prosecutions.
You're busy looking
Organized
for
crime.
homes. We're busy looking out for you.
My. Every time we turn around now, we hear organized crime. Now, y'all do remember what happened with the judge when the judge overheard that conversation, right? It was a hot mic. Please don't forget that. Please don't forget the hot mic, all right?
Reduce your financial stress with affordable, flexible.
Courts grant emergency bail when they see a substantial likelihood that a significant legal error occurred at trial
Hey.
that will likely
Hey,
result
Duke.
in reversal. The fact
Shout
that
out to
3
Duke
courts
Farrow.
reviewed the appellate arguments here, and all 3 denied emergency relief, tells you something about how those courts assess the likelihood of success on appeal. Here's the legal distinction that matters: frivolous appeal versus preserved error with arguable merit. Every convicted defendant has the right to appeal. That right is absolute. But not every appeal raises substantial questions that make incarceration pending appeal inappropriate. Courts look for specific indicators of strong appellate claims: clear legal error in jury instructions, improper admission of prejudicial evidence, prosecutorial misconduct, insufficient evidence to support the verdict. When appellate courts see those issues with merit, they often grant bail pending appeal because there's a realistic chance the conviction won't stand. When
But
appellate courts deny bail at all 3 levels, it signals they've reviewed the record and don't see those substantial questions. They see arguments that deserve appellate review. Every defendant gets that. But not arguments strong enough to justify the extraordinary remedy of releasing a convicted defendant from a sentence imposed after trial. 3 courts reviewed the same trial record. 3 courts examined the same appellate arguments.
3 different courts.
3 courts concluded the legal standard for emergency bail wasn't met. I've prosecuted cases where appellate courts granted emergency bail despite my objections as a prosecutor. It happens when the appellate issue is clear and substantial. The fact that it didn't happen here at any of the 3 levels is significant. That's not political commentary. That's appellate procedure working exactly as the federal system designed it. Let me know in the comments, does the fact that 3 separate courts denied bail change how you view the strength of the appeal? I'm curious what you're seeing in this pattern. Now let me show you what happens next procedurally.
Not after
When
what we
emergency
saw
bail is
yesterday.
denied at all 3 appellate levels,
Not after that hot mic. Whatever we thought. After that hot mic. And the judge took folks' computers and they started pissing and shit, out on themselves. No, let's go.
the trial court's remand order takes effect.
Remand.
Here's what that means in practical terms. The trial court issues what's called a commitment order, a formal order directing the defendant to surrender to federal custody within a specified time frame. In most federal cases, that time frame is 14 days from the denial of the final bail application, though judges have discretion to shorten or extend that deadline. You've heard the term self-surrender. Here's what it actually means under federal criminal procedure. Instead of being immediately taken into custody by marshals, the defendant is allowed to voluntarily report to a designated federal facility by a
14
specific
days.
date and time.
Matt Clark, AI.
It's a courtesy extended to defendants who aren't considered flight
we know that, Matt.
allowing them to arrange personal affairs
I know that.
before incarceration begins. Once the surrender deadline passes,
We know
the
that.
defendant enters Bureau of
But
Prisons
the
custody.
message is true.
The Bureau conducts an intake process, medical screening, security classification, facility designation. That process typically takes 24 to 48 hours, after which the defendant is transported to the facility where they'll serve their sentence pending any appeal. And here's what many people don't understand. Incarceration can proceed while appeals continue. That's not unusual. That's standard
But he
federal
can't get out of jail.
The appeal doesn't stop just because the defendant
He
is
can't get no
incarcerated.
bond, remember?
Appellate briefs still get filed. Oral arguments still get scheduled. The appellate court still reviews the trial record and issues a decision. If the appellate court reverses the conviction...
See, so just say this AI, I know. I know there's certain AIs I won't even entertain, and there are a few that are true. And the message is true. So if y'all remember, that was a part of why his property started getting seized, because nobody wanted to provide that surety bond, because what he tried to get Letitia James on about that paperwork and about lying about him being rich man, poor man, a rich man when he wanted something, and poor man when it came time to pay them taxes. And that's when they realized with all them different bank accounts and stuff that he broke with liquidation. Y'all remember that? So have y'all paid attention? So last night, Don Lemon got arrested, in the middle of the night. He found out late, though. Remember? He said late. And then now he popped up saying he's suing the IRA and the S, and he's suing the Department of Justice, the Treasury. Now he's suing us because somebody leaked his truth. So you can say AI all you want to. What he's saying is true. That's why he's trying to sue you. He trying to sue you because now he can't appeal it. He can't, they won't let him appeal it and stay out. All of his options are gone. So now he gonna try to sue us because his truth was exposed. And because of that, and because he don't pay his bills, and because he don't do what he's supposed to do, and because he think he can break the law and he don't have to follow it, and he can play in folks' face, they say this is it. So it's coming. It's coming. Stay woke. Why else all of a sudden is he suing us because his family, okay, taxes, paperwork was leaked. His truth was leaked. Them files was released today. So it was waiting until that appeal. Y'all see? Y'all see that flow? Woo, baby, what's that all? The Warriors, time ain't on your side. Click them things, click. Warriors, come out and play. Yeah, time ain't on your side. Let's go.
Fiction. The defendant gets released, and the time served gets credited. If the appellate court affirms the conviction, the defendant continues serving the sentence. The political conversation focuses on whether this is fair. The legal reality? The Supreme Court has spoken, and court orders have
Voters fraud in
procedural
Georgia.
timelines that activate when emergency applications are
Yeah,
denied.
there ain't no voters fraud. He
The
did
defendant
that.
retains full
He's still
appellate
trying.
rights, right to file briefs,
He's still
right to oral
trying.
argument, right to appellate
He
counsel,
want other people to get in
right
trouble
to
with
raise
him
every
because he
preserved
already
legal
know.
issue. Those rights don't disappear because incarceration begins.
That's why
They
he wanted.
continue throughout the
He
appellate
wanted
process,
Letitia James
which in
with that
federal cases
fictitious
typically takes 12 to 18 months from notice of appeal to appellate decision.
indictment.
But the incarceration proceeds simultaneously. That's the consequence of 3 courts concluding that the legal standard for bail pending appeal wasn't satisfied. The Bureau of Prisons doesn't assess guilt
How's
or
he broke?
innocence. They don't evaluate the strength of appeals. They execute court orders. When a commitment order is issued and surrender deadlines pass, they process the
He has a
defendant
deadline.
into custody according to federal regulations. What happens next is mechanical. Surrender deadline arrives. Defendant reports to designated facility. Intake processing completes. Facility assignment finalizes. Incarceration begins.
Score big Friday nights at 7th Street Casino. Gear up for an action-packed
So he
night of
has a
cash
deadline
prizes
to
and
turn
football
himself
fever.
in.
It's the Reds
I don't think he gonna make it. I think he gonna pull a little Epstein. I'm gonna tell you that now. He gonna disappear.
Appeals
He
continue
gonna
on
fake
their
his
own
death.
timeline.
He gonna do a Charlie Kirk if Charlie Kirk wasn't taken out. But I don't know. I think he may be a part of the setup too. You know, and let me say this right now, and I don't know what Candace is gonna talk about, but right now on the cool, it kind of feel like some of the leakage, some of their help came from Epstein, and then on the flip side, I don't know if Charlie is helping from the grave. Because some of that shit that Candace was getting, it was like, how she getting this? So was Charlie sending her in her dream? She said, I have a dream. Did she say she had a dream? Do y'all remember when Candace said she had a dream? Y'all see when that stuff came out today that earlier they started talking about Jerry Falwell and Michael Cohen sleeping with the Falwell wife while he was in the back playing with himself. Y'all remember that? Baby, them dots connected. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? So it's like, now is Charlie helping Candace from the grave? Now is Epstein helping Wolf from the grave? Are they really in the ground? Or are they in protective custody? I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. Both sides got a lot of help from the grave. Let's keep going. Let me back it up a little bit. I ain't lying. It's starting to feel kind of freaky. Let's go.
That the legal standard for bail pending appeal wasn't satisfied. The Bureau of Prisons doesn't assess guilt or innocence. They don't evaluate the strength of appeals.
Who said they could take him
execute court
down?
Orders. When a commitment order is issued and surrender deadlines pass, they process the defendant into custody according to federal regulations. What happens next is mechanical. Surrender deadline arrives. Defendant reports to designated facility. Intake processing completes. Facility assignment finalizes. Incarceration begins.
My Lord.
Appeals continue on their own timeline. But here's the broader question this raises about presidential immunity claims and whether this case sets precedent for future prosecutions. The Supreme
It's some
Court's
more
denial
coming?
of emergency bail doesn't just affect this defendant. It sends a signal
So does that mean more is coming? Future prosecutions.
about how courts will handle similar cases in the future involving former presidents and claims of immunity. Let me break down the constitutional
So
questions
it's
at play.
clear
Two
we
distinct
talking
legal
about a
issues have
president.
been argued throughout this case.
Okay, let's go.
First, can a former president be criminally prosecuted for actions taken while in office? Second, if prosecution is permissible, do standard criminal procedures apply, including incarceration pending appeal? The Supreme Court has previously addressed presidential immunity in civil cases and stated that presidents have absolute immunity for official acts within the outer perimeter of their duties.
So this is
But
outside his
criminal
duty.
prosecution raises different constitutional questions about accountability and the rule of law.
Okay, let's go.
What yesterday's Supreme Court denial signals, and I'm choosing that word carefully because denials don't create binding precedent, but they do indicate the court's view, is that even if immunity questions remain open on appeal, that doesn't automatically exempt the defendant from standard post-conviction procedures. Here's the
Post.
distinction that matters
Post.
constitutionally.
Y'all hear that?
Immunity from prosecution.
Did y'all hear the word post? Are y'all listening with your good ear? Post. So y'all remember when I kept saying, why does they keep saying former? Because these are charges in a conviction post. Yeah, so his immunity don't have nothing to do with these charges that he got and was convicted of before. Okay, let's go.
Prosecution versus immunity from procedural requirements after conviction. The immunity arguments raised throughout this case claimed that a former president cannot be prosecuted for official acts. Those arguments were rejected at trial and are being appealed. But the emergency bail application raised a different claim, that even if prosecution occurred, the unique status of a former president requires different treatment on bail pending appeal. 3 courts, including the Supreme Court, rejected that secondary claim. They applied the standard legal test for bail pending appeal, substantial question on the merits, plus irreparable harm from incarceration, and found it wasn't satisfied. That procedural treatment matters for future cases. Every future prosecution involving a former president will cite this case as precedent for how courts handle post-conviction bail applications. The argument that former presidents deserve special procedural treatment, different from other criminal defendants, has now been tested at 3 appellate levels and rejected at all 3.
So his
Fair
test
question
failed.
that many are asking. Does this prove equal treatment under law? Or does it prove the system treats political figures differently? Here's what the record actually shows.
Let's go.
The legal standards applied here are identical to the standards applied in every federal criminal case. Substantial question on the merits. Likelihood of success on appeal. Irreparable harm from incarceration. Flight risk assessment. Danger to community evaluation. Those standards don't change based on who the defendant is. What changes is the scrutiny. When the defendant is a former president, every procedural decision gets examined under a constitutional microscope. But the legal standards themselves, those remain constant. The Supreme Court could have intervened. They could have said this case presents unique constitutional questions
Thank God they didn't.
requiring emergency relief, despite 3 court denials.
He went too far.
They could have granted bail pending appeal to avoid the unprecedented situation of a former president in federal custody.
He went too far.
They didn't. That decision, or more precisely, that non-decision, since denials typically don't include reasoning, signals the court's view that standard criminal procedure applies, even in unprecedented circumstances. This isn't just about one case. It's about whether the constitutional system creates different procedural rules for politically powerful defendants. The Supreme Court's denial suggests the answer is no. When the Supreme Court denies emergency relief in a case this constitutionally significant, it sends a message about institutional equality. The criminal justice system, with all its procedures and standards and appellate safeguards, applies the same way, regardless of the defendant's former position. That's the precedent being set here. Not through a formal opinion with binding legal reasoning, but through procedural treatment that future courts will cite and analyze. So where does this leave us constitutionally?
It's going to be
and
documented
procedurally?
now.
Here's what we know from the court orders issued across 3 levels of federal judiciary. Trial court conviction upheld, emergency bail denied at district level, circuit court denial of emergency relief, Supreme Court denial of emergency application. Incarceration timeline now active. Appeals continuing on standard schedule. The appeal continues with full appellate rights. Appellate briefs will be filed according to the Circuit Court's briefing schedule. Oral arguments will be scheduled. The appellate panel will review the trial record. The defendant remains entitled to complete appellate review of every preserved legal issue. But that review happens while incarceration proceeds. That's standard procedure in federal criminal cases when bail pending appeal is denied. The constitutional questions remain open. The appellate court will still decide whether the prosecution itself was constitutionally permissible. They'll still review claims of presidential immunity. They'll still evaluate whether the trial was conducted fairly and whether the evidence was sufficient to support the verdict. Those questions get answered through the normal appellate process over the next 12 to 18 months. But the procedural questions, emergency bail, incarceration pending appeal, special treatment for former presidents, those questions have been answered by 3 courts, including the Supreme Court. The answer at all 3 levels was that standard criminal procedure applies. The courts have spoken at 3 judicial levels. The appeals continue through established constitutional process. We're watching the system handle an unprecedented situation using established legal standards and procedures. That's not a political statement.
Some we ain't never seen
That's not
before.
a partisan observation. That's the federal criminal justice system operating under Supreme Court oversight in a case that tests whether constitutional equality means equal procedural treatment regardless of political power. The trial happened, the conviction occurred, the sentence was imposed. Emergency bail was sought at 3 levels, all 3 denied. Incarceration proceeds while appeals continue. That's how federal criminal procedure works when the system functions according to its designed structure.
How many
3
days he
courts,
got?
Same legal standard, same conclusion.
Is that what you was putting in the
If you
comment
want to
section?
follow how this constitutional process continues, subscribe. And let me
14
know in the
days, Dorothy.
comments, does the Supreme Court denial change how you view the strength of the immunity claims? I read every one.
So is that what that 14 days? 2 weeks to turn himself in. Okay, I got one more before I go off into the other stuff. Yes, sir, because I got it from, I had to hear it another way. You know, I like to hear one from him. He's so cool. Whether it's AI or not, it's as cool as it was when he was before the Senate, the House. Still cool. You understand? Yes, sir. The truth is still the truth. No matter how he presented. What is it? Is this the one? Oh, no. And y'all don't forget about the judge heard what he heard on that high mic, right? We can't act like that is not a factor. No, we heard that yesterday. And then all of this happened. I mean, a lot happened overnight. Do you understand? Where a Trump is horrible. Yeah, face, yeah. And the Antichrist. Charles, I totally agree. But Lord, let's just let this process go, because it's unfamiliar to us. This is unprecedented. This is something we ain't never seen in our lifetime. Not ever. We just ain't. Trump is the best. Okay, that's fine. I ain't finna debate with nobody about none of that. Believe what you want to believe. Just hit the like button. Just hit the like button. And Melania film a flop. Oh yeah. Was you here earlier in them Epstein files? She have a love letter to Ghislaine. She said she tired of that old funky smell. She said, I guess, she said, well, which would you rather? Would you rather a little fish or a little shit? A little fishy. A whole lot of shit. And I guess old girl said, hell, I'll take a little fish. This is some of the funniest shit. I went from damn near crying earlier to laughing. So there's a love letter from old girl from Czechoslovakia, wherever she from, to old Ghislaine. You had, what's that man named George Clooney? Said, yeah, she give good head, shit. I mean, George Clooney, and you gotta remember he done left the country. And Trump was pissed off about it. He done took his family and they went over there to France. And now all of a sudden, Trump was going at it with the Macrons. I thought you was cool when it was Candace you told, and they came to you and told you to get Candace and back her up because she finna expose that my wife is a him, shim, Kim. You had Charlie, get your girl. Call your girl. But tell her to back up, pump her brakes. And then when Candace didn't, pause for a cause, then hear you calling Candace. Yo, Candace, this is about steal. Y'all remember that? So he was backing the Macrons. Then what, a week or two ago, you hear he ready to go at the Macrons. Force their hand at some shit. Oh, was that because George Clooney done up and left you to deal with this shit by yourself? Because his names is in the Epstein files too. But all I'm saying is, he said Ghislaine Maxwell, she has some little mind skills. So I guess, Miss Trump said, well, hell, he ain't good in bed and he like to play around with them, he can't do nothing for me. I might as well go over there and see what that mouth do. I guess, I don't know. But she sent her a love letter. It's in the Epstein files. Just like Maxwell said, her lip game bring all the girls in the bars to the yard. My tongue is better than y'all's. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, but old girl, she in the Epstein files too. You understand? One thing we know is that she has a love letter in there to Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah. Let's listen to this. This shit is funny. In the timing, what is old Specs? Cause he say timing and pattern. I say texture and pattern. Same thing, I guess. Yeah, there's a pattern. And all of this stuff that happened last night and today, yeah, there's a pattern here. Let's go. After he got denied. Let's go.
A federal judge just revoked Donald Trump's bail and ordered him into custody pending trial. Judge Tanya Chutkin issued the extraordinary ruling this morning after prosecutors presented evidence that Trump violated his release conditions by attempting to intimidate witnesses through social media posts and public statements targeting individuals expected to testify against him. And this isn't some temporary detention.
Now, didn't we yesterday we heard about a witness tampering and changing of a now they said it was a guy. I don't know about that, but to avoid being sued, you got to play it up a little bit. You understand? I get that. But wasn't there about a witness? It said it was witness number 14.
For a bail hearing that will be reversed on appeal. This is a federal judge finding that Trump poses such a danger to the integrity of judicial proceedings that he must be held in pretrial detention until his criminal trial concludes. When a federal judge revokes bail for a former president and orders U.S. Marshals to take him into custody, the judicial system just crossed a threshold that will reshape American political history. Hit that subscribe button right now because you won't want to miss any of the videos I release. So what triggered this unprecedented judicial action? prosecutors filed an emergency motion on January 18th, arguing that Trump had systematically violated the conditions of his release by posting over 40 threatening messages targeting witnesses, court personnel, and prosecutors involved in his federal election interference case. The motion included detailed documentation showing Trump's posts contained specific identifying information about witnesses, threatening language suggesting they would face consequences for testifying, and explicit calls for his supporters to take action against those cooperating.
Yesterday, we heard that the judge information had got leaked. Remember that? The judge information had got leaked. He had to put him in like protective and send some marshals and all that type of shit. All of this stuff was going on behind the scenes, unbeknownst to us. Carry on.
Operating with prosecutors. Judge Chutkan held an emergency hearing yesterday where she reviewed the evidence and concluded that Trump's conduct demonstrated a clear and present danger to witness safety and the administration of justice that could not be addressed through modified bail conditions. And believe me, when a federal judge determines that a former president cannot be trusted to follow court orders and must be detained pending trial, the entire foundation of his legal and political strategy just collapsed. Here's the full picture of what's been unfolding. Tensions over Trump's public statements have been escalating for months.
She said his name. She said his name. Typically, they don't say their name, do they? They just say a former president, right? Am I tripping? She said, forget all of that. I'm talking about Trump. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Gloves off. Gloves off.
And believe me, when a federal judge determines that a former president cannot be trusted to follow court orders and must be detained pending trial, the entire foundation of his legal and political strategy just collapsed.
Oh, Lord.
Here's the full picture of what's been unfolding. Tensions over Trump's public statements have been escalating for months, with prosecutors filing multiple motions seeking stricter limitations on his commentary about the case. But everything reached a crisis point on January 15th when Trump posted a message on Truth Social that federal prosecutors characterized as a direct threat against a cooperating witness. The post included the witness's initials, referenced their expected testimony, and stated that people who betray their country face serious consequences throughout history. Judge Chutkan had previously issued a limited gag order restricting Trump's ability to make statements about witnesses, prosecutors, and court staff. Trump's attorneys successfully appealed portions of that order, arguing it violated his First Amendment rights as a presidential candidate. However, Chutkan maintained restrictions specifically prohibiting statements that could reasonably be interpreted as threatening or intimidating witnesses. The January 15th post appeared to violate those restrictions directly. Prosecutors moved swiftly. On January 16th, they filed a motion documenting not just the January 15th post, but a pattern of escalating violations over the previous 2 weeks. The filing included screenshots of 43 separate social media posts and transcripts of 3 campaign rally speeches.
Oh, they started a paper trail.
Prosecutors argued were designed to intimidate witnesses and prejudice potential jurors. The motion requested an emergency hearing and asked Judge Chutkan to consider revoking Trump's release entirely. Smash that like button if this is making sense so far. Here's where it really gets serious. When Judge Chutkan convened the emergency hearing yesterday morning at 9:00 a.m. in her Washington, D.C. courtroom, legal observers immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Federal judges rarely hold emergency bail revocation hearings, and such proceedings involving a former president were completely unprecedented. The hearing lasted over 4 hours, with prosecutors methodically presenting evidence of Trump's alleged violations, while his defense team argued the statements constituted protected political speech. Here's what multiple sources present at the hearing say happened.
CJS, I may would have went there with you. I may would have felt like that had them Epstein files not came out today. So if this happened yesterday, them Epstein files is pretty damn damaging. So they waited. See. They didn't show their hand, see. And that's how. Do you play cards, JS? Do you play spades? If you really know how to play, you read your hand, and you know sometimes you have to have that possible, and you know you just have to have that look, kind of like a poker look, and you have to play a little different because sometimes people study your patterns. So sometimes you just have to be quiet, and sometimes you have to act like you don't have that one card that you know that's gonna set their ass. And you're gonna have somebody who don't know how to count them cards. You know what I'm saying? It's like dominoes. You have some folk who can play them dominoes, and they'll know what domino you have that you probably have based on how you playing them dominoes, and just they're gonna lock that shit up so that they can say domino on that ass. See, so right now I feel like they saying set and pop that card down. And if you play dominoes, then they gonna pop that table and all the dominoes gonna go everywhere and shit. And they gonna say something like, get your ass up. Bend over, let mama, that daddy see you. All that type of crazy shit. I'm a card player. So I would say, get your ass up. You knew better than sitting down with a pro like me. Get your ass up. You better go on over there to that room. See, I say shit like that. But see, that's how I'm feeling right now. Yeah. So they kept quiet and they played their hand. Yeah. Because they knew that they was going to have to outsmart him. Because he done lined all of these people in places. And once they realized, I told, where baby girl, I told her somebody had a copy of that shit. I tried to tell her somebody knew who was in that shit. So that's when I started saying, well, who can, it gotta be Secret Service. Y'all don't remember me saying all of that type of stuff? Because otherwise, he already got these people in place, so he got it set up that they gonna let shit go on through. He got judges and shit. Hell, Sasha Riley said it was, it was Thomas. It was Thomas. He named the judge. So I guess somebody needed to know which judge did he have in his pocket. And Sasha Riley popped out of nowhere and said, here are the people that I know of that's a lawmaker that is a part of this organized crime. I remember him because of the wrestling move because my dad boxed. He was a fighter. He was a part of the Dixie Mafia. And he had them hands. So he taught me. So that was the going thing. If you can pin him down, you can do whatever you want to with him. Yeah, so he had enough to get away from them other folk. You understand? But Jim Jordan, he did a little something different. He did a little move. Yeah, he put a wrestling move on him. And lo and behold, he already have a wrestling scandals with boys. IB. So he popped out just to name the officials that he know that was involved in this organized crime that are lawmakers. He named a judge. He named Andy Biggs. He named Jim Jordan, Lindsey Graham. He looked like he been hitting a bottle. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Which other one? He named a few of them. But the ones he could say that was the ringleader, he never said Epstein. He said Epstein was a worker. Y'all see how that panned out? Trump, who snitched on Epstein, only told part of it though. He moved Ghislaine. And Lord, I ran across some last night where hell Trump was on Maxwell's yacht. He was kicking it with the daddy before he mysteriously died. Before he went overboard. So you mean to tell me, Auntie Fee, Auntie Fee, there has been a picture that all of a sudden miraculously came out last night. So somebody leaked a picture of Trump on Lady Ghislaine, the boat of Robert Maxwell, before OG Daddy went overboard mysteriously. Lord. So another accident. Another unaliving himself. So there's a picture of Trump on that same boat. And he went overboard. You lying to me. Carry on, y'all. I can't make y'all connect these dots. But one thing is for sure. Them dots are connecting. Stay woke.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Molly of Trump's alleged violation lasted over 4 hours, with prosecutors methodically presenting evidence of Trump's alleged violations, while his defense team argued the statements constituted protected political speech. Here's what multiple sources present at the hearing say happened. Assistant U.S. Attorney Molly Gaston began by walking Judge Chutkan through a timeline of Trump's posts over the previous 14 days. Gaston presented evidence showing that within hours of a witness's identity being disclosed in court filings, Trump would post messages referring to that witness using identifiable characteristics and suggesting they were part of a conspiracy against him. The prosecution argued this pattern demonstrated deliberate witness intimidation. The most dramatic moment came when prosecutors presented testimony from 2 witnesses who had received threatening messages from Trump supporters after being referenced in his posts. One witness, a former White House aide, testified via secure video link that after Trump posted about presidential advisors who turned traitor, she received over 300 threatening messages within 24 hours, including specific death threats that required FBI protection.
MJT.
Another witness, a state election official, testified that Trump's supporters showed up at his home after Trump posted about corrupt state officials who changed vote counts. Drop a comment right now if you saw this coming. I read every single one. Now things get absolutely explosive. Trump's defense attorney, John Lauro, argued strenuously that Trump's statements constituted political speech protected by the First Amendment. Lauro contended that as a presidential candidate, Trump had the right to defend himself publicly against what he characterized as politically motivated prosecutions. Judge Chutkan repeatedly interrupted, asking Lauro to address the specific evidence of witnesses receiving threats immediately after Trump's posts. The turning point came when Judge Chutkan asked Lauro directly whether Trump understood that his release was conditioned on not intimidating witnesses. Lauro responded that Trump believed his statements fell within permissible political commentary. Judge Chutkan's response, according to multiple reporters in the courtroom, was delivered in a tone described as controlled fury. She stated that Trump's subjective belief about what constitutes acceptable commentary is irrelevant when his actions demonstrably result in witnesses receiving death threats and requiring federal protection. That's when the constitutional crisis...
And we know he will take you out. Yes, indeed.
...became unavoidable. Judge Chutkan announced from the bench that she was revoking Trump's release and ordering him remanded to custody pending trial. The courtroom fell into stunned silence. Reporters present described the moment as surreal, watching U.S. Marshals approach the defense table as Trump sat rigid and his attorneys immediately began arguing for a stay of the order pending appeal. Judge Chutkan denied the stay request, stating that the danger Trump poses to witnesses and the judicial process is immediate and cannot await appellate review. This isn't the first time courts have detained high-profile defendants pending trial for bail violations. Think back to 2019 when Paul Manafort, Trump's former campaign chairman, had his bail revoked after prosecutors proved he attempted to tamper with witnesses while on release. The judge in that case concluded Manafort posed too great a risk to witness safety to remain free. Manafort spent months in detention before his trial and eventual conviction. Then consider 2023's case involving former crypto executive Sam Bankman-Fried. He initially was released on bail, but had that revoked when prosecutors showed he had attempted to contact witnesses and intimidate them through intermediaries. The judge found that no bail conditions could adequately protect witnesses from someone with Bankman-Fried.
Now, didn't a judge in South Carolina, somewhere over there like that, didn't her house go up in flames? Didn't a couple of them other people, because she didn't vote in his, she didn't rule in his favor. Her house went up in flames. Y'all remember that? That was what, 3 months ago? And we ain't gonna even talk about them other folk, the people came to their house. Hey, Vic, y'all remember that? y'all better stay woke.
Fried's resources and determination to obstruct justice. He remained in detention through his trial and conviction. Subscribe immediately if you haven't yet. This content doesn't exist anywhere else. More recently, dozens of January 6th defendants have had their pretrial release revoked when prosecutors demonstrated they violated release conditions by continuing to engage with extremist groups or making threatening statements about witnesses. Federal judges have consistently held that defendants who demonstrate.
And that man went to that hearing with Jack Smith, started that mess. Yeah, well, that ex-cop Falcon, or whatever his name is. Yeah, a real agitator. He went there on purpose. I said what I said, Vic. Are you hearing all of the witness tampering, all of these things that she put a name on it? Typically she don't put a name on it. This time she started putting names on it. Was you here to hear that, Vic? She put a name on it. There's been a lot. And yeah, because she's been doing a lot of threatening stuff where people have had to go into hiding. Yeah, a big old house. Yeah, I ain't suggesting nothing. Are you listening with your good ear?
Immediately began arguing for a stay of the order pending appeal. Judge Chutkan denied the stay request, stating that the danger Trump poses to witnesses and the judicial process is immediate and cannot await appellate review. This isn't the first time courts have detained high-profile defendants pending trial for bail violations. Think back to 2019 when Paul Manafort, Trump's former campaign chairman,
they all are associated with Trump.
Proved he attempted to tamper with witnesses while on release. The judge in that case concluded Manafort posed too great a risk to witness safety to remain free. Manafort spent months in detention before his trial and eventual conviction. Then consider 2023's case involving former crypto executive Sam Bankman-Fried.
And hell, didn't he pardon one of them crypto guys?
When prosecutors showed he had attempted to contact witnesses and intimidate them through intermediaries. The judge found that no bail conditions could adequately protect witnesses from someone with Bankman-Fried's resources and determination to obstruct justice. He remained in detention through his trial and conviction. Subscribe immediately if you haven't yet. This content doesn't exist anywhere else. More recently, dozens of January 6th defendants have had their pretrial release revoked when prosecutors demonstrated they violated release conditions by continuing to engage with extremist groups or making threatening statements about witnesses. Federal judges have consistently held that defendants who demonstrate they cannot be trusted to follow court orders must be detained regardless of their prior status or resources. Now, however, the situation involves a former president of the United States. Trump's attorneys argued that detaining a major party presidential candidate raises unprecedented First Amendment and political concerns. But Judge Chutkan's ruling makes clear that constitutional protections do not extend to witness intimidation regardless of the defendant's political status. The pattern is undeniable. When defendants use their platform and resources to threaten witnesses and undermine judicial proceedings, courts will revoke their freedom to protect the integrity of the justice system. So what specifically led Judge Chutkan to take this extraordinary step? According to the written order she issued immediately after the hearing, Trump's conduct over the past 2 weeks demonstrated a deliberate and systematic effort to intimidate witnesses through public statements designed to identify them to his supporters and suggests they should face consequences for cooperating with prosecutors. The order cites specific examples where Trump's posts were followed within hours by witnesses receiving death threats requiring FBI intervention. Judge Chutkan's order emphasizes that she previously warned Trump multiple times that his release was conditional on respecting witness safety.
Hold on, y'all. I want to bring y'all up to speed right quick. It's not necessarily with these judges.
The investigation's underway after a South Carolina State Circuit judge's home burned to the ground. Video shows the beach home in flames on a barrier island just south of Charleston. Authorities say 3 people are injured and had to be rescued from the backyard by kayak. ABC News chief investigative correspondent Erika Kirk has the details.
Hold on, y'all. I just want y'all to see what's been going on behind the scenes. How my message get how did I get a message that was retracted? I ain't retracting no message.
Investigations underway after a South Carolina State Circuit judge's home burned to the ground. Video shows the beach home in flames on a barrier island just south of Charleston. Authorities say 3 people are injured and had to be rescued from the backyard by kayak. ABC News chief investigative correspondent Erika Kirk has the details. So, Aaron, what's the latest here?
So right now, authorities in South Carolina are investigating what caused this explosion and incredible fire at the judge's home. And they're trying to understand whether there are any nefarious circumstances or whether this was more accidental in nature. The authorities just haven't said, but it was, Diane, dramatic.
That's a fire.
People jumped from the house, from an elevated window, and then had to be rescued by kayak. You see
that's
water.
A fire. They trying to figure out,
this explosion and
somebody that dynamite. That look like that Twin Towers. Dynamite.
His home.
Let's go.
And they're trying to understand whether there are any nefarious circumstances or whether this was more accidental in nature. The authorities just haven't said, but it was, Diane, dramatic. As you said, people jumped from the house, from an elevated window, and then had to be rescued by kayak. You see the water adjacent to the home in order to make it to safety. We are chasing down the full circumstances here. The judge was not at home at the time, but her husband was. There may have been some kids or grandkids there, and so the family is certainly lucky to have made it out alive, even if there were some injuries there.
Aaron, what's next in this investigation?
I think they want to determine the cause, certainly, and then see whether there had been any threats that the judge had been getting, whether this may have been related to her work on
threats. Now, what old girl over here talking about? Threats and witness tampering. Yesterday, there was some stuff that went down with a hot mic. Oh, okay.
On the bench, or whether it was some kind of freak accident. The authorities haven't really made that clear. We've heard, though, from the judicial branch in South Carolina. They say they are monitoring closely. They're in touch with law enforcement, because if it does turn out to be arson and it does turn out to be related to the judge's work on the bench, that's something that the court is going to want to know. In the meantime, the judicial branch in South Carolina has increased security for all judges in the system.
See why I be trying to tell my tea sippers to stay woke. And don't forget nothing. Auntie Fee don't be forgetting too much of nothing, baby. I know how to park real good. I park real good. Yeah. Until it's time to take it off. Pause, shift the gears. Let's go.
And the judicial process. The order, Trump's posts were followed within hours by witnesses receiving death threats requiring FBI intervention. Judge Chutkan's order emphasizes that she previously warned Trump multiple times that his release was conditional on respecting witness safety and the judicial process. The order states that Trump's continued violations, despite repeated warnings, demonstrate that no modified bail conditions would be sufficient to protect witnesses and ensure fair proceedings. Sources familiar with the order say Chutkan specifically rejected arguments that Trump's status as a presidential candidate warranted special treatment, writing that the rule of law requires equal application regardless of a defendant's political prominence. Here's the kicker. The order directs U.S. Marshals to transport Trump to the Federal Correctional Institution in Alexandria, Virginia, where he will be held in a secure unit pending his trial, scheduled to begin March 4th. The facility houses pre-trial defendants in federal cases and includes secure units for high-profile detainees. Legal experts reviewing the order noted that Chutkan specified Trump would not be held in general population, but rather in conditions appropriate for his security needs and former presidential status. Don't go anywhere. The most explosive part is coming next. And here's what should alarm everyone concerned about judicial independence and witness protection. This isn't just about one defendant violating bail conditions. If individuals facing criminal charges can use their public platforms to identify and threaten witnesses without facing detention, the entire witness protection system and the ability of courts to ensure fair trials collapses. Once that precedent is established, wealthy and prominent defendants could effectively intimidate their way out of accountability. This puts Trump's presidential campaign in an impossible situation. On one side, he now faces the reality of being detained in a federal facility while running for president. Campaign events will be impossible. Fundraising will occur from detention. His ability to participate in debates, give speeches, or conduct normal campaign activities effectively ends. On the other side, he must maintain claims that this detention is political persecution, while a federal judge has documented 43 specific instances of conduct that violated his release conditions. And here's the political and legal crisis this creates. There's no immediate escape. Either Trump's attorneys convince an appellate court to overturn Judge Chutkan's detention order, which legal experts say is extremely unlikely given the detailed factual findings of witness intimidation, or Trump remains in custody through his trial. His argument that these prosecutions are politically motivated witch hunts becomes harder to sustain when the detention results from his own documented conduct threatening witnesses. Legal analysts and former federal judges are calling this one of the most significant bail revocation rulings in American legal history. Former federal judge Nancy Gertner, now a Harvard law professor, told CNN that Judge Chutkan's decision reflects standard legal principles applied to an extraordinary defendant. Gertner explained that bail revocation for witness intimidation is routine in federal court when prosecutors present clear evidence of threats. The unprecedented aspect is not the legal reasoning, but rather the defendant's identity as a former president. Do me a favor and slam that like button because it genuinely helps this video reach more people. Former federal prosecutor Renato Mariotti told MSNBC that Trump's detention demonstrates the principle that no defendant is above the law or the conditions of their release. Mariotti emphasized that federal judges have broad
respectful.
discretion to revoke bail when defendants violate release conditions, and appellate courts rarely overturn such decisions when supported by factual findings of witness intimidation. Even Alan Dershowitz, a constitutional law
leave.
scholar who has defended Trump on legal issues, acknowledged in a Wall Street Journal
Carolyn,
interview
leave.
that Judge Chutkan's ruling appears legally defensible if the factual record supports findings of witness intimidation. Dershowitz
message is
noted
real.
that while he questions whether some of Trump's
Thank
statements
you. I
cross the
had
line
to
into
step away.
intimidation,
Hey,
courts
Don.
generally defer to trial judges' assessments of witness safety concerns. So let's break down the immediate implications. First, Trump will be transported to federal detention within hours of the ruling. U.S. Marshals have jurisdiction to execute Judge Chutkan's order immediately. Trump will undergo standard intake procedures at the Alexandria facility, including medical screening, property inventory, and assignment to a detention unit. Legal experts note that, as a former president with Secret Service protection, Trump will likely be housed in a secure unit separated from other detainees. Second, Trump's campaign operations face unprecedented disruption. All campaign events scheduled through the trial date
What's
are effectively
CNN?
canceled. Trump cannot participate in debates, rallies, or public appearances. His campaign team will need to pivot to a strategy built around surrogate appearances
Y'all, it's
and
blowing
media
my
coverage of
mind that
Trump's
y'all
detention
still
and trial.
running behind a
Polling
man
data
who
suggests
done.
that images of Trump in detention
He done
could
got caught with a
significantly
whole bunch of
impact public
stuff.
opinion, though whether that impact helps or hurts him remains uncertain. Third, Trump's legal team will immediately appeal Judge Chutkan's detention order to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. However, appellate courts apply an abuse of discretion standard, meaning they will overturn the detention order only if Judge Chutkan's factual findings are clearly erroneous or her legal conclusions represent a significant error. Given the detailed record of Trump's statements and the testimony about threats witnesses received, legal experts consider reversal unlikely. Drop a comment below with your thoughts. I'm genuinely curious to see your perspective. But beyond the immediate political ramifications, this detention addresses fundamental questions about whether the judicial system can function when defendants use their platforms to intimidate witnesses. Witnesses testify under oath at great personal risk when they provide evidence in criminal cases. That testimony serves as the foundation of the adversarial justice system that defines American criminal law. If defendants can identify witnesses publicly and encourage their supporters to threaten those witnesses
Thank you,
without
Specs.
facing detention, the witness protection system becomes meaningless. Witnesses will refuse to testify rather than face death threats and violence. Criminal prosecutions will collapse when evidence cannot be presented because witnesses fear for their safety. The ability of courts to conduct fair trials depends on protecting witnesses from intimidation. This situation has created absolute chaos within Trump's campaign and legal team. Multiple sources report emergency strategy sessions occurring throughout yesterday and today.
Did you see that house fire that we just watched? Did you hear the little girl, the FBI report where Trump forced himself on her, and when she bit his hand, he punched a little 12-year-old girl in her face? Did you not hear that he was having a child auctions at Mar-a-Lago? Come on, dude. Don't mess with the con. Are you crazy? He was having auctions. So all these little kids that he tried, them 600 that he tried to have those undocumented, I kept trying to tell y'all, he was trafficking those undocumented immigrants. Y'all don't remember? So y'all knew over here. That's why we listen. That's why we disregard y'all messages. Y'all little comments. Cause see, y'all knew over here. Y'all guessed. Y'all been all them other places where y'all thought y'all was getting some tea. My tea sippers been had this tea. It's just a matter of time. But time ain't on his side. He played the game too long. See? And he kept going from one extreme to another. But he felt like he didn't have a choice because they was hitting him. Didn't I tell y'all? He getting tagged. They tag teaming. Y'all don't remember me telling y'all that? They popping him. Every time he turned around, he feel like somebody's messing with me. He started doing that Michael Jackson. Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. Y'all remember? My mom playing tricks on me. Yeah. Sometimes I feel like, yeah. Somebody's watching me. Yeah. They was tagging him. So he had to come. Every time they did something to him, he would do something to us. But I told y'all that them immigrants, and he was taking them and putting them here. He had been made deals behind the scenes. Yeah, then we find out that he already in plan. They already building. Yeah, he needed free labor. So they become undocumented. How in the fuck you having minors, little girls? I showed y'all them pictures of them little girls just standing there looking pretty, hair all made up. Showed you the little black girl. Her hair was all did. She had a nice pretty little dress on. It was an auction. I showed y'all with somebody, one of them businessmen was having a meeting. And they was showing them where they could have their own little island, real estate. And one of them guys said, do the kids come with it? And he said, oh, you can go and grab them from Cambodia, the Philippines. You can go, you can grab them. Then last week I hear one of them guys didn't realize that the recording was on. So that means that ass is in them Epstein files. And then there is John Bonet. I told y'all that it's just not, the more I dig off into this, the more I, y'all better stay woke. Yeah. So don't come over here talking to us about no old boy Dunn and he having whole missing kids auctions, auctioning them off. Auctioning kids off to these dirty, what's that, the dirty old bastards or old bastard men or whatever that, yeah, that's what your homeboy been doing. But it's funny how it comes out the day after he learned him going to jail.
To determine how to respond to detention that removes Trump from the campaign trail for protection system becomes meaningless. Witnesses will refuse to testify rather than face death threats and violence. Criminal prosecutions will collapse when evidence cannot be presented because witnesses fear for their safety. The ability of courts to conduct fair trials depends on protecting witnesses from intimidation.
They working for him. And then what's our girl named Jasmine and the other guy had to go over where they done use the little 5-year-old boy to lure his parents, and the kid has cancer. And they went to go and check on this kid. Slumped over. Can't get his medicine. None of that. So I guess that's going to be one of the ones that they going to use for a sacrifice. And then feed the body, I guess, to McDonald's so y'all can go feed y'all kids them Happy Meals and quarter pounders and stuff. Lord, I'm so glad I don't eat meat. No. I don't know what. I would be sick if I would have to try to wean myself off of that mess now. And guess what? I don't even want that plant-based that I was getting. I want mushrooms. I want the mushroom plant-based. I don't want nothing. No. No. They are you. So they saying you don't even know y'all eating y'all kids that done went missing. That's what that warlock said. Y'all better stay woke. Let's go.
This situation has created absolute chaos within Trump's campaign and legal team.
Hey, D.
Multiple sources report emergency strategy sessions occurring throughout yesterday and today to determine how to respond to detention that removes Trump from the campaign trail for potentially months. Some advisors reportedly argued that the detention would galvanize Trump's base and prove his claims of political persecution. Others expressed alarm that images of Trump in detention would alienate swing voters and independents. The campaign faces impossible
that
messaging
midterm is a
challenges.
wrap, baby.
Reports indicate internal
blue
debates
thing.
over whether to emphasize Trump's detention as martyrdom or attempt to minimize discussion of his circumstances. Trump's social media team faces the reality that Trump cannot post directly while detained, fundamentally changing his communication strategy. Campaign managers must reimagine how to maintain momentum when their candidate cannot appear publicly. Meanwhile, Trump's core supporters are reacting with fury to what they characterize as judicial tyranny and political imprisonment. Social media platforms show widespread calls to protest Trump's detention, demands that Republicans in Congress intervene, and conspiracy theories claiming the entire proceeding was orchestrated to eliminate Trump from the presidential race. Some supporters are calling for mass demonstrations outside the Alexandria detention facility. Things escalated further when Trump's campaign released a statement hours after the detention order, calling Judge Chutkan's ruling an unprecedented assault on democracy and political speech. The statement characterized the detention as communist-style political imprisonment designed to silence Trump and prevent him from exposing corruption in the...
Hold up. So, now I really don't, I'm going to have to do some more research because I really don't do Reddit. I don't know. This is coming from, hold on, October 6, 2025. There was an update, October 6. Oh, let's hear this. That house fire, they ruled it arson. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is... Hold on. They ruled it an arson. So they said they ruled it an arson. And then so...
Do we need to back up? Like, is it gonna explode more? Oh my god, the flames are...
Yeah, you can look at that and tell that just...
Like, is it gonna explode more? Oh my god, the flames are... Do we need to back up? Like, is it gonna explode more? Oh my god, the flames are...
Oh, wow. Said it was burnt down. So what it reads, hold on. Man, this is some crazy shit. So what it reads, hold on. This is her. Oh, I probably have to do it again. I only did it for an hour. Hold on. So it says, judge speaks out about her $1.5 million mansion exploded in suspected arson attack after she defied Trump's orders. It said down here 4 months ago the judge was out walking on the beach when the suspected arson attack happened, just weeks after she had issued a decision ruling against Trump. Okay. I don't know what else I need to say. So they had to have been watching him. And folks scared to rule against him cause hell. Somebody's house went up in flames. You can look at that and tell that wasn't no accident. That was it looked like the Twin Towers. Let's go.
Campaign faces. Third, Trump's legal team will immediately appeal above the law or the conditions of their release. Mariotti emphasized that federal judges have broad discretion to revoke bail when defendants violate release conditions.
Let me restate it.
And appellate courts rarely overturn such decisions when supported by factual findings of witness intimidation. Even Alan Dershowitz, a constitutional law scholar who has defended Trump on legal issues, acknowledged in a Wall Street Journal interview that Judge Chutkan's ruling appears legally defensible if the factual record supports findings of witness intimidation. Dershowitz noted that while he questions whether some of Trump's statements cross the line into intimidation, courts generally defer to trial judges' assessments of witness safety concerns. So let's break down the immediate implications. First, Trump will be transported to federal detention within hours of the ruling. U.S. Marshals have jurisdiction to execute Judge Chutkan's order immediately. Trump will undergo standard intake procedures at the Alexandria facility, including medical screening, property inventory, and assignment to a detention unit. Legal experts note that, as a former president with Secret Service protection, Trump will likely be housed in a secure unit separated from other detainees. Second, Trump's campaign operations face unprecedented disruption. All campaign events scheduled through the trial date are effectively canceled. Trump cannot participate in debates, rallies, or public appearances. His campaign team will need to pivot to a strategy built around surrogate appearances and media coverage of Trump's detention and trial. Polling data suggests that images of Trump in detention could significantly impact public opinion, though whether that impact helps or hurts him remains uncertain. Third, Trump's legal team will immediately appeal Judge Chutkan's detention order to the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. However, appellate courts apply an abuse of discretion standard, meaning they will overturn the detention order only if Judge Chutkan's factual findings are clearly erroneous or her legal conclusions represent a significant error.
Put all questions on the super chat super sticker.
And the testimony about threats witnesses received, legal experts consider reversal unlikely. Drop a comment below with your thoughts. I'm genuinely curious.
This is the second one from somebody.
But beyond
put all
the
questions on super chat super
ramifications,
sticker.
this detention addresses fundamental questions about whether the judicial system can function when defendants use their platforms to intimidate witnesses. Witnesses testify under oath at great personal risk when they provide evidence in criminal cases. That testimony serves as the foundation of the adversarial justice system that defines American criminal law. If defendants can identify witnesses publicly and encourage their supporters to threaten those witnesses without facing detention, the witness protection system becomes meaningless. Witnesses will refuse to testify rather than face death threats and violence.
I need for y'all to hit the like button, support the platform, like, share, and subscribe. Join the membership. One thing is for sure. What they say, two things is certain. If you've been around long enough, you will know that this is lining up with just about everything I've been trying to feed to y'all before it gets to this point. Hi, Dave. I don't know what GYF is, so yeah, no. Speak grown folk language. Don't come in here with no all that type of stuff. Because I need to know if you could stay or if you're gonna have to go. So man up. You know, say what you gotta say. Don't be hiding behind abbreviations. Respectfully, speak out so I can know what you're trying to say on the cool. You understand? Thank you. And since throw him in the mainstream. Yeah, he don't, baby, handle him the way he been handling. Say it with your chest. With your whole chest. Say it with your whole chest. Put all questions on super chat and super stickers. Yeah. Period. Yeah. Say it with your whole chest. Do the crime, do the time. And I mean, I ain't gonna even lie. Some of the stuff we learned today, I didn't think he was really that bad. I knew he was bad, but I did not know Jeffrey Epstein said in them Epstein files that he is the worst. I'm sick. But Trump is the worst. Sasha Riley said he saw Epstein, but he was more like a worker. He was more like a manager. And he had other people that worked under him. Was y'all paying attention? He said, but that old big hip Trump, I knew it was something about him. Yeah. He tried to act like men all pause. Everybody had to pause when he entered the room. They unalived that girl because he wanted me that bad. And he wanted to scare me. He said, yeah, that's that boy that got them hands. I want him just to take it and do what I say. I don't feel like fighting with him because that little boy got some hands. So they came in there ablazing with that girl. He said, I don't know if he had been watching through the cracks of the walls. I don't know. But I guess it was some moves he saw. And he wanted to feel what I was putting down with her. So they came in and unalived her. And said, this is what's going to happen to you if you don't do what the next man that comes in here tells you to do. He don't want to fight with you like he had to fight with you before. So you might as well do everything he tells you to do if you don't want this to be you. He said, oh, he probably gonna unalive me anyway. So I might as well give it my best shot. So then he became the knife, farts, and a steak. And he said, if I could have took him out with that steak, that's what I was aiming to do. I was going to feed him real good with this steak. And all I know now is that y'all are telling me he has to wear the pins. Yeah, now don't come over here. I want him to go through what he put every last one of them kids and them puppies through. I want them to auction him off on the yard the way he was auctioning off them babies. I want them to take the highest bidder. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no, he don't get Secret Service for the rest of his life. No. You don't hear, you're not listening with your good ear. All of that stops with this right here. Oh, no, he done already told us this. He don't get Secret Service if he couldn't scared of Sasha. Sasha had them hands. And only person he was afraid of that he has said was Jim Jordan put that wrestling move on him to pin him down to assault him. And Andy Biggs hurt him so bad that his foster dad was saying, Andy. God damn it. How are we going to explain this to CPS? He was beating him so until they said, oh, no, after he fed him that steak. Yeah. He said they didn't do nothing to him that night, but passed him around for every last one of them to put hands, feet, and toes on him. One of them just urinated on him at first. And then he said, thank you, because he had been taking so much. And then he turned around, socked him, and knocked him out. I want everything that happened to them kids to happen wherever he go. And that's my God's honest truth. So for his sake, I hope that it ain't true. Because my hope and prayer is that it happened to him. My community fine. Go clean up yours and stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Okay? Yeah, my community fine. I don't have no problem. And I don't protect no PDFers who have done these strange things to kids. He know it's coming. He know it's coming. That's why he has been doing what he's been doing here lately. Yeah, so now, since y'all don't want to hit the like button, you're going to have to wait, and you're going to have to subscribe. I was trying to be nice, because I know y'all feelings was going to be hurt when y'all hear y'all Big Daddy is on his way to the cling. He on his way to the cling. Now carry on. He on his way to the cling. Repeat after me. He going to the cling. 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 Come on, sopranos. Cling. Yeah, let's go. Cling. Yeah, let's go back. Let's finish this up. A disturbing tip about President Trump. Oh yeah, this is horrible. Yeah, so she talking too. She one of them witnesses.
Criminal prosecutions will collapse when evidence cannot be presented because witnesses fear for their safety. The ability of courts to conduct fair trials depends on protecting witnesses from intimidation. This situation has created absolute chaos within Trump's campaign and legal team.
Clean.
Multiple sources report emergency strategy sessions occurring throughout yesterday and today to determine how to respond to detention that removes Trump from the campaign trail for potentially months. Some advisors reportedly argued that the detention would galvanize Trump's base and prove his claims of political persecution. Others expressed alarm that images of Trump in detention would alienate swing voters and independents. The campaign faces impossible messaging challenges. Reports indicate internal debates over whether to emphasize Trump's detention as martyrdom or attempt to minimize discussion of his circumstances.
Martyrdom. So
Trump's
now they're trying to
social
figure out how they finna trick us. What you mean martyrdom? Ain't that what they said about Charlie Kirk? So they finna do that hollow stuff. I think, you know, because y'all remember me telling y'all, they say he got seven some doubles and some reptilians. You know, sometimes his eyes is blue, and then sometimes they asses is dog. Sometimes he don't look like himself, and sometimes he looks sick as hell. I mean, I don't know if he got doubles, but you know, when he in that office and he talking smart, it's one of them don't like black females. Which is why I was kind of surprised when I saw that picture of him with the little black girl. I wonder is the black girl the one that bit his hand? I don't know. He don't cross me as. I was kind of surprised that he had the little black girl. But the little black girl is the one Sasha said wanted to be a dancer. And his daddy cut her toes off. Yeah, no, he don't get no sympathy from me.
The team faces the reality that Trump cannot post directly while detained, fundamentally changing his communication strategy. Campaign managers must reimagine how to maintain momentum when their candidate cannot appear publicly. Meanwhile, Trump's core supporters are reacting with fury to what they characterize as judicial tyranny and political imprisonment. Social media platforms show widespread calls to protest Trump's detention.
Absolutely.
Demands that Republicans in Congress intervene, and conspiracy theories claiming the entire proceeding was orchestrated to eliminate Trump from the presidential race. Some supporters are calling for mass demonstrations outside the Alexandria detention facility. Things escalated further when Trump's campaign released a statement hours after the detention order, calling Judge Tuton's ruling an unprecedented assault on democracy and political speech. The statement characterized the detention as communist-style political imprisonment designed to silence Trump and prevent him from exposing corruption in the Biden administration.
Oh, you didn't know about D? You didn't know? Oh, yeah.
And to vote in overwhelming numbers to over.
Yep. And he showed us one of the girls. I kept, you know what, y'all? I have been trying. When I started having system issues, I started deleting stuff, but I kept that one up. I kept the one up where she explained his tattoos of Sammy. And for the ones of y'all who don't know, it was three girls he kind of clicked with their ordeals. All three of them are gone. But Sammy, he got her tattooed on him. And let me see if she tells the story, or I'm going to try to find where he tells the story. So hold on. Yeah, this hurt. Come on.
I got a private message from somebody yesterday that said to look at Sasha's tattoos and think about the meaning, and that there's one that's clearly for Sam.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
I got a private message from somebody yesterday that said to look at Sasha's tattoos and think about the meaning, and that there's one that's clearly for Sammy. So what do we know about Sammy? Sammy was a black girl. She wanted to be a dancer. She was tortured for weeks by Sasha's parents, and was asked to be put out of her misery. They cut off her toe and thereby took away her chance of ever being a dancer and killing her dreams. Just part of the type of torture that these people do.
And that's his tattoo. The little black girl.
That's Sammy.
On her tiptoes. Because she wanted to be a dancer.
I got a private message from somebody yesterday that said to look at
so please
Sasha's
don't come over here
and think about the meaning, and that there's one that's clearly for Sammy.
Wanting no sympathy.
So what do we know about Sammy? Sammy was a black girl.
From me. So to hear all of this other stuff. Mm-mm. 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 Let's finish this one up. Mm-mm. So that's the toes.
Overcome what it termed a rigged system. Stay with me. What comes next will completely change to protest Trump's detention, demands that Republicans in Congress intervene, and conspiracy theories claiming the entire proceeding was orchestrated to eliminate Trump from the presidential race. Some supporters are calling for mass demonstrations outside the Alexandria detention facility. Things escalated further when Trump's campaign released a statement hours after the detention order, calling Judge Chutkan's ruling an unprecedented assault on democracy and political speech. The statement characterized the detention as communist-style political imprisonment designed to silence Trump and prevent him from exposing corruption in the Biden administration. It called on supporters to donate to Trump's legal defense fund and to vote in overwhelming numbers to overcome what it termed a rigged system. Stay with me. What comes next will completely change your understanding of this judicial crisis. Here's what makes this situation even more constitutionally fraught. Trump's detention raises novel questions about how a detained defendant conducts a presidential campaign. The Federal Election Commission has no precedent for regulating campaigns when the candidate is in federal detention. Questions arise about whether Trump can participate in debates remotely, whether his detention facility access to media constitutes an unfair advantage or disadvantage, and whether restrictions on his communications violate his political speech rights. Constitutional scholars are grappling with the intersection of criminal detention and presidential campaigns. Professor Michael Dorf of Cornell Law School told reporters that while the detention appears legally justified based on witness protection concerns, it creates unprecedented scenarios regarding Trump's ability to participate in democratic processes. Dorf noted that the Constitution contains no provision prohibiting detained individuals from running for or winning the presidency, creating the theoretical possibility of a detained presidential candidate. This goes far beyond Trump's legal predicament. It addresses whether the American judicial system maintains its fundamental authority to protect witnesses and ensure fair trials when defendants hold significant political power and public platforms. If courts cannot detain defendants who systematically intimidate witnesses simply because those defendants are politically prominent, then political status effectively places some Americans above the procedural rules that govern criminal proceedings. If this blows your mind, hit that like button right now. Here's the crucial principle at stake. Bail in the federal system serves two purposes: ensuring the defendant appears at trial and protecting the community and the integrity of judicial proceedings. When defendants demonstrate through their conduct that they pose a danger to witnesses or will obstruct justice if released, courts must detain them regardless of their wealth, prominence, or political status. This principle applies equally to all defendants. The implications for Trump's campaign and legal strategy are devastating. His entire approach has relied on using his platform to maintain public support, attack prosecutors and witnesses, and frame the prosecutions as political persecution. Detention removes his ability to communicate directly with supporters
Lock
through
that ass
rallies
up.
and immediate social media posts. His legal team must now prepare for trial without his active involvement in strategy sessions and public messaging. Keep close watch on this rapidly developing crisis. Trump's attorneys are expected to file emergency appeals to the D.C. Circuit and potentially the Supreme Court seeking immediate release pending trial. The prosecution will file responses arguing that Judge Chutkan's factual findings support the detention order and that Trump's own conduct created this situation. And the Alexandria detention facility is preparing for unprecedented security and logistical challenges associated with housing a former president. Before we go any further, smash that subscribe button so you never miss content like this. Here's where things stand right now. A federal judge has revoked Trump's bail and ordered him detained in federal custody after finding he systematically violated release conditions by intimidating witnesses. U.S. Marshals have executed the detention order. Trump is being held at a federal facility in Alexandria, Virginia, pending his March 4th trial date. His presidential campaign faces unprecedented disruption, with the candidate unable to appear publicly or communicate directly with supporters. This isn't a temporary setback that will be quickly reversed on appeal. This is a federal judge making detailed factual findings that Trump poses a clear and present danger to witness safety and judicial integrity. Appellate courts rarely overturn such determinations when supported by extensive evidence. Trump faces the very real possibility of remaining in detention.
This is why they're trying to control the media.
Conducting his presidential campaign from a federal facility and facing voters while held on charges of election interference. The constitutional and political implications are staggering. America has never confronted a scenario where a major party presidential candidate campaigns from detention.
Take our freedom of speech.
Questions about witness protection, First Amendment rights, and the intersection of criminal proceedings with political campaigns are unprecedented. And the fundamental principle that no American stands above the law faces its most direct test in a generation. The stakes could not be higher. Trump's detention will either vindicate the principle that the judicial system can protect witnesses and ensure fair proceedings regardless of a defendant's political power, or it will fracture public faith in the courts and create a constitutional crisis around competing claims of legal authority and political persecution. What happens in the coming days and weeks will shape American democracy and the relationship between political power and legal accountability for decades to come. The detention is immediate and real. The appeals will determine whether it continues.
Yeah, he got 14 days.
The American people must grapple with
y'all got to go back to the beginning. This is the second one we don't watch.
Conducting his campaign from federal custody while facing criminal charges that could result.
Remember, he had a whole bunch of appeals. He had a whole bunch of appeals. So what's happening now? These appeals are being denied because he don't have no money, and so they started that process of seizing property, and then they seized the plane the other day. Yeah, but put your questions on the super chat or super sticker. I got people that's coming in here not hitting the like button, not helping me reach my goals, not doing anything, but want me to answer based off of all the research I have done. And if you were a tea sipper that was subscribed, some of the stuff you would be asking me, you would know, because I've been throwing out gems for a long time. A long time. So it's not about you just asking. I'm saying support my platform, because wherever you've been getting your tea from, they ain't been feeding you real good, hot and juicy tea. My tea sippers kind of got a feeling of what's going on. Hey, Larry. And I'm respectfully, I'm not trying to be funny, but I'm just telling you, the tea be hot. And see, I don't necessarily go where everybody else go to get my tea, but I do let my tea sippers know where it's coming from. You understand? Thank you, Chico. No problem, Ron. I'm not trying to be funny. I just wanted to explain to you why, because a lot of this stuff is in my archives, and if you follow me, you would be right up on it. So people saying, is it true? There's a process and a procedure, and that's been a bunch of little strange stuff. It's almost 11, different looks, and they talking about he got 7 different lookalikes and some reptilian type stuff, and I've just noticed some things sometimes ain't the same. I thought sometimes he looked like he on the brink of death, and then sometimes one of them like a lot of that orange stuff, another one don't. One of them got a piece of an ear missing, and one of them don't. You know, all of this type of stuff. It's like, wait a minute, I thought the ear was gone. How that ear grow back? So they do got them locked down. Yeah, and so the one I watched earlier on this one, he was on another case. Yesterday we watched but the judges are saying no, cause the only way he can beat these appeals is that he get a surety bond, and ain't nobody giving him that. And he was found guilty before he was reelected, and he thought that reelection was gonna save him, and it don't. I need to hear this one right quick before 11.
So embarrassing story.
Now listen,
guys.
y'all.
I got hit with a medical bill recently, and I did not have enough money.
Thank
to pay
you,
for
Felicia.
It. But a friend of mine
Hutchins.
mentioned that she got this $5,000 loan recently, and it
Okay,
really helped
so
her.
listen.
Marjorie Taylor
Oh
Greene.
Lord, I think I put it on. I be messing up when I do this. God, dog. I got one. I already said I need to change the pictures. Thank you, Specs. I didn't put it on. Dang it. I didn't put it on public, so y'all don't see it. But I do have one already set for 12:10 or 12. Because I knew I was going to go over. I should have went on put it public, but I didn't. And I'm going to have to switch the title. So I do have one that's already set for 12:15. And I'm going to have to switch the pictures. Is it 12:15 or 12? Hold on. 12:15. So as soon as I hang up, I won't have to wait and try to get a picture and all that type of stuff. I'm going to have to change the thumbnails because I didn't talk about, and I'm going to have to change the title. But it's already there. So I won't have to, go through all of that. I'll be ready to go. Okay? And then I'm going to have to tie in the other message. But I want to hear about Marjorie, since we're talking about this revenge. Okay, let's go.
Greene is getting her revenge at Donald Trump. Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting her revenge at Donald Trump now that at least 3 million Epstein documents have been released that are absolutely devastating to Donald Trump and other right-wing oligarchs who are friends with Donald Trump. We still believe the Department
So you want me
of
to keep
Justice
it all
is
on this one? I had that 9-hour one.
more documents from the Epstein files, but the 3 million that have been released, thanks to the pressure of the public forcing these to be released, has been devastating to Donald Trump and his regime. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted the following. Well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing Iran. It is Friday after all, and she's referring to these documents which were posted and deleted from the Epstein files, but the 3 million that have been released, thanks to the pressure of the public forcing these to be released, has been devastating to Donald Trump and his regime. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted the following. Well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing Iran. It is Friday after all, and she's referring to these documents which were posted and deleted.
Help me reach my goal, because they're going to tell me I'm giving you special treatment.
These documents publicly, and then we were the first. Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted the following. Well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing Iran. It is Friday after all, and she's referring to these documents which were posted and deleted, and the Midas Touch Network was the first to show these documents publicly.
Y'all please hit the like
we were
button.
the first to call out that the Trump regime deleted these documents. And then after there was public pressure, because we exposed the fact that they deleted them, they then put them back up later in the day. And you can check out the document on our Substack, MidasPlus.com. Go and check it out right now.
He horrible.
Here's what we posted earlier in the day. The new Epstein Files production features numerous allegations made against Donald
now, y'all,
Trump
I'm going to say this.
others.
This is going to be
Then
my
you take a
last
look at
time
what some of
saying
these
this. These documents, these Epstein files, did not come out until after he lost these appeals, and they are ordering him. He got 14 days. He got 14 days. What is it called, Dorothy? Where he has to turn himself in. This incriminating stuff, where it has exposed that he has had children auctions. Yeah, I understand, but I just listen, Pressure, because I have been telling folk to put their questions on a super chat or super sticker. But so just listen. So what has happened is, since he lost those appeals, those emergencies, temporary appeals in the appellate court yesterday, and it sounds like to me that it was more than one. So, you know, when he was telling folk to be quiet and shut up, and those ladies couldn't say nothing yesterday. I can't, Bondi and the other lady. Dang, so you telling me to keep going, Specs, and not stop? Anyway, after he lost that, he went on, it was 1 o'clock in the morning, 1:30. He went on a rampage. Started saying crazy shit last night. That's when he found out that they said no, and ain't nothing they can do, that he is going to have to sit that ass down for these charges that he has lost, and he don't have no more appeals because he don't have money to get a surety bond. He don't have the money. They seizing his properties. They seized his plane. They got that lady over there doing the assessment and shit on Mar-a-Lago. He had an auction. He was auctioning off minors in Mar-a-Lago. There is no way that they will be letting all of that come out in these papers if they wasn't finna sit his ass down. You understand? They are finna sit Trump's ass down. He lost all his appeals on at least 2 of them that we have run across. But he had several. And he cannot produce money to get a surety bond because his paperwork is fraud. So that's why last night he's decided he gonna sue us, we the people, the Treasury and the IRS, because somebody leaked his taxes. And that's why he can't get the surety bond, because we know the truth that he broke, liquidation. So all of this stealing and all he trying to do and enter her. And then we found out yesterday that Ivanka was called in on a subpoena, and she handed over a disc. She had to give it up because we didn't know yesterday that she too is in the Epstein files. I knew she was in the Epstein files. I knew she was in there. I didn't know that she was a part of auctioning off them kids. So at that Mar-a-Lago auction, Trump was doing cavity checks on the minors to see how so that he can get the highest bid. This was going on in Mar-a-Lago. Now I also understand why they seizing these properties, because these properties also is probably tied to this right here. And when I say this, I'm talking about these Epstein files. So it is a reason why they waited until after all his appeal options were over before they released all of this right here. And it's a lot. It is a lot. And I don't know what Trump was thinking when he brought this back up and campaigned off of it. Lisa Marie Presley. Oh, Lord. Didn't she just abruptly pass away too? Kyle is talking about crimes committed against her. She claims to be a prisoner. She referenced Lisa Marie Presley, the British royal family, President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. Didn't Lisa Marie Presley abruptly pass away? Lord, why did I just look at this? Wow. Now that limousine, I got her stuff ready to. I'm just now seeing this, y'all. I don't understand why Donald Trump ever brought this stuff up. Pressure, quit lying. Quit lying. You are not unemployed. I just told you right there. Quit lying. Same as Michael, right? Lord, this is crazy. Lisa Marie Presley. Yeah, but Michael Jackson, they brought up his old phone calls where he was trying to warn people, and he was saying, oh, okay. Sure, Renee Duke. I thought her name was Dusty Duke. Or they go to Como. Oh, wow. Let's keep going. I was going to stop. Let's keep going. Hold on. Lord, I didn't even know. I didn't even know.
And she's referring to these documents, which were posted and deleted. And the Midas Touch Network was the first to show these documents publicly. And then we were the first to call out that the Trump regime deleted these documents. at least 3 million more documents from the Epstein files, but the 3 million that have been released, thanks to the pressure of the public forcing these to be released, has been devastating to Donald Trump and his regime. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted the following. Well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing Iran. It is Friday after all, and she's referring to these documents which were posted and deleted, and the Midas Touch Network was the first to show these documents
That's
publicly.
it right here. This is what I'm talking about right here. The calendar girls. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. There go Elon Musk. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them. Y'all think if he still had a chance that they would not have released this. They would not have released him. He said, so they blacked all of this out. To measure the children's by entering to rate the children's tightness. There were older men and included Elon. Don Jr., Trump, Ivanka, and Eric were there. Attorney Allen, Dershowitz, and also there Bob Shapiro. Says we were taken in rooms, forced to allow them to. She said I was 13 years old when Donald Trump and Ghislaine Maxwell was also present. Y'all, he not gonna. Do y'all understand? Please hit the like button. Double tap the face of the screen or hit those 3 dots at the top. Support the platform. There's no way on earth it's very heartbreaking. He gotta sit down. I just don't think he gonna make it. If they didn't sit him down immediately, he going to undo himself or escape. But I don't think he have the money to escape. They're gonna have to yeah, let me cover this up. Online complaint report that she was the victim and witness to the XXX trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in California. Is that where the first wife, Robin Leach, clients include Robin Leach, who complainant reported participated in orgies and that some girls went missing. Rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. So that's why he made that golf course into a funeral burial site. He said it was for his first wife. It was for victims as well. They're gonna have to dig up. Yep, Robin Leach from The Rich and Famous. So they're gonna have to eventually dig up. Because this witness says that there were bodies on the ground. And Sasha said that also. These are the files. What are you talking about? These are the files of pressure. They was released today. 3,000 of 3 million was released today. What are you talking about? After, listen, you're not listening with your good ear. After two judges ruled against him yesterday, saying that he gonna have to sit down. The files came out today. These are the files. Revenge Trump after Epstein file dump. They dumped 3 million files today. And it still was about 3 million more. Yes, dig up all the golf course. International, absolutely, Joe. Pressure, you must have been working, baby. Yeah, they had a press conference. That man didn't even want to talk. He was so disgusted. Yeah, and he thought that Don Lemon being arrested was going to occupy everybody. No, 3 million. That's why he was arrested. 3 million files and only 50% was released today. That's a lot of, yeah, but the ones that was released. So are you telling us that the ones that they held on to is worse than this? And they telling us there's bodies buried on the ground? You telling us the kids were auctioned off at Mar-a-Lago? Is that what y'all trying to tell me? And y'all keep saying, is it real? Oh yeah, he gonna have to sit down. It was once they found out that the judge didn't rule in his favor, this shit was released. So they gonna get around the time that he found out that there ain't nothing he can do. Ain't nothing. Jack Smith done tagged his ass. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Jack Smith said he had what he needed to make sure he go to prison. He going to prison. He kept saying that. No, Pressure, you've been gone. Trump guy had a press conference today. What are you talking about? You must have missed the lie. I don't want to mess with that one. Oh no, this ain't about Midas. And hell, Trump tried to sue them too. Where you been, baby? Where you been? Pressure, you gonna have to get a super chat, a super sticker. You gonna have to go.
Another batch of the Epstein files was just released, and you won't believe how many rich white guys are in there.
So this is not just the Midas. No, his whole guy. What's that guy name? The one who, him. He had a whole press conference today. What you talking about? The one who moved Ghislaine Maxwell. Who you talking about? You didn't hear his press conference? He was huffing and puffing and Todd Blanche, yeah. Yeah, Pressure, it was released 9 hours ago, CNN. Yes, sir, where you been? He had to come.
That we know about, that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute, that is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe.
Where's that arrogance? Where's that arrogance? Yesterday, the White House told, tell me who is the Midas touch. Then I would know if you know. But I'm not talking about, that's who I'm watching right now. I'm basing, that's not where I'm basing it from, Pressure. This is just one of the guys that's showing the Epstein files. Everybody pretty much got it. Where you been?
Releasing its remaining documents from the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images, some of the material so explicit you have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
You hear that with your good ear? You just want to be able to say Auntie Fee don't know what she talking about. You just want to say Auntie Fee just be over there feeding them tea sippers anything. Oh, she keep believing that them Epstein files gonna come out. That old lady don't know what she been talking about. What you talking about? Ain't that what they say? Ain't that what that guy be saying? The captain. What we talking about? No, it ain't about just the Midas. The White House had to come out.
Investigation. Deputy Attorney General Todd Bland saying the records will be posted throughout the day, including more than 2,000 videos, more than 180,000 images, some of the material so explicit you have to verify being an adult before you can actually access it.
Well, that's comforting. Good to know our Department of Justice is taking its security cues from online vape shops, because nothing says impenetrable firewall quite like having to click yes. Fun fact.
Ain't that what he say? What we talking about?
Phone. And isn't it nice that our DOJ, which has spent the last year doing everything in their power
shout out to the captain,
pedophile ring, are finally focused on the choke?
I'm sorry. Come on. Can I get back to the other one and then come? I want to hear about Marjorie. Then I'll come back over here. I had to show pressure. What he say? Yeah, this one, that guy right there who said that he.
Save time,
yeah, so that means he'll snitch too, because he tried to act like he had only went over to the Epstein house one time. And he in there too. He in there too. So you halfway snitched. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's hot. Blackburn. Let me go back to that other one, and then I'll come back here. 25 secret settlements. Baby. He never thought it was going to come out.
Taylor Greene is getting her revenge at Donald Trump now that at least 3 million Epstein documents have been released that are absolutely devastating to
Donald
Trump
they was going to come out.
And other right-wing oligarchs who are friends with Donald Trump.
Y'all help me reach my goal.
Justice is withholding at least 3 million more documents from the Epstein files, but the 3 million that have been released, thanks to the pressure of the public force,
he was trying to get a new world order. He was trying to take over Gaza.
Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene has posted the following. Well, based on files released and then deleted, I'd say the odds went up on bombing
blowing up, trying to make Friday, that all be his.
She's referring to these documents, which were posted and
200 million disappeared.
Was the first to show these documents publicly, and then we were the first to call out that the Trump regime deleted these documents. And then after there was
who had a twin brother, the Allen,
exposed the fact that they deleted them, they then put them back up later in the day, and you can check out the document on our Substack.
Well, wait a minute. So yeah, I showed y'all earlier where they had taken some that I saw twin brother somewhere. School principal, all involved. Oh no, I'm gonna say this, y'all. But I'm curious about this Lisa Marie Presley, cause she just all of a sudden had an overdose or something. them calls when Michael was trying to warn people that they was going to try to take him out. And they may even try to drug him. He said this. I saw, maybe I didn't go back. I saw who had.
Because we exposed the fact that they deleted them. They then.
I saw twin brother. Who has a twin? I know they got them twins that's in court right now. Robin Leach, I saw that.
Documents, and then after there was public pressure, because
it said Maxwell was the matter. Linda Kidd, I saw twin brothers. I saw twins. Maybe I need to make that bigger. Who are twins? I saw the Allen. Who name is Allen? And why I can't find 19 was forced to perform. 13-year-old and pregnant. I saw victim. I saw Trump. Y'all, if he knew he was all in them files like this, why did he even bring it up? I saw.
We exposed the fact that they deleted them. They then put them back up later in the day.
So these are the names that. Let me make it smaller. It's too big. Thank you, Ann. I saw the name Allen, and I saw twins. Now I can't find where I saw. There go that little girl. There was a high-profile individual involved in her sex trafficking and the murder and disposal of her newborn daughter. Y'all, can y'all imagine these kids going through all of this? Como, and that the school wanted her to testify and say things against Andrew Como. Caller reported that in 1987, her friend, victim one, was out drinking and ended up at Trump Plaza. Victim one saw Donald Trump and wanted to meet him, and the unknown man approached her and introduced Trump, and the unknown man gave victim one a drink, and the victim one woke up naked, and so that's that Diddy stuff with $300 on the bed. Wow. Y'all remember that video? T-Sippers, y'all remember that video of Diddy and Trump? And I told you it looked like he was interviewing. And Trump, I said, let him in to his organized crime. And this is why he was thinking that. Thank you, Ann. NC. Allen, and open it right there. Oh, you saw it? You saw it, D? Allen. So it's on this one? Dang it, why I can't see it no more? It's on here? Now I'm looking for where it says the twins. Yes, it says Allen and Oren. Oh! So it did. Them Alexander brothers. That's why, baby, you already know where I was going with it. Didn't I tell y'all the other day that we was going to have to follow them Alexander brothers? Spec, didn't I tell you the texture feels the same? Didn't I tell you? Which column is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which column is it in? Because now I can't see it. I don't know where it's at. I told you my eyes was going bad. Which column? When I saw twins, that's exactly where I was going. Time in the pack, baby. Baby. Didn't I tell you when we was listening to what was going on in court? Hey, Ron, can you make it bigger? Okay. Oh, it's on. When what was I finna say? That the texture of it was when I said that what happened in the judge and the witness was tampered and changed, I said that sound like Diddy. That sound like Diddy. Scroll up. I can't scroll up. This one is not a scroll up, so it must be on another page. You it's on this one. I can make it bigger, but I can't scroll up. Diddy baby. Oh. I thought it was down here somewhere, but I saw. Or maybe it's on the next page. Maybe he. Hold on.
And you can check out the document on. Documents which were posted and deleted, and the Midas Touch Network was the first to show these
There, it was on this one. It was on this one. Allen, Attorney Allen. Is this one? Is this it? No. It wasn't this one.
documents publicly, and then we were the first to call out that the Trump.
Okay, there go Bill Clinton. There you go right there. Twin brothers. There you go. Victoria's Secret models. Allen and Oren. Twin brothers. See, you gotta have your good eye. So what are you talking about? Okay. 35 years ago, New Jersey, a friend told Alexis that this is when Trump hit her in a he hit physical assault. She allegedly bit President Trump while performing, and a friend was allegedly hit after she laughed about the biting. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. Here come Florida. Y'all remember with Trump? Y'all remember now when Diddy, I said they fired Comey because next was coming was Florida. Y'all remember I said that? I said, did y'all not notice that Florida was not covered? Florida was not mentioned. So where y'all was asking about where all the kids and stuff was, that's coming with Florida. And then it was going to hit Epstein,
these documents, and
Epstein, Ghislaine, and Trump, and Diddy.
After there was public pressure because we exposed.
Because they never covered Florida. Y'all remember me telling y'all that? Florida was coming, baby. And so these twin brothers, they have a case in Florida and a case in NYC in New York. Them brothers is tied because they real estate. They remember they was brokers. I kept saying, escape back downstairs. They go Tile. They go that Tile, the other brother, 8 to 14. Yep, they tied. They tied to Trump now. So next we need to see them 3 brothers. Yep. I just said last week or earlier this week we was gonna have they trial started just started. And then who gonna be next is them Romanians. And maybe once they tap into them Romania, that's when Erika Kirk and them Romanian angels. Okay, so they said on one occasion, Collar reported she was SA'd by Epstein. On another occasion, 2 twin brothers, Alan and Aaron, lured Collar and her friend upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Collar stated Aaron, her best friend, and the 3rd brother, Tyle, 8, the 14-year-old. The 14-year-old named. Oh, that's when they went in there and took them names out. When they released it earlier, the names was there. In a big orgy party with her, other young girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. But see, on this one, they also had and older Victoria's Secret models. The minors looked like they was touched by them twins. Ooh. That's why yesterday I told you Bill Clinton earlier. I said Bill Clinton said, dog, you talk. You talk first, then I talk.
After there was public pressure because we exposed the fact that they deleted them, they then put them back up later in the day, and you can check out the document on our Substack, MidasPlus.com. Go and check it out right now.
At the
Here's
auction.
what we posted earlier in the day.
When Trump was auctioning.
Epstein Files production features numerous allegations made against Donald Trump and others. Then you take a look at what some of these allegations were, and they are heinous. It says, redacted reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend said she was also abused by Epstein. Another person says, Jane Doe. These are all allegations, by the way. I'm not saying they're corroborated, but these are in the files. They are these allegations, whether they're corroborated or not corroborated. And then the DOJ deleted it and then put it back up. Jane Doe reported that she has a friend, Jane Doe, who was a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 1986 until 1991 or 1992. This friend shared the names of some guests of Epstein parties, to include Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Next one. At age 16, while modeling, Caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, Caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. Then it says, on another occasion, 2 twin brothers, she said, lured her. And there's this email right here. Donald Trump, the president, had parties at Mar-a-Lago called Calendar Girls. Jeffrey Epstein would bring the children in and Trump would auction them off. These allegations state he measured the children's vulva and vaginas by entering. I mean, it's really horrific stuff in here. You can go and read them on MidasPlus.com. And then there's another email right here sent between the FBI agents. And these are FBI agent emails to other FBI agents, including the following allegations.
FBI agents.
Regarding Epstein's cellmate interview. So these have something to do with a cellmate interview. Hello, please see below.
Cellmate interview.
And this comes from cellmate interview. Epstein's cellmate interview. So these have something to do with a cellmate interview. Hello, please see below for summaries. And this comes from cellmate interviews. And here's what was said about Donald Trump. Jane Doe stated Epstein introduced her to Trump, who subsequently forced her head down his exposed penis, which is subsequently bit. In response, Trump punched her in the head and kicked her out. Another one, another allegation. Jane Doe remembers Epstein introduced her to Trump saying, "This is a good one, huh?" And Trump responded, "Yeah." There's also in these files that were released, I'll pull it open right here, what's called an FBI 302 report. This is a witness interview with FBI agents. Here's what it says. Jane Doe never dated Donald Trump. Maxwell took Jane Doe to a party in New York. Maxwell seemed very excited that there would be a lot of great men for Jane Doe to meet. Jane Doe felt that Maxwell presented her and gave a rundown of so-and-so's accolades, similar to a CV. Maxwell presented Jane Doe to Trump, and they had a conversation for approximately 20 minutes. Jane Doe was invited to Mar-a-Lago, where she was given a tour by Trump with Epstein and Maxwell present. Nothing happened between Jane Doe and Trump. By the things that Maxwell said, it was made clear that so-and-so was available. Maxwell said things like, "Oh, I think he likes you. Aren't you lucky? This is great." There was an article that came out with Jane Doe and Trump. Jane Doe thought she was around 22 years old. Jane Doe was given suggestions on things to wear. Maxwell said things like, "Oh, he'll like that. He doesn't like that." It was set up very much like how Maxwell introduced others to Epstein. And then Jane Doe said she feared Maxwell. She viewed Maxwell as sociopathic, and she feared Maxwell could kill her if Maxwell was not convicted. More from Marjorie Taylor Greene right here. She posted this video of herself dropping the following bombshells on Trump, and also saying that she believed that Epstein, that in the files it would show that Epstein had links to the Mossad. In Israel, here, play this clip.
Let's talk about the Epstein files. The real information has not
We watched
come
this
out.
yesterday.
We've been told so many lies on this. There were only 4 Republicans, 4 of us, that really fought to get them released, signed the discharge petition, went against the White House, and we were all threatened, and you all saw what happened to me. Finally, Donald Trump called me a traitor. He told me that his friends would get hurt. And to me, I'm like, I don't know why you would be friends with anyone that would do this to women and teenage girls. The Epstein files need to come out. They're breaking the law that Donald Trump signed. And so if the administration doesn't release it all, I can't imagine why anybody would vote for Republicans. To me, it's like a line in the sand. And I think it's that way for a lot of people.
Why do you think they're hiding them?
I think it's because it protects some of the most rich, powerful people. I think we know Jeffrey Epstein was definitely some sort of part of the intelligence state. I think we know he was working with Israel. He was working closely with Israel, former prime minister of Israel. And I think these are the dirty parts of government and the powers that be that they don't want the American people to know about. Sadly, I don't. Against the White House.
Now, I honestly think that when we was listening to them talking about the judges and feeling that the witness intimidation and got 10 21 night, I think that's when Trump and Marjorie MGT was going back and forth, and he was threatening her and all of that. I think she is a factor, because it's interesting to me that this came out last night, because I started watching it. We started watching this. I think we watched this, and last night is when he found out that the judge said no.
Signed the discharge petition, went against the White House, and we were all threatened, and you all saw what happened to me. Finally, Donald Trump called me a traitor. He told me that his friends would get hurt. And to me, I'm like, I don't know why you would be friends with anyone that would do this to women and teenage girls. The Epstein files need to come out. They're breaking the law that Donald Trump signed. And so if the administration doesn't release it all, I can't imagine why anybody would vote for Republicans. To me, it's like a line in the sand. And I think it's that way for a lot of people.
Why do you think
I don't know what you mean.
them?
I think it's because it protects some of the most rich, powerful people. I think we know Jeffrey Epstein was definitely some sort of part of the intelligence state. I think we know he was working with Israel. He was working closely with Israel, former prime minister of Israel. And I think these are the dirty parts of government.
Thank you, Blast, for the high five.
That they don't want the American people to know about. Sadly, I don't think it'll come out.
And we did see in the files that were released the fact that Epstein was emailing the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, saying that Epstein had a meeting with the leaders of Qatar, and if Ehud Barak could let them know, and then Epstein did a smile face emoji, that he was not a member of the Mossad, and then he did like smiley face emoji, like he was being sarcastic. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is...
And for the record, what, a week or so ago, I think Trump went after Ben, his law firm, and started mentioned him in one of his rants. Mentioned, yeah, he practiced law. Let's go.
Getting her final revenge on Donald Trump right now and talking about the broader cabal right here. I mean, take a look at this exchange, as Sarah Longwell writes, where Epstein appears to be coaching Steve Bannon on language that allows Trump to be seen in total control. This appears in different times throughout the files that were released. Epstein's name is redacted in one and Bannon seems to be in another. So the redactions were done very sloppy here. And talking about the Trump cabal here, Elon Musk sent the following in an actual email to Epstein.
Don't wear these.
And for the record, y'all remember Bannon was crying and on the podium about a month and a half ago saying, we gotta win the midterms. We gotta win. If we don't win the midterms, a lot of you, we're going to prison. A lot of y'all are going to prison, including me. Y'all remember that? He was standing at that podium. We got to. Yeah, and when they started the process of the Trump Towers, he tried to incite a riot by telling them folk to go over there too. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the Sundays. Thank you. Bless. Yeah, and he tried Bannon, the same Bannon. Now, Bannon is also who Mark Epstein, who now is asking for, remember, he's asking for the autopsy of his brother. Y'all remember that? All of this stuff started happening around the same time. So once Jack came out walking like he was the man on The Untouchables, when he walked into the courtroom, y'all think I'm crazy, but this is the stuff I tried to tell y'all. Yeah, he walked in there all calm, cool, and collected. You can say what you want to say. You can throw these blows. You can question me all you want to, because you know you in the Epstein files too. And wanted to wink his eye at him. And then he had that conversion, diversion in the court where they called it a witness stand, but on the floor. And that guy came in there like he was Malcolm X, trying to extend his hand. I told you about keeping your head. Did I tell you about, and tried to start that fight. Yeah. And then remember I told y'all, look at the one up there on his phone while they're diverging. Look at him scared. He was scared, Jack. Jack. Y'all listen. Y'all know I went all day without eating. And then my greedy ass, I went all day. And then I went to the Cheesecake Factory. And look, that's why I'm up here laughing and giggling and shit. I said, look at it. Scared. He don't know what to do. Y'all should have never had that man in there who got pardoned for the insurrection. He tore up the White House, the Capitol. Why would y'all have him in there? But that was a diversion to start some mess. All of this stuff was going on. All of this. I said, y'all better pay attention. Stay woke. Stay woke. Y'all remember that? It's shit funny to me now. Because I can see clearly now the fog is gone. Oh, yeah, their asses is in trouble. Bannon was the one that Mark said, as Bannon do Putin Do Putin still have that picture of Trump, Donnie? He said Donnie. I guess that's his, his in the closet name, Donika. Does Donnie still have that picture? Putin. Yeah, cause that mean Epstein was leaking shit to Putin. Yes, indeed. do Don ask Bannon, do Putin still have that picture of Donnie blowing bubble? So now he back cool with old Donnie boy, and he up there crying now, saying, if we don't win a return, a lot of you are going to prison, including me. Bondi and Noah about to go. About to go under the bus. Yesterday. Yesterday, Pressure. He told them they had that White House meeting. He silenced them, told them to shut up. Don't say nothing. Bondi didn't say a word. Didn't say a humbling word. Nor Noah. They was quiet as a church house mouse. Looking like they was paying attention. Didn't have nothing smart to say. He said, you better not open your mouth. We need to see if we can still work this out. Tell them that we pulling out of Minnesota and that we made a mistake. Hush. You better not open your motherfucking mouth. When I saw that, I said, she not gonna say nothing? You mean she can shut up? She humbled herself. Big Daddy said, shut up. Because you know Auntie Fee got a picture of you when you was at one of these parties. I told y'all she was in them Epstein files. They took that video. They didn't say why. They said, you're not in trouble. We not gonna strike you. But we gotta get this video from you, Auntie Fee. I'm so tickled. I said, okay. So, see, this is what I was saying to myself. I ain't saying it to y'all. I didn't mention it to y'all until yesterday. I mentioned it to y'all yesterday when I saw what was going on. I said, okay. They didn't give me an opportunity to appeal or nothing. It was the strangest shit I seen since I hit on YouTube. You said, oh, no, dog. We got, no, dog. You you put that picture of her and Trump on your thumbnail. Nah, get it. No, Auntie Fee. Yeah, nah, dog. Yeah. Yeah, damn it. I gotta keep my eye on you. Yes, that picture. Y'all remember the picture? Y'all, I started sizing them up, but I kept saying, look at this old picture. Y'all remember that? And I said, look, and I merged them together. And I looked at her eyes. I said, y'all, look at them eyes. Oh, yeah, that's her. Do I need to go into my archives? Let me show y'all what picture I'm talking about. What you talking about? Look at Candace. Hello, what we talking about? Yeah. I started putting them young picture and the new picture, and I said, oh, hell yeah. That's her. Baby. They said, Auntie Fee. Ain't gonna be able to let you do that, dog. You good. You ain't in. Yeah, no. That one. They said this chick is bold as hell. She done put us on a thumbnail. You said what? I send you. What you say, Ron? I'm looking on here. I got a bunch of diamonds. Is that what? Yeah, send me some diamonds. Send me some gems. You can send me some gems, baby, because I've been telling y'all the tea is hot. Ain't that her? So I had it on my thumbnail. They said, "Nah, Auntie Fee, give me that. You got to give me that. You got to give me that." And that's when I said, "Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay." So then I ain't have to wonder no more. Did he know her from back in the day? Why else would they take my video and say you good, but nah, dog. That you ain't do nothing wrong. You can't appeal nothing. No, just give me that. You too deep. And so in other words, you too deep. Auntie Fee, you that damn deep. Yeah. So yesterday he told her, you better not say motherfucking, you better not open your mouth. What you trying to get done? Okay, Ron. So that's why, Ron, that's why I was saying if you've been around for a while, you know what you was asking me. You would already know, because this type shit here, I've been on this. The T-Sippers, we've been on it. Auntie Fee, you gonna leave that picture up? The hell yeah. Hell, they y'all got me on all this sugar. I was on this all day. But I tell y'all one thing. Y'all ain't heard me holler out about my leg hurting. Because I got this heat on it right now, baby. And this heat, new go. He said new go. Okay, new go. Let's go. New go. The tea is hot, baby. Y'all better thank Spec, because I was finna end this bad, baby. He said, no, Auntie Fee, you rolling. There we go. Oh, I don't think I did it long enough. I think I did 30 minutes. There's a gift box on your phone. Tap the gift box. Yeah, it's the gift box. Thank you, Denise. Let's go. Y'all, I'm going to leave this picture of baby, because they took it.
All right here. I mean, take a look
Let me go back.
in the files that were released. The fact that Epstein was emailing the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, saying that Epstein had a meeting with the leaders of Qatar.
And that's the one.
And if Ehud Barak
And that's
could
the
let
one
them know,
who did
and
Virginia.
then Epstein did a smile face emoji that he was not a member of the Mossad, and then he did like smiley face emoji, like he was being sarcastic. So Marjorie Taylor Greene is getting her final revenge on Donald Trump right now, and talking about the broader cabal right here. I mean, take a look at this exchange, as Sarah Longwell writes, where Epstein appears to be coaching Steve Bannon on language that allows Trump to be seen in total control. This appears in different times throughout the files that were released. Epstein's name is redacted in one and Bannon seems to be in another. So the redactions were done very sloppy here. And talking about the Trump cabal here, Elon Musk sent the following in an actual email to Epstein. What day night will be the wildest party on your island? This is a real email from Elon Musk to Jeffrey Epstein. What day night will be the wildest party on your island? So remember, Elon Musk is like, oh, I would never visit that. Also, you have this tweet
they never
by
thought it
Elon
was going to
Musk
come out,
addressing
y'all.
allegations that Jeffrey Epstein
He went
toward
too far.
SpaceX appears to be a lie. Back on July 4th of 2020, Elon Musk writes,
Big
to
pimpin'.
the best of our knowledge, he never toured SpaceX. But we have this email right here of Jeffrey Epstein telling Elon Musk, thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas.
If he's still
Then
alive.
Elon Musk goes, Jeffrey Epstein telling Elon Musk, on July 4th of 2020, Elon Musk writes, to the best of our knowledge, he never toured SpaceX. But we have this email right here of Jeffrey Epstein telling Elon Musk, thanks for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. And then Elon Musk goes, I see, smiley face emoji right there.
Big
and then there's a
pimpin'.
lot of other, in a 2012 email chain, Kimball Musk, the brother of Elon Musk, was warned not to harm Jeffrey Epstein's girl, identified as Jennifer, and Kimball responds by agreeing and says he's enjoying the time with her. Or here you have
Don't
Epstein
hurt him.
talking to the New York Giants football team owner, Steve Tisch, about setting him up with a girl, then asking him to accompany him on a walk with the Jets owner.
Baby, the files are out. But there's still 3 million? What he mean don't hurt her? Don't hurt her is warned not to harm Jeffrey Epstein's girls. A girl. Oh, wow.
Enjoying the time with her. Or here you have Epstein talking to the New York Giants football team owner, Steve Tisch, about setting him up with a girl, then asking him to accompany him on a walk with Jets owner, Woody Johnson right there. And they're talking about a young Ukrainian girl, and whether she's a pro or a civilian, and whether she's...
Pressure, since you didn't know about the files, did you know... Did you hear about Bill Gates? He gave his wife a gift. Did you hear about that, Pressure? You know about the gift. Oh, okay. Bought a little treat back from the Epstein Island. A care package.
Woody Johnson right there. And they're talking about a young Ukrainian girl, and whether she's...
What part you having a hard time? Are you trying to send me some gems? Let me help you out. Give him an opportunity to hit the like button, cause this is about to, cause I'm about to shift gears in a minute. Hold on, let me go over here and show you. I'm gonna show you. Baby, this tea is hot. Oh, are you on a phone or are you on your computer? Ron, are you on your phone or are you on your computer? Yeah, no, I'm laughing at them. Are you on your phone or are you on your computer? Because if you're on your phone, it would be easier for me to show you. Oh, yeah, I'm laughing at them. On your phone. Okay, hold on. I'm laughing because I went all day. I'm telling you, once, oh, man, Daryl. Once I got notification early this morning that Dawn was in, and I've been, once I signed on, I've been going. And I ain't even eat. So hold on, let me show you. So I'm tickled because once I got off was when I ate. Right before I came on, I sat there and ate all that sugar. I ate all that sugar, all that cheesecake. Hell, and I'm giggling because it's funny, one. And two, because I'm on this sugar. I went all day without eating, and then I'm eating a damn lemon meringue cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory. I'm just tickled. No, what is this? Okay. You see, Lord, Auntie Fee, I can't hold it up right. What am I doing? You see this little gift box right here? You see that little gift box? Auntie Fee, if you, child, what's wrong with you? Set it down. Okay. Now pick up this one. I'm having a remit. Okay, so right here. Now, if you want to, and then you start seeing all this right here. And then you hit which one you want one time. And then you hit it again. And if you don't have a card on file, it's going to ask you for your card stuff. So you tap it one time, and then it gives you an opportunity to decide, is this what you want to do? And then you tap it again. And then it'll take you where you can send it. Is that going to help you? That box right there. Ooh, I don't want to show you all that. Let's bring it on back. Mess around and see some shit you ain't supposed to see. Auntie P, you so goofy. Don't feed me no, see, and when you start, it's spinning around when you first come on, so it's telling you. Now, if you want to do a super chat or super sticker, you hit the $ one. And then that's where it tells you super chat, membership. You want to get your membership, so you always get the tea. That's how you get to the super chat and super stickers and the membership. So the $ is the membership, super chat, super stickers. And then the gifts are the gems. Did that help you, precious? I hope they helped you. And you old trifling ass. Boy, you gone. Oh, I'm sorry if anybody think they ain't finna line your ass up. Give you a number for you to take. You getting a mugshot this time, damn it. And Bubba and them gonna be waiting. They said, oh, shit. And you hipped it too? Let's go. Let's go. Y'all still ain't hit the like button.
And whether she's a working girl. In a different email, Epstein followed up with Tish after he'd connected with one of the women. Report just in, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She's a little freaked by the age for the tour. You would have had fun at Christmas. And then Elon Musk goes, I see, smiley face emoji right there. And then there's a lot of other horrific. In a 2012 email chain, Kimball Musk, the brother of Elon Musk, was warned not to harm Jeffrey Epstein's girl, identified as Jennifer, and Kimball responds by agreeing and says he's enjoying the time with her. Or here you have Epstein talking to the New York Giants football team owner, Steve Tisch, about setting him up with a girl, then asking him to accompany him on a walk with Jets owner Woody Johnson right there. And they're talking about a young Ukrainian girl, and whether she's a pro or a civilian, and whether she's a working girl. In a different email, Epstein followed up with Tish after he'd connected with one of the women. Report just in, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She's a little freaked by the age difference, but go slow. I will try to convince her not to return to Ukraine, having her crying at work. Also, I'll do another video on this. Howard Lutnick, who's very hot.
Having her crying at work? Ukraine.
Woman. Report just in, you did very well. She wants to go to the play. She's a little freaked by the age difference, but go slow. I will try to convince her not to return to Ukraine, having her crying at work. Also, I'll do another video on this. Howard Lutnick, who's very high up, is the Commerce Secretary. He's like all over these files, by the way. And as Sarah Longwell says, seems like the Trump administration has decided on their fall guy. You have Howard Lutnick and Epstein seeking each other's
a fall guy.
Advice on who a nanny is, a resume for Lutnick's nanny. There are messages about Lutnick going to the island. There's messages about Epstein giving $50,000 for an award that Lutnick received. So seems right now you have Marjorie Taylor Greene having the last laugh, and she's declaring her final revenge of Donald Trump. Keep you posted every step of the way. Let me know what you think.
Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you, cause the Farwells, they coming up. Charlie Kirk, I don't know. I feel like the ghost of Epstein is helping right now. Plus, I feel like the ghost of what's his name, Charlie Kirk. Cause somebody be giving Candace all the info. When I tell you all the info, somebody giving her all the info. We finna chime on in over there. Let us, yeah. I'm here now. Let's go. Let's see what she talking about. Y'all know I typically don't like to mix these, but I'm gonna have to separate. 47 want to make Lutnick Federal Reserve. I'm telling you, he was calling himself trying to duplicate the Rothschilds. He wanted to do away with the IRS. He wanted to do away with the reserves, that Trump account. Y'all remember I was like, y'all gonna put y'all money, y'all believing y'all gonna get this Owens man, y'all no. And he gon' no, don't do it. They all laughing at everybody. Erika, Charlie's still here. This girl done put traces and shit on the planes, and she said, "I'm gonna been to Fort Huachuca, and somebody saw Erika and the blue eyes, and the planes wasn't following Charlie; they was following her." And yeah, baby, Charlie was sending this girl intel, sending her what he discovered in her dreams. And she said, "I have a dream like MLK." Boy, are you all over my dreams? Keep your eye on a Bahala. Let's go. Let's see what she's talking about.
Journey today. You know, it's going to be a good episode when I start that way. I'm looking at everything. The pieces are coming together. I'm asking myself, you're asking yourselves, is this a scam of biblical proportions? Emphasis on the biblical, because from the very beginning of this investigation, I always said there was something wrong with Turning Point Faith. That's when Turning Point made a turning point, so to speak. It feels a bit psyopy, like a psychological operation, almost as though faith is being intentionally hijacked. Dr. Frank Turk, by the way, went on another rant about me. He's getting to sound a little bit like Bobby Boucher's mom, if you guys have seen Waterboy. Everything is the devil. Candace Owens is the devil. He says I'm Satan because I'm confusing. It's just crazy.
That's Satan right here. That's why he like that red shit on his face.
That is confusing people in this moment. Now, before we get into Frank Turek, I first have to share with you a very scary story. Something that happened the day after Charlie's memorial. And yes, it's going to include another text message from him, this time sent on September 9th. So, welcome back to Candace.
Ooh, come on, girlfriend. I thought she was going to say, and it came to me in my dream.
We're Maurice's. And
I have a dream
that style
that before it's over, I'ma solve out the mystery.
You know, Turning Point has a lot of money, enough money to have not just a PR person, but then to have an entire orbit of people who are being paid to push their talking points, like Paramount Tactical. They also have a crisis PR team. I was told that actually by Erika. They hired a crisis PR team because, you know, Andrew had made all those mistakes. But I have to say, all of those people appear to be in struggle city at this moment. They are struggling to come up with a way to explain a way to explain the calls that we saw, the Zoom calls that we shared, the laughter, the smiling. They're wondering how exactly they can go about gaslighting the public into believing that all of that is perfectly normal 5.5 days after your husband was publicly executed in front of the world, which is why I want to shout out the Daily Mail, okay? Because no one has been working harder than the Daily Mail to invert reality. And I gotta tell you, this was a difficult one for them. It was not easy. But they did their best with this article. Check out this headline. The definitive truth about Erika Kirk's tears, the leather pants, and her new fortune as Candace Owens drops, quote-unquote, giggling phone call in wake of Charlie's death. Well, it's the definitive truth. Look no further. Nothing says I'm the truth. Quite like when a journalist comes out and says it, right? It could be nothing else. No way this is going to be a lie. So definitive. You don't have to look any further.
Oh,
Here's
yeah,
what the
them
article
files
says.
was
This
out,
is
baby.
amazing. This is funny. This will lighten your mood. Quote, the Daily Mail has spoken with several experts on grief and so-called grief policing about the recent obsession that many Americans have developed with Kirk's behavior as a new widow. Love that already. Love that we have a term, grief policing. I love that you can always rely on a new psychological phenomena to be spun out by the media. The problem is actually you guys for noticing. And then it says, and as her critics will likely be disappointed to learn, those experts say judgments about Kirk reveal less about her true state of mind, and much more about the broader national discomfort with death, especially the kind of violent, widely broadcast killing that took her husband down. Quote, this is the quote from an expert, guys. It reflects our mourning avoidant, emotion-phobic culture where people tend to make all sorts of quick, uninformed judgments about how people are supposed to grieve, says Dr. Alan Wolfelt, a Colorado-based death educator and grief counselor. Shout out to Dr. Alan, because this is a tough job. And he's saying a lot of words. He's doing what he's learned at school. It's just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah. The abracalabradocious abracadabra, abracadabra, ism is what everyone's suffering from. Anyways, it goes on the article, the experts, so step aside, losers, the experts are here.
Oh my God!
Alan Wolfelt, a Colorado-based death educator and grief counselor. Shout out to Dr. Allen, because this is a tough job. And he's saying a lot of words. He's doing what he's learned at school. It's just say a bunch of words, call people a bunch of names. He's like, this is supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeah. The ism, the abracalabradocious abracadabra, abracadabra, ism is what everyone's suffering from. Anyways, it goes on the article, the experts, step aside, losers, the experts are here. The experts that the Daily Mail spoke to were quick to note that Kirk has been an easy target for people who don't share her or her late husband's staunch political or religious views. There is, they said, also an aspect of sexism at play. Another quote, another therapist. This guy says, widows are uniquely grief policed. Their appearance, their tone, and behavior, said LA grief therapist Bidwell Smith. Okay, Bidwell. He says there's this cultural belief that a good widow should look really collapsed and devastated, but grief is not a performance and survival is not a moral failure. When grieving, people can hyperfunction, as Kirk has appeared to do. People throw a lot of negative judgment on that, thinking that they feel nothing, when internally, privately, they may be collapsing and not really show it, Bidwell Smith added. Dr. Wolfe similarly suspects that Kirk's insistence on getting up and getting dressed and putting on makeup and fighting for something she believes in every day is a classic emotional survival tactic. And so first I want to say, that's amazing. When I actually thought about that, when they're like, the problem is you and you guys are sexist, is first and foremost, it was the women that came out first and said, I don't like this for some reason. I want to remind you of that. Secondly, I had to go backward in my own mind because I'm close to this situation. And I was like, maybe there is some objective sexism here. Let me think about that. And then I remembered another death that deeply impacted the entire world. Literally, I did not know this man, never met this man, and felt like I knew him, and I boo-hoo cried in my bed when Kobe Bryant died in the helicopter. I remember this day, like exactly where I was.
That's another
crying
name that better not come
hysterically,
up in there.
I was a huge Lakers fan growing up, and I just always admired Kobe Bryant. This is before I was Catholic. He's Catholic. And I never, for a single second, do I remember the conversation being about his wife being inappropriate. In fact, there was a memorial. What didn't happen 11 days later. It happened a month later. And
that's what I was saying earlier. I think that they knew how deep this shit was. There's a possibility because Candace, I mean, she be her tips be like she right off in there. She be knowing everything. So I think now I'm thinking just like the ghost of Jeffrey in Israel. I think they in hiding. They made something when they was talking, when that video about court, they got people that's in hiding from the threats. And I think that there's a possibility that hell they may be in hiding. They had that plane crash over the weekend from Houston that's tied to the immigrants at law firm. I think it's all connected. I think people are in hiding. I mean, we didn't see no funeral. It wasn't, the right blood wasn't there. Yeah. And Epstein brothers asking if he really is dead. They finna exhume his body. But they really are saying, I thought I took a picture of that body is, they say there's a possibility that they swapped out bodies because everybody said that Hillary Clinton brother looked like Epstein, and that what gave it away was the hook in the nose, because Epstein didn't have that hook in the nose. Yeah, let me look for it while she talking. I can't. Let me hear. Okay. I don't know, Pressure. I'm thinking no right now.
There were no fireworks. There were no pyrotechnics. There were. She was aggrieved, and I went back and I listened to this speech, and I had to stop watching it.
Oh, you know about the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Parts of Kobe that no one could know other than his wife when she spoke about her daughter. And I had to go backward in my own mind because I'm close to this situation. And I was like, maybe there is some objective sexism here. Let me think about that. And then I remembered another death that deeply impacted the entire world. Literally, I did not know this man, never met this man, and felt like I knew him. And I boo-hoo cried in my bed when Kobe Bryant died in the helicopter. I remember this day. Like exactly where I was, crying hysterically because I was a huge Lakers fan growing up, and I just always admired Kobe Bryant. This was before I was Catholic. He's Catholic. And I never for a single second do I remember the conversation being about his wife being inappropriate. In fact, there was a memorial. What didn't happen 11 days later, it happened a month later, and it was, there were no fireworks, there were no pyrotechnics, there were, she was aggrieved, and I went back and I listened to this speech, and I had to stop watching it because I almost cried again. It was a eulogy. It was parts of Kobe that no one could know other than his wife, when she spoke about her daughter and what she would never get to experience because her daughter was now gone. She spoke about not being able to be at her wedding. I mean, it's I can't even talk about it because it was, again, you should challenge yourself to go watch that speech. You should go watch Vanessa's speech at the memorial, and see if you recognize some differences, because I realized that I was so traumatized by Charlie's, I actually wasn't being objective. I wasn't being objective. And realizing these things early on that I think some of the public was recognizing right away. And something else that is interesting about Vanessa is she went through the anger period. Vanessa was suing everybody. She was suing people who released the photos. She was suing the helicopter company, even though the guy who ran the company was actually the one flying the plane. He died. I actually remember thinking, wow, like I personally thought this is not going to bring him back, but I understood that phase of anger. She was angry at the sheriff's department. Like, you knew what time it was. Like, talk about an investigation. She was doing that. Nobody was invited into her home, least of all the New York Times. And when she gave her first interview, just so you know, that wasn't until 4 months later in April. And they were not invited into her home. And it was because she was accepting, on behalf of Kobe, him being inducted into the Hall of Fame. So I just wanted to give you some compare and contrast, because the sexism thing is completely ridiculous. And you could just completely sidestep that. And another thing that I wanted to point out as I was kind of examining that was I went back and I went, wow, this speech is so beautiful, and I'm learning so much about who Kobe was, because to me, he was a basketball player, and he was a leader, and I love that he spoke different languages, and there were so many things I loved about Kobe. I just thought he was brilliant, but I didn't know him, and when she's giving all of these examples and the things that he would do around the house and who he was and who they were, by the end of that, felt like I knew Kobe behind the scenes, and then I sort of went back and I revisited and just read the transcript of Erika's speech, and I am actually, in retrospect, quite amazed by how much was really about Turning Point USA and what was going to happen going forward. Mm-hmm. And you don't actually, when you read the transcript, learn anything about Charlie other than Turning Point USA and what's going to happen going forward. Even in the first speech that she gave next to his chair, she talks about Turning Point USA and what we can do for the organization, right? As if comparing it, if Vanessa got up and said, here's what you can do for the Lakers organization today. Here is what the Lakers are going to do. Lakers 2.0, here's the Lakers. This is what Kobe loved to play basketball, and here's what you can do for the sport of basketball. I think that is the reason people were immediately off-put, because it wasn't a eulogy. It wasn't speaking about those parts and those pieces of him. Watching it in retrospect was something different. And I'm going to let you listen to, again, this piece about Turning Point USA. What was this, 36 hours after Charlie was assassinated? Maybe it was 48 hours after he was assassinated. Take a listen.
My favorite too, but my husband's favorite word in the English language was earn.
Earn.
Design the perfect voice for your brand.
Earn.
He would call all of you to be people of action who earn the future America deserves. So to all of the young people who felt inspired by my husband's faith and hard work, all of you already know what Charlie would want you to do. You know.
You know.
You know.
What you mean, you know?
If you're in high school or if you're in college, go find your local Turning Point USA chapter. Join it. Stay involved. He wants you to make a difference. And you can. You can. The movement's not going anywhere. And it will only grow stronger when you join it. If there isn't a chapter, you can't find one, then start one. There is no excuse. You can start one. And as my husband used to say in this room, every single day, if you want to get involved, the best way you can do that is going to tpusa.com. That's what he would say every day from this chair. Crazy. Every single day. I watched his show every day, and he would always say, if you want to get involved, go to tpusa.com. If you're a pastor, join our movement at TPUSA Faith. And if you're a parent, I highly recommend that you come to America Fest in December, sign up right now for that,
Well, we
because
saw
we would love
Charlie.
to see
He
you.
a
I
security
would love to see
guard.
you.
Pressure, what you talking about?
Charlie would. He'll be there. He'll be there in spirit.
That's 3 web addresses. Here's how you can sign up. Here's what you can do. And I now, in retrospect, I don't know. I'm at a loss for words. And then it's the same thing with the speech. It's a lot about Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA, as if that's just who he was. Like, there was no person other than a business. And I'm telling you that because I now want to pivot into telling you, I think, kind of a scary story heading into the weekend. A little terrifying story, maybe because I'm a little biased here, okay, Catholic, and this just disturbs me a little bit more. And I promise, I'm wearing this sweatshirt. I told the priest I would chill. We had somebody message us and say, you should be making these sweatshirts. And it's real. I do actually, like, I'm being always sincere when I say that. But this is a story that involves a priest, and I promise after this, I'm going to chill for the weekend because I think this story is so crazy. I need time to process it because, again, it involves Catholics, and we're up. Sorry, guys. It brings me no pleasure to report. So Catholics, if you're watching, take a listen. I got an email from a woman, Catholic woman, back in October, and the email did not sit right with me spiritually. There was a lot going on, though. I was obviously in survival mode mentally. I flagged the email. I filed it away in this inbox that I need to address this later. It's important. And I then decided to revisit it and to respond to the woman and to process what it was that had initially disturbed me. Now I'm going to read you this email, and I am going to protect information of people today. I'm not going to be giving out any names.
Think Charlie really gone?
Because it doesn't actually
Candace
change the
should
story.
know better. Now Charlie has
this
to
person
protect his family. I don't think he has to protect his family.
Thank you, and may God bless you and protect you for everything that you do. I pray for you every day, and I thank God for you bringing the light of truth and Christ to this world. I attended the memorial.
No, I don't. I think her family was the people that were a part of her cult with the remaining angels before Charlie, the Liberty Church with the Farwells, and I think that I don't necessarily think that Charlie, right now, I don't think that he was a part of the sex cult stuff. I really don't. And yesterday when she made mention that Tyler Boyer and Erika, they went to college together. Yeah, they family know each other. That Tyler Boyer, Liberty, the McCoys. No. I think that she was a mold. I think she has been groomed. I think she was a part of, if they research enough, she's probably in the Epstein files. And her mom is a part of, so when you say, I think Erika was protecting her family and her friends, and she was sent to Charlie to be a mold. I think Charlie figured out they was gonna kill him. Because ain't nowhere in the world I can know that pro-Israel was gonna take my husband out and was threatening my husband. And even if they didn't take him out, he thought that they was, and I'ma still be down with them. She's bonded homegirl. Yeah, no, I think that she is a part of the elite trafficking stuff. Here's a security guard. I showed him to you the other day. You wasn't in here that day? He was dead on pressure. Where was you that day? He's been spotted. And every time he's spotted, he have on a security guard uniform. He's most definitely been spotted. Mm-hmm. Now, Auntie Fina, you know you should not be eating no sugar. Yeah. Mm-mm. I think she's still a part of that Romania. Mm-mm. She was the girl who has been groomed for a while. And she has been taught how to seduce a target. I think her and them Boyers and all of them, the other guys she used to date and was engaged to and all that other stuff. None of them babies are hers. She ain't got no kids.
And I ended up sitting next to Father Blank. He was actually the priest that flew with Erika to Utah. He was with her when they called her that he did not make it, prayed over him.
Somebody
she actually
else
asked him to pray the rosary there at the hospital, and he said the homily at the private funeral the Friday before the memorial. Now, in hindsight, it is strange to me that he was just put in the crowd at the memorial, but then again, he may have wanted that. I was at the memorial having zero personal or prior involvement or engagement with Turning Point USA or anyone from there, and I ended up sitting next to Father Blank and then with Erika at Mass the next day. I truly believe it is complete divine intervention. I prayed at the time and each day after exactly this. God, I see and feel you are leading me. I know there is a purpose. I don't know what it is or where you are taking me, but I'm following with complete surrender and faith to your holy will. I'll try to best email this with the relevant details, and I think that it may help. I was watching your podcast as I'm finishing up work, and I had to pause it when you played Alex Clark's interview because it honestly made my stomach hurt how untruthful
I don't know, pressure.
what they
You
were
said
saying
the
was.
Epstein files
And I
wasn't
felt
gonna never come
strong
out.
conviction to write you. I've never emailed the
they
person
out.
I don't know in my life, but I'm following this conviction.
Yeah, but you
I
said
spent
the
a good
Epstein
8
files
hours
wasn't gonna
sitting
come
with
out.
Father Blank. I'm shy
They ain't
generally
gonna ever come
and
out. That's what
was
you
sitting
said.
with empty seats around me in the third row from the stage. So when I
And you
saw
told me
the
I
priest
was
walking
slow,
by and the
'cause I
Blank didn't know
believe they
where he was
were.
going, I said, "Hi, Father. I'm also Catholic. If you need a seat, this one's empty." Whether he wanted to or not, he sat down. He seemed like a holy priest, soft-spoken but so sincere and genuine. He prayed in silence throughout and would
I
smile
think
and
her
say,
big daddy
"Charlie wouldn't believe this," looking around the stadium.
was Trump.
It was like he was going through a roller coaster of emotions right there. He shared stories of Charlie
and
attending
have been a
Mass
part of the
and him spending a
organization
lot of time with Erika and Charlie. As Erika was
because of her parents.
talking on stage, Father held his hands towards her, was praying over her for protection and strength, tears going down his face from his stories and messages from Charlie that he showed me. It seemed like he was probably the closest person in that room to Charlie and to Erika.
You
Yet
told me
he was sitting with me
thought
like
you
any
was smarter
other
than
guest.
that.
Like I said, in hindsight, it just feels so off still. At some point during one of our conversations,
Now you said the Epstein
we
files
spoke
wasn't coming
about
out.
the daily
Don't move the
mass at
goalposts.
his parish because I wanted to go
You moving the
on
goalposts,
Monday
pressure?
before I flew back to
You
Chicago.
do this.
He said yes. At 8:30 a.m.
You
there
said
would be
they were
mass.
not coming out.
To be honest, I wasn't
You
sure
even
if I was
said
going
today
to make it,
they
but
not
then
coming out.
I saw a text from him at
'Cause you
6:30
didn't know they
a.m.
were out.
saying, "Hope to see you at Mass." I knew it was my sign to just make it work and go. There were about 6 people at the 8:30 a.m. Mass that Monday, the large church of blank. I sat in the first row and I felt God's presence so powerfully the entire Mass that I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I didn't cry at the memorial, but I wept quietly the entire Mass. Afterward, I stayed to pray a while longer. Lights were starting to turn off and I looked back and I noticed a tall bodyguard in the back, along with Erika and a middle-aged woman that was sitting by her. At that moment, I went back to prayer and I said, "God, if you'd like for her and I to connect or speak, please bring us together. If not, I will pray for her and I'll head out." I did not want to disrupt her, but also I had an intense knowledge of how much God's hand was present throughout the last 2 days. A minute or two later, as I was still in prayer, I had a tap on my shoulder by a woman. I believed it was an assistant. I can't remember what it is she does. She said, Would you like to join Erika? Candace, at that moment I thought, okay, God, I hear you. I've never had so much peace while blindly surrendering to God's will. Maybe I have, but I haven't ever seen it so clearly in action. I hugged Erika. I sat next to her in the last pew, and I just had the most beautiful conversation. She mentioned that Charlie went to Mass with her there, and that Father Don would open the church up for him there often when Charlie just wanted to pray and reflect without being disrupted, and that he was with her the entire time from Arizona to Utah, in the hospital, etc. I have so much I could share on all of the little miracles, but I just want to say that today I felt compelled to send this to you. And so I'm listening to my conviction in sending this, and I am hoping that the Holy Spirit and both of our guardian angels will direct this message as it is intended per God's will. Okay. I have to say, I felt more realness from Erika in my exchange with her in that church than from the memorial. I saw her at Mass again on Tuesday. I ended up staying an extra day because I had relics from St. Paul II that my mom wanted to give Erika flown there. I coordinated someone to fly it to me, and then I gave it to her. Okay. I am going to end it there. Now, why do you think that that email disturbed me and made me file it? Just check in the chat here. What is not right with that email? And I'll tell you, it wasn't the person who wrote it that disturbed me. I blanked out over a name because I'm going to tell you now that the person who tapped on her shoulder, who she thought was an assistant, was Stacey Sheridan.
Have you ever wondered, how do I record my screen? Well, then you're in the right place to find the answer. Hey everyone, I'm Becca, and in this video, I'm going to show you how to record a computer screen for free. To do this, we'll be using the Veed screen.
That was what disturbed me about the email and made me file it right away, because I knew exactly what happened, and I did not have the heart to tell her what had happened, because I know Stacey Sheridan is. I know St. Paul II that my mom is intended, hospital, etc. When Charlie just wanted to pray and reflect without being disrupted, and that he, throughout the last 2 days. A minute or two later, as I was still in prayer, I had a tap on my shoulder by a woman. I believed it was an assistant. I can't remember what it is she does. She said, would you like to join Erika? Candace, at that moment I thought, okay, God, I hear you. I've never had so much peace while blindly surrendering to God's will. Maybe I have, but I haven't ever seen it so clearly in action. I hugged Erika. I sat next to her in the last pew, and I just had the most beautiful conversation. She mentioned that Charlie went to Mass with her there, and that Father Don would open the church up for him there often when Charlie just wanted to pray and reflect without being disrupted, and that he was with her the entire time from Arizona to Utah, in the hospital, etc. I have so much I could share on all of the little miracles, but I just want to say that today I felt compelled to send this to you. And so I'm listening to my conviction in sending this, and I am hoping that the Holy Spirit and both of our guardian angels will direct this message as it is intended per God's will. I have to say, I felt more realness from Erika in my exchange with her in that church than from the memorial. I saw her at Mass again on Tuesday. I ended up staying an extra day because I had relics from St. Paul II that my mom wanted to give Erika flown there. I coordinated someone to fly it to me, and then I gave it to her. Okay. I am going to end it there. Now, why do you think that that email disturbed me and made me file it? Just check in the chat here. What is not right with that email? And I'll tell you, it wasn't the person who wrote it that disturbed me. I blanked out over a name because I'm going to tell you now that the person who tapped on her shoulder, who she thought was an assistant, was Stacey Sheridan. That was what disturbed me about the email and made me file it right away, because I knew exactly what happened, and I did not have the heart to tell her what had happened, because I know Stacey Sheridan is. I know what I told Charlie about Stacey Sheridan. I've seen her work. I've been at events with her. I knew that Stacey would have only done that if the girl who was writing me this email had a boatload of money. Didn't even need to look up this person or the email. I knew that they had that girl clocked before she walked into the memorial. I don't think actually it was God that sat her where she was sat, 3 rows in. She was amazed by all of this. Oh, I don't even know anybody here. Here I am. I don't even know Charlie. I don't know anybody. Turning point of saying, here I am sitting at the front. And oh my gosh, this moment. And you know, Erika won't even speak to this after Turning Point USA, but Stacey Sheridan, would you like access to the grieving widow? I knew, and I filed it. I knew something was wrong. And then when I went to go revisit all these things that I had filed and I saw this, I went, oh my gosh, this makes me so sick. And I knew that I had to reach out to this person and I had to say it. Hey, don't know anything about you, but I'm going to assume you have a lot of money, and it breaks my heart to tell you this, but you were targeted. They would have known everything about you. That's how they work. Where everyone is seated, Stacey Sheridan's job literally is to know everything about that person, their net worth.
So she's a groomer.
She'll know your dad's net worth, your mom's net worth. She would tell Charlie, she whispered in Charlie's ear, that person runs so and so, blah, 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 blah. And then Charlie would go have the conversation. That was the whole reason they brought her on. That's what Stacey's brilliant at. Smelling money, truly. And so I had a conversation. And I said, and actually, when we finally broke this conversation,
I think Erika
she had already
is
arrived at that
involved.
conclusion. So that was back in October. She
I
sent
don't
the email,
think Charlie
and so
was trying to
my
protect
message
her.
to
I
her,
think
she
he
said,
figured her
I
out.
kind of figured this all out now. And I said, you got a lot of money? Yeah, got a lot of money. How much money we talking? Dad sold a huge business. She runs a massive business. They are wealthy, extraordinarily wealthy. And I said, now let's go through how this all really happened, because you were targeted, and I'd like to know how you ended up at the memorial. And so she tells me a story of how that all happened, and I'm going to walk you through it because I think it is one of the more disgusting and disturbing things that I've heard throughout the story. Maybe I'm taking it more personally because I am Catholic, and I'm happy to be biased in that way, but I think you will tend to agree with me here. So just so there's no confusion, she was obviously telling the truth. She even supplied evidence in the form of a text message that the priest that she was sitting next to had shared with her. This is Charlie's text message. He's on a group chat with Erika and the priest, and this is the morning of September 9th. Now, Erika has been telling the truth when she says that Charlie would send messages and have biblical verses. I have tons with Charlie. They were typically relevant to whatever we were going through. A verse of encouragement, to keep going, to keep fighting, and here is the message that he chose to share. Again, group chat between him and Erika, September 9th. It is 1 Corinthians, Paul's letter to the Corinthians, 16:9, and it reads, "For a wide door for effective work has opened to me, and there are many adversaries." Just find that message in general to be interesting, because it is him acknowledging that his opportunities have bred him enemies. Who are the adversaries? I find that to be interesting. That message was shared. Anyway, so I said, how did you actually arrive? Because people were waiting in the rain for tickets, and so there had to be a little bit inside baseball here. And then she said, oh, well, actually, I was at a different event, a marketing event, when Charlie was shot, and was networking with some people that were involved. It was a conference event with some people that were orbiting around, like PBD's podcast. That part's not exactly that relevant to the story because they're marketing people, they're kind of doing their job, and that person then hooked her up directly with somebody that they said could help get her into the venue. She was so struck emotionally, stricken by the Charlie's assassination, like all of us were, that she just wanted to be a part of the memorial. And then just her luck, somebody said, oh yeah, I can get you in touch with someone that can get you through the door, and that's going to be great. And so I also just want to show you this because in retrospect, she reads it and she realizes that she was being manipulated, right? This is the message. Perfect. I'm going to introduce you via text to TPUSA's Blank, who traveled everywhere with Charlie, handling many of their big donors. Blank says that Erika has been getting more death threats every day. He's promised Erika that he will run point on raising money to cover the memorial service, which is going to cost approximately $6 million. Apparently, Trump had to get personally involved to secure the Cardinal Stadium, which was planning to host a large and lucrative RV show this weekend. So making up that lost revenue to the stadium is driving the high costs of this event. It's crazy what their team is going through. Right there, already emotional manipulation, right? This idea, you have to rescue Erika, she's not safe. And oh, by the way, it's going to be so expensive, this thing. She doesn't even see, she just thinks, oh my God, amazing, I can't believe this, and doesn't realize that this is like, you know, we'll get you in, but we're expecting you to kind of write a check. And by the way, I do want to address that lucrative RV show this weekend. I went back on Wayback Machine, saved screenshots. There was no RV show that was on the calendar for this Cardinal Stadium. Has anybody been able to find this? We've been told the story a couple of times now that the White House got involved and secured the venue, and people started asking questions about how this was possible to turn around so quickly, because there are, you know, tons of policies
Big
and these sorts
Daddy.
of venues. They don't
She
do things
said
last
Big
minute.
Daddy did it.
This RV show, if you know something about it, you were supposed to attend and had tickets and got an email and said, hey, never mind, it's off.
Big
Please
Daddy did
email
it
more
for
tips
me.
at CandaceOwens.com. I need to know more about this little RV show. Anyway, this idea that was going to cost them $6 million to make off the revenue. Obviously, we know they made a ton of money. They geofenced everybody's phones. I can't even imagine what just selling the data on that would have been worth. But interesting to know, this is how it gets started, okay?
Big Daddy.
So then she's sitting in the third row, and she's now next to the priest, and I asked, what about the next, let's go more specifically about how you got to church the next morning. Because that's interesting, right? Like, you struck up a conversation, you said that you struck up a conversation, whatever, and that the priest said, yeah, come to Mass. Well, the part that she forgot is that he told her in this text, Erika might be there. Good morning, I hope to see you at 8:30 a.m. Erika may be there too. Okay, that's an interesting text from a priest. Now, she believes that this is a good guy, and that's great, and I hope deeply in my heart that that is true. But I am beginning to ask questions about that, because there's a lot there that's happening. If I am correct, he also canceled his Mass on September 10th. Give me just a second, because I hear my phone is on. That he canceled his Mass on September 10th on that morning. I'd like to know more. I genuinely would like to know more. And I don't understand, if a priest is just trying to get you through the door on a Monday morning to go to Mass, why you would say, Erika might be here. And also, why is it a might? You would know. You, more than anyone, would know. You've been with her every second of every day throughout all of this. You know whether or not she's going to be there. You, her, and Stacy have been rolling pretty deep. So I feel like you knew she was going to be there. That's my opinion. I genuinely hope I'm wrong, and I'm open to be wrong, but I have to tell you how I feel about this. Anyway, she was amazed by this, and she went, and then you know what happens next? She gets a little tap from Stacey Sheridan, who should burst into flames when she walks into a church, if we're being honest. Okay, this woman, but think about that. What moved Stacey Sheridan to tap on this person's shoulder?
Why she keep coming to her?
Erika told her to do that. Erika gave her permission to do that. Why would she randomly go and say, tap, tap, would you like to sit with the grieving widow? That would be the most inappropriate thing ever. Ever. If you're sitting with your friend and your friend is grieving their husband, you would not be like, let me go up to a rando that I don't know and see if they just want to chill with her. You would want her to have privacy. Okay, there's a conversation that took place. Do not play us for dummies. Don't do it. There's a conversation that took place between Erika and Stacey Sheridan, conversations that I have seen before between Charlie and Stacey Sheridan about who that woman is. That woman was targeted in that church. Okay, I don't care. Cut it, do whatever you want to say. Put it on Instagram. Oh my God, clutch your pearls. I can't believe. Yes, you better believe it. This woman was targeted in a church after Mass. It makes me sick. It really does. So anyways, she thinks it's all God. But let me tell you something. Where Stacey Sheridan is, we're going in the other direction, okay? We're going in the other direction. And then she sits and Erika opens up to her. They're having this beautiful conversation. And she then arranges, she was so amazed by this, that she organizes to get a relic from St. Michael, the same cave that sits behind me. And here's where I actually see God working, that this woman sent me this email and that of 50,000 emails coming in. I saw this email, I saved this email, and she happened to have, this is actually, I'm just thinking about this live, I got this relic. When was I in Wyoming? I got it in Wyoming from the priest in Wyoming. You're going to have to tell me. I feel like it was the first weeks of October, and this is when the woman sent me the email. So that's just something that I'm sorry, I just had like a spiritual vibe about that. That also is the relic that she had and she gave to Erika. So St. Michael's doing a little bit of protection here, and I think that there is a reason that she had to go through this. Even sometimes when you're going through things like being scammed, there's a reason for that. And so this information came to me. She organizes St. Michael's relic, and she gets this to Erika. The next day at Mass, she doesn't get to speak to Erika because this time another top fundraiser at Turning Point USA met her there and said, hey, Erika wanted me to follow up with you. And she, again, was so amazed by God working that she decided to even message the priest afterward and thank him that she was able to get this relic to Erika. And I just want to read you this because, again, her and I might have different perspectives here, but she says, I will always cherish my time with you both so much. I'm in absolute awe of how God worked through me to what I believe was to give Erika those relics. The experience felt like me directly witnessing God working through each of us. I just wanted to send a quick note to share. Hope to see you soon, Father. God bless. And in response, the Father said, God bless. Thank you for sharing your wonderful words. God's fingerprints are all over what is happening. There is no doubt that your presence to Erika was a God moment for both of you.
Here's how you can take advantage of IUL to build generational wealth. Step 1. Purchase an Index Universal Life Insurance policy, also known as an IUL. Step 2.
Can I get y'all to hit the like button? I'm going on 4 hours. Please.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Can you hit the like button? Double tap. Hit those 3 dots at the top corner right. Please.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. There's this, we have to protect Erika. This is God. This is God. What happens thereafter, I like even less. The intermediary, the person that delivered the relic, another top fundraiser for Turning Point USA, offered that he was going to be in the Chicago area. That's where she lives, in Illinois. And he says, hey, I'm going to be there already. Obviously, Charlie's from Chicago. I'm sure that was true. But I'd love to pop in and see you. And,
Thank you, Specs.
We're all committed in this faith journey together. And that happens. And he meets her and he meets her father. And while he meets her, he then invites her to the big gala, the one at Mar-a-Lago, where they're going to raise like $42 million.
Oh, Lord.
And
hold on, let me sit up. I'm hearing Mar-a-Lago.
He says, thank you for organizing dinner.
Big Daddy. I'm telling y'all. Stacy Sheridan. Okay, I'm going to have to research her and see how she tied to Mar-a-Lago, because she got that Ghislaine Maxwell type of spirit going on, always with her everywhere she go. Everywhere you go, there is Stacy. There is Stacy. Everywhere. And now we talking about Mar-a-Lago. Big Daddy did this. Big Daddy now she going to Lord. Just when I thought I was finna come down off my sugar rush. Big Daddy. Baby, in the files of young victims, Trump is Barron. Yeah, Barron. They say his sisters, his mama. Oh, Lord, let me take a breather.
USA offered that he was going to be in the Chicago area. That's where she lives, in Illinois. And he says, hey, I'm going to be there already. Obviously, Charlie's from Chicago. I'm sure that was true. But I'd love to pop in and see you. And,
how you living?
We're all committed in this faith journey together. And that happens. And he meets her, and he meets her father, and while he meets her, he then invites her to the big gala, the one at Mar-a-Lago, where they're going to raise like $42 million. And here's that message. He says, "Thank you for organizing dinner. It was great to spend time on the road with great Catholics. I had a wonderful time. And thank you for all the prayers, especially for Erika. Can I call you tomorrow regarding the gala? We would love to have you guys involved, but we can talk further."
Now, this is the
Erika
priest.
repeated how much she loved meeting you. Again, why does this feel to me like manipulation? Like a bit of Erika really needed you. You know, you were sent from God to Erika.
Absolutely.
With Stacey Sheridan in the middle of it. Okay. Well, here's what happens next.
And
She
Big Daddy.
gets a little nudge when she does go down to Mar-a-Lago. She knows nothing about Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, and I find
Oh,
this
girl,
part to be
please
quite
don't
funny.
tell me you saw some kids
Dark
there.
humor in this, because I know everything about Mar-a-Lago, and it's you know, little Israel. It really is, and it's where a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, you know, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense. They do that, and they were all over this. Suddenly, she's there, and she's meeting a different Turning Point USA team. Like, she meets them at this church. It's Catholic. But she notices there's no Catholic discussion or presence. Rather, you got Dr. Frank Turek, and apparently, according to her, he's on stage and he's hitting not the Judeo. They're now editing their message because they're in a room with Jews, and suddenly, we don't want to talk about the Catholicism. We don't want to talk about faith. We don't want to talk about relics. We don't want to talk about St. Michael. No, wrong crowd for this. Shabbat shalom. Daddy's home. And so she says,
baby, I love when Cassandra comes out and Candace. Shabbat shalom, Daddy's home. No, she is a Christian now. What is CD? Bash F-U... I don't know what the F-U-C-D, I don't know. Don't do it. Y'all better be glad I didn't watch this before, because this would have been the thumbnail picture. Shabbat shalom, Daddy's home. Oh, now we ain't talking about Hail Mary, Mother of God, the Lord be with you. Blessed among, oh Lord, I used to have to know that, the rosary in Catholic school. Oh my goodness.
it's where a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, you know, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense.
So now,
you know, you were sent
once she got
from
to
God to Erika
Trump House,
with Stacey Sheridan.
It got real deep and dirty.
But here's what happens next. She gets a little nudge when she does go down to Mar-a-Lago. She knows nothing about Mar-a-Lago and Palm Beach, and I find this part to be quite funny. Dark humor in this, because I know everything about Mar-a-Lago, and it's you know, little Israel. It really is. And
she was in there.
It's where a lot of the meetings take place. The Zionist donors, you know, PragerU doing a gala down there makes perfect sense. They do that, and they were all over this. Suddenly, she's there, and she's meeting a different Turning Point USA team. Like, she meets them at this church. It's Catholic, but she notices there's no Catholic discussion or presence. Rather, you got Dr. Frank Turek, and apparently, according to her, he's on stage and he's hitting not the Judeo. They're now editing their message because they're in a room with Jews, and suddenly, we don't want to talk about the Catholicism. We don't want to talk about faith. We don't want to talk about relics. We don't want to talk about St. Michael. No, wrong crowd for this. Shabbat shalom. Daddy's home. And so she says to the person she's like, what, you know, why aren't you guys doing anything with the Catholic stuff? I felt, you know, this was such a strong Catholic bond, and he kind of kicks the can down the road and says, oh, we're planning on doing stuff in the future. Like, not here. Shabbat shalom.
Daddy's home. Big Daddy home.
And she's just like,
Big Daddy home.
You know, something that this is not my thing over.
Not here. Not in Mar-a-Lago. No, Big Daddy home. Shh. Don't make me take you to the upper room in Mar-a-Lago. Big shit go down to Big Daddy house. This is what Charlie used to do. I would come and sit on the back pew, and he would ask the Father, Holy, holy, holy Lord, God of Lord. You know, like they all in mass. And now they say, no, dog, hold it down. Yeah. No Hail Marys over here. Oh my God. No Mother Teresa, no Father, no Hail Mary. This is funny. She done went from the Lord to the devil. Let me put Red Man back up here. Now I understand why he be having all that red. He be trying to mimic the devil, y'all. That's the devil's blood. That's that mass. That mean he done had sacrificial lamb. He done, they done laid. Yeah.
He's hitting at the Judeo. Judeo. They're now editing their message because they're in a room with Jews, and suddenly, we don't want to talk about the Catholicism. We don't want to talk about faith. We don't want to talk about relics. We don't want to talk about St. Michael. No, wrong crowd for this. Shabbat Shalom. Daddy's home. And so she says to the person, she's like, what, aren't you supposed to do anything with the Catholic stuff? I felt, this was such a strong Catholic bond. And he kind of kicks the can down the road and says, oh, we're planning on doing something in the future. Like, not here. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom in Mar-a-Lago. And she's just like, something that this is not my thing over the, everyone's dressed to the nines and she's like, I don't have an issue with Israel, but this feels like something else than what I experienced.
Are they walking around with the dog hats and caps and shit on?
And then what happens is they follow up with her, and they keep following up with her because they're looking to have a check, pretty much. We'd love to have a call, leave another message for your dad. I look forward to getting y'all involved. I hope all is well. I want to set up time to visit and discuss further support. Are you available the 2nd or 3rd week of February? Hi, I want to touch base and check in. Let me know if we could schedule a call. And she kind of just leaves him on red because she realizes,
and that's the devil.
I think I was actually targeted. And she was targeted. And
Daddy,
but nothing.
God
lets everything happen. What I will say
Big Daddy
is that God will not be mocked. God will not be mocked.
God is not a man.
I'm a Latter-day Saint on a Monday. I'm a Catholic on a Tuesday. I'm Shabbat Shalom on a Wednesday. God will not be mocked. I see this for what
you
this
have
is.
to choose.
And
this is a choice.
There are no surprises anymore for me. A turning point faith, the infiltration, it's very clear. And there is something so especially sinister about hijacking people's faith and their emotion. And when she expressed that I normally, I'm a businesswoman, I have my guard up, but, when it comes to faith and I'm thinking that this is all happening, I look back and I go, man, I didn't even process this, because you shouldn't have had to process that. No one should have had to have been thinking this way, that people were using our trauma and our emotions
Big Daddy
and our spirituality to manipulate us.
Baby, now big pressure. I don't think.
Voice with 11 labs.
No. You definitely can't serve two masters.
Again, God will not be mocked. We'll take a break. I'll be right back. All right, you guys, there is a war on truth right now. You feel it and I feel it. And the biggest weapon that they have, of course, is the algorithm. To, I guess, kind of stay in the same vein, if you're a homeowner caught in that cycle, carrying back 795-1210, or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens, AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. I had to actually go back and check that to see, and she sent me that email on October 6th, and I received the relic on October 15th, so that's just really amazing that happened in October. Relics from the same cave. where St. Michael appeared in Italy. Anyway, to, I guess, kind of stay in the same vein, Frank Turek, I've invited him on this show many times. He gives me Rabbi Barclay, who I had that debate with when I was over the Daily Wire, and I don't dislike Frank Turek because it's just like they are interesting to hear them talk and explain things and kind of get incensed, and they seem worried about not what they're actually saying. Like there's something deeper that's triggering them. And he's been saying a lot about me, and I haven't said much about him, but I wanted to let you hear how he correlates me to Satan. Take a listen.
I think Candace Owens is completely lost any credibility when she's saying that certain dreams are where she's getting her information from. Okay? Yeah, there are dreams in the Bible, but there's always supernatural confirmation for those dreams. There's been no supernatural confirmation for Candace Owens' dreams. You can come up with any possibility you want. Possibilities are not evidence, ladies and gentlemen. We're supposed to follow evidence. And notice, I'll say this again. In fact, I just had I was just talking to a pastor friend of mine. He was like, what do I say when, people are running down Erika Kirk? And I say the same thing that I say. Have you noticed that Jesus and the apostles say that Satan is a murderer, a slanderer, an accuser, a liar, and somebody that brings confusion? Have you noticed that we've had a murder, and then since then we've had slander, accusations, lies, and confusion? That's what spiritual warfare is, ladies and gentlemen. And for people who are slandering Erika and others, including me, and making accusations and lies and stirring up confusion without evidence, this is what Satan does.
Okay, just a follow-up question, Doc. Like, what do we mean that I'm allowed to have a dream? He's like, yeah, no, that happens all the time in the Bible when he, remembers that he has to be Christian. And then he's like, but there's supernatural confirmation. What's the supernatural confirmation that we're looking for? What do you want me to say? I had a dream which happened, and then what am I supposed to say? Like, Charlie appeared in my house? Like, I don't know what he's talking about. That doesn't even make sense. That's why he just pivots and then starts going, Satan's a murderer. Yeah, we're kind of trying to figure out who murdered Charlie Kirk. Welcome to the show, Dr. Frank Turek. We're aware. Murder, when you see that act of murder and you see it in broad daylight, there's probably like a synagogue of Satan hiding behind it. And you guys just don't seem interested at all in going on this journey to figure out who killed Charlie Kirk, which is giving us a little bit of intuition that something's amiss. Again, going back to the example of
because
Kobe
they're
Bryant's
Zionists.
wife.
They use the Christian.
She didn't trust nobody. Everybody was getting sued.
But they're not. They're Zionists.
And I didn't even agree with some of her lawsuits. But darn if I didn't agree with the emotion of like a woman who feels like there needs to be justice served somehow for my loss. What would we have said if, I don't know, it would have been kind of weird if she, as soon as the helicopter, I forgive them. I forgive everybody involved. It's like, you got to get to forgiveness. You do have to get to forgiveness, and I'm sure that she's there now. But immediately after, you're skipping all the other phases of grief. You instantly accepted what happened within 5 days, maybe even sooner, that Charlie was gone. I don't know. I welcome this discussion with you. But yeah, Satan is a liar. We're tracking the Turning Point USA lies. You are basically confirming for us that everything that we're looking at is satanic. I know what we've been saying, right? I've been saying this is no longer about left versus right. This is good versus evil. And you're upset with us for pointing out the lies at the same time that you're calling people Satan? What am I accusing you of? Lying? Where is the evidence? No one in the history of the world has presented more evidence than Candace Owens. There's just so much evidence. And then you get caught with lies, debunked them. I show text messages, I show timelines, and they're just like, they concede the point, and then it's just over. They're like back to like, all she's doing is dreaming. All she's doing is dreaming. She hasn't showed us any proof whatsoever. What are we doing? Why do I feel like we're on a hamster wheel with these people? How much more evidence? I have presented so much more evidence than the FBI ever did against Tyler Robinson. That they're the accusers. How about they convicted him when Erika said on stage, I forgive you. You're forgiving him, which implies that he's guilty.
Don't wear these perfumes if you don't like compliments. Everyone has been talking about all of these perfumes, but
So who is the accuser?
Oh, wow.
Who is the liar? Who is the person that you are saying is evil in all of this? The person trying to find out who killed Charlie Kirk, who's willing to sit down publicly with all of you, at the same time if you'd like, for as long as you'd like. Or is the people that are engaged in a cover-up, lying to the public and gaslighting the public because they have a lot of money. People that are firing employees without cause through some loyalty tests because they're talking to Uber drivers. You guys are behaving like you're guilty and like you can spend it away. You can hide that. So if you have good intentions and you are a well-meaning person, if you are a well-meaning pastor, I don't know what it takes now to be a pastor. It seems like all you have to do is have some feelings and like a few proverbs. But if you are well-intended, I don't see why you wouldn't take me up on the invite to come on the show. I extend it to you. Again, I've done it multiple times, but I extend it to you and any of your homies at TPUSA to come on the show. You should be able to embarrass me. It's very easy, by the way, to sit down with a liar. That's like fun. When someone's lying through their teeth, the truth doesn't fear sitting down with a lie.
Not the homies.
So let me know if you'd like to do it. Anyway, guys, I do want to also touch briefly before I get to some of your comments on this Don Lemon arrest. Like, objectively, no, I should say subjectively, it's funny. Of course it's funny. Don Lemon, the idea of Don Lemon being in prison is funny. But objectively, him being put in prison because Pam Bondi wanted a headline. Pam Bondi, can we get the Epstein files, yes or no? Like, can you actually arrest some of these people in society that are harming children? I feel like right now, the DOJ has become like that show Reno 911. Is that what it is? It's called Reno 911. I think it's called Reno 911. It all just feels really fake and ridiculous. People are dressed up. Is that what it is? It's called Reno 911. Like to do it. Anyway, guys, I do want to also touch briefly before I get to some of your comments on this Don Lemon arrest. Like, objectively, no, I should say subjectively, it's funny. Of course it's funny. Don Lemon, the idea of Don Lemon being in prison is funny. But objectively, him being put in prison because Pam Bondi wanted a headline. Pam Bondi, can we get the Epstein files, yes or no? Like, can you actually arrest some of these people in society that are harming children? I feel like right now, the DOJ has become like that show Reno 911. Is that what it is? It's called Reno 911. I think it's called Reno 911. It all just feels really fake and ridiculous. People are dressed up and they're like knocking down doors. You got Christy Nome knocking down doors and she's got long extensions and makeup and like, we're back, and Pam Bondi's like, and we're here to arrest the people that criticize Zionism on college campuses. And now we're like going after Don Lemon because, in case you missed the backstory of this, Don Lemon is annoying. He's been annoying his entire life. And should you go to prison for being annoying your entire life? Maybe. In a sane world, when I'm the dictator of the United States, yeah, maybe. Well, we don't live in that world right now, okay? We live in a world where journalists are allowed to be annoying, and they were basically upset because what's happening in Minnesota is a bunch of protesters figured out that there is a pastor that works with ICE, right? And so they've gone in to protest his church. And Don Lemon sort of went around and started asking a bunch of questions. But Don Lemon in general doesn't love church and doesn't love Christians. As we figured this out when he was speaking to me of like, what do you think about homosexual marriage? You know, he's got some chips on his shoulder about it in general. So he's there generally to be annoying. There's no excuse for Don Lemon. But the arrest of him after, and we can show you a clip of him here at this protest, is pure theater. It is pure FBI, DOJ, look over here theater, because we have actually been inefficient the entire time that we've been in office. We are actually doing nothing but trying to grab headlines rather than to actually solve crimes that are being committed mostly by us, okay? This is the clip of Don Lemon just being Don Lemon at this church and being annoying, generally speaking.
I like that.
We're here to worship. We're here to worship Jesus because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why we're here.
Okay.
That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay.
I have to take care of my church and my family, so I asked if you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh,
So,
when he said I'm a Christian, and that's his devil.
It's kind of loud, so I can't hear him. But they're still there.
Yeah, this is annoying. Like, Don Lemon, obviously, his head belongs in a toilet. He deserves a swirly. And if you elect me dictator, I will do it. I promise to do that. But in the meantime, Pam Bondi trying to grab headlines, who's equally as annoying, and who also kind of needs a swirly, if we're being honest. They both kind of need a swirly. Oh, we're not doing this for Christianity. Shut up, Pam Bondi. Just shut up, okay? You protected Jeffrey Epstein. If you never speak again, that would be fine. We would all be okay with that. You know, at the end of the day, we know what this is. Everything, literally everything, is fake and gay. So we'll take a brief break, and I'll come back and answer some of your comments. All right, you guys, it seems like censorship is back. It's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff that they want us to see, backed by a 60-day money-back guarantee. Right now, you can get 20%. Right? Obviously, now we know the CIA and the Mossad trains all of these radicals. True picture I highly recommend you bring on She Kamza. You now available in the shop as well. Let's make him a sandwich. Writes, hi, I'm from Switzerland, convert Muslim woman here. We have been lied to about Islam in the West. If you want to know more about the true picture, I highly recommend you bring on She Kamza Yusuf, a great Muslim American scholar. Lots of love. God bless you. We have definitely, at the very least, been lied to about all the terrorism. Obviously, now we know the CIA and the Mossad trains all of these radicals. If you really get into the story of like Osama bin Laden and all of these people that were CIA agents, then suddenly were against America and the West. It happens over and over again, too many times for us to remain foolish about that fact. I mean, who do you guys think funded Hamas? Bibi Netanyahu did, obviously. They fund terror, and then they take advantage of terror trains all of these radicals. If you really get into the story of like Osama bin Laden and all of these people that were CIA agents, then suddenly were against America. Do one Club Candace tier for $11.99 a month or $120 for the year. Okay, top comment from last episode. This person writes, and this is obviously my sit down with Bassem Youssef. This person writes, hi, I'm from Switzerland, convert Muslim woman here. We have been lied to about Islam in the West. If you want to know more about the true picture, I highly recommend you bring on She Kamza Yusuf, a great Muslim American scholar. Lots of love. God bless you. We have definitely, at the very least, been lied to about all the terrorism. Obviously, now we know the CIA and the Mossad trains all of these radicals. If you really get into the story of like Osama bin Laden and all of these people that were CIA agents, then suddenly were against America and the West. It happens over and over again, too many times for us to remain foolish about that fact. I mean, who do you guys think funded Hamas? Bibi Netanyahu did, obviously. They fund terror, and then they take advantage of terrorist attacks that they funded. I think that's pretty obvious, and that Bassem Youssef did a good job describing that. Julia writes, portraying devotion to Christ, but telling consistent lies gives me holier-than-thou vibes. Charlie said lying is like suicide to the soul. Love you, Candace. Thank you for the truth. I totally agree, but it is so much worse. Like I said, and I've been saying this a lot, I rather people who honestly hate me making videos, speaking about me, doing whatever. But when you pretend that you're doing this as a pastor or somebody who's a godly woman, and you use biblical verses to try to persuade people to go after people that you perceive to be enemies, typically for purely political reasons or purely financial reasons, someone's paying you to do that, special place in hell reserved for you, truly. I feel that way. It's just, God will not be mocked. That's all I'm going to say. DJ Mirko, was this actually like 50 Cent here? This person's, hi Candace. Ye tweeted out a photo icon. They gave a really big tip here of St. Moses the Black several years ago. And the momentum that Ye created by this post finally culminated in a film being released this Friday. Please give this redemption-themed film a quick shout out. I have no idea what this film is. My producer is putting a note here saying it's a modern retelling of Saint Moses the Black that's based in Chicago. 50 Cent is the executive producer, and Wiz Khalifa is in it. Me and 50 Cent should sit down in general, because I see the memes of 50 Cent and Candace Owens. I see them, they're good, they're fun. And so 50 Cent, if you are watching, let's make this happen. We should just do this for the world and just go at each other. I think that's what needs to happen. Titus writes, now we are over the target. God bless you, Candace, and thank you for your bravery. John Heinschel writes, JFK was a Catholic and Charlie was at a minimum Catholic. Curious. By the way, just to pause before I even finish what you wrote here, that annoys me so much too about the amount of smoke that I had to deal with. He wasn't a Catholic, nor the funded campaigns, and then low key, or like the relic, and then you're telling the person you're sitting with, who's giving you the relics, how much Charlie just like to love to be in here and prayer and all of this stuff. It's just so there's so many lies. There are so many lies. Anyways, to continue reading, this person continues with, boy, these Zionists really don't like Catholics. Also, grieving widows don't have to lie regardless of how they are behaving. Mrs. Kirk is not just behaving inappropriately, she's behaving suspiciously. I agree that it is always suspicious to tell a lie. That is what makes people go, that's not right. That's what made me go, For me, when I saw her and Andrew Colvett colluding after she told me they were getting rid of Andrew Colvett and replacing him, and then I realized he's the one organizing the Paramount Tactical and also the Alex Jones, which I've now confirmed with people that they fired for no reason, that it was Andrew Colvett the whole time. So why did Erika lie to me? Why are we lying to Candace? Why are you lying to Candace?
Did your teenager develop depression, anxiety, or eating disorders after becoming addicted to social media platforms?
Anyway, Stephanie writes, I received my TPUSA hat today, LOL, most likely only because of the leaked call.
You wish you could smash 100 times.
The contract wording, if you will, regarding supplying the hats versus a plastic bracelets that said, we are Charlie Kirk. Your credibility is at 100. Thank you. Yeah, I got a lot of emails of people that never even received the hat, and now they are suddenly receiving them, so that's good. Eamon Collin writes, there is a reason for everything. We now see why Trump 45 and 47 got in. Without 45, 47, Charlie and you would not have been able to expose the truth. Watching this shows where we are in our Lord's plan. Peace is on the way. Christ is king. Keep going. Go Max. And I agree. I shared that sentiment with this woman that I was speaking to. I was like, you know what's crazy? I do think it all happened for a reason. It's the same way that I say, like, I'm so grateful that I worked for PragerU and Turning Point USA and Daily Wire, because even though I was blinded in many ways at the time to what now feels like, oh, it's just in the belly of the beast, as Bassem Youssef was saying yesterday, I had to kind of be in there to see how it works. And I think similarly, she had to be there at that time because it moved her to then email me when she saw this strange lie coming from Andrew Colvin about the Catholic faith. And by the way, another thing that I found out, so many things I'm mad about that I'm now learning from the people that were wrongly fired at Turning Point USA. So the whole thing that Erika told me in my face about that was it was crazy at that time, and Andrew Colvett again went rogue in that interview with Alex Clark. Not true. Try again. Another lie that she told me. Because the reality is he was texting her throughout that interview. You know, it's like badly cut, and he was in communication with her during that interview, according to the person that worked in Andrew Colvett's office that no longer does. So I got to go back and just now track how many lies I was told, because I'm getting the information from the people that were on the inside. Anyways, Mama Essa writes, I love Nimi. My faves are the Buzzin' Bee Balm and the For Lips and the Elbows Body Wash and Butter. It smells divine. Tallows and serums. I love your sass and your sarcasm and humor too. Thanks for cracking me up while being great. And full of poise and grace and kindness, dignity, strength, and beauty, from Contessa. Thank you, Mama Essa Contessa. And yeah, I actually do love the tallow. The tallow cream is really nice. Totally Awesome writes, Candace, will you please tell us more about Charlie Kirk's children, parents, and Erika Kirk's father and half-sister? Also, people think I'm nuts for listening to you, but we don't know, but we know. What I would say, children are off limits, always. Children are innocent, and they should be protected, and every chance that I get, that seems for me to just not be a topic that I want to cover. Those are Charlie's children. But speaking about Erika's background, I told you that we have a week break coming up, not next week, the week after. And during that week, we'll get things together and have 2-episode, just kind of a profile focus, separating fact from
Same
fiction.
here.
Joanne
What
Monzo
did they
writes,
say?
I watched the Rabbi Barclay interview after you mentioned
Oh.
it yesterday. Just wow. My skin was crawling, but I could not stop watching him bury himself in his own psychobabble. Thank you for all that you do, Candace Crisis King. Honestly, it's a journey. You're just like, oh, you're just a Jewish supremacist. That's like, he's like, no, we better than you. Oh, don't you understand?
Oh,
You
yeah,
must
she ate
worship
him.
us at all times. That's what you're getting wrong. The only thing that matters is us. We are the people we love the most, and you must worship us. And I was just like, trying to take notes and really understand things, and that probably was part of the beginning of the end of my support for Zionism, because I now believe that it is a objectively racist philosophy. I don't see how anybody could argue that, and most don't. They just whine on the internet, but they don't want to actually sit down and have a debate about those things. Lastly, oh, nope, I think I got everything here. Yeah, I got everything. We are good. All right, you guys, we will see you on Monday.
Awesome. Hold on, I got a couple of videos over here before we go. I was trying to find Charlie for pressure if he was still here, but I ran across something else. And I should have. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that is funny. I don't know if I want funny. Listen.
Do you think it was because of feminism? Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
And it's funny that I just brought boy name up here earlier when, oh my goodness, ouch. Why would you do that? Thank you. When I was talking about them Epstein files and the tape, you know, because they were from Romania. And I said, they in them Epstein files too. I'm sure they are. Yeah, when we saw the Alexander brothers, because they kind of similar.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Do you think it was because of feminism?
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So
this is MK Ultra. How they try to play and get into your head. I'm sorry for laughing here.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated?
I was trying to collect my thoughts before I say them. You know, let's listen.
Do you think it was because of feminism?
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So I know who killed him. And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace.
Candace.
The reason Candace is breathing is because
Candace.
She is a woman.
Candace. Oh, the only reason why she.
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So
Candace.
I know who killed him. And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what? Let a black woman scream.
Let a black woman scream.
Listen to her.
Let a black woman scream. You don't have to kill her, because any other time a hit would have been put on her. We tried to throw one out there like that, and she didn't really take the bait right. And, you know, somebody's working with her, giving her ass you know, it kind of feel like it's a setup. It kind of feel like it's a bait. So we going to let her live. Let the black woman scream. Ain't nobody going to pay her ass no attention. Because she's black. Candace. Candace. Let the black woman scream.
And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, you know, even if they listen to her, you know, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical.
We're going to let her scream into the air and we're going to ignore her like we just don't care. Ooh, he tried to, we're going to let her, Candace. Yeah. Yeah. He been on her show before. But that was before Trump got him and his brother out so that because he said we gone, we back, but we ain't never left. Ain't that what he said?
You know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, you know, even if they listen to her, she is a woman. And because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, you know, even if they listen to her, you know, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical.
And ignore her like we just don't care.
You think that's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
On Twitter, and we'll get everyone to call her crazy, and we'll pretend she's hysterical, and we'll push all of this narrative that she's nuts with some paid influencers, and we're gonna get everyone to call her crazy, even if she's right on the fucking money, even if she gets it perfectly right, even in one of her episodes.
We're gonna pay the.
You know, even if they listen to her.
Y'all listen to him.
It's a black.
Cause you know, they were Zionists, so I expect for them to, at one point, to have agreed. Who's a traitor? He a traitor or Candace? As far as he's concerned, the Zionists are, they think she is a traitor because she came, so who you saying he's the traitor? No, these people are who they have been. Candace went into their world. They what did she say? She believed the hype. She believed their cause. So yeah, I don't know if I would call them a traitor. They look at her like she's a traitor because she left the Zionist pro-Israel cult. So I don't think he's a traitor. I think she came to the light. I think he's not a traitor. Why you say he's a traitor? He's not a traitor. He is who he has always been. He was a Zionist. He is a predator. He's a predator. He's a Donald Trump, Epstein, Romania angels. Yeah, he didn't betray her. He's not a traitor. He is a Zionist. Candace was a Zionist. She's no longer a Zionist. So they look at her like she left the cult. So she's the traitor. No, he is not a traitor. She's the traitor as far as the cult goes. And he's telling you the reason she's still alive, per the powers to be, the higher ups, is because she's black. And she's a black female. Listen with your good ear, because he just said they're gonna pay the bots or the bloggers to say she's crazy. So when that guy was like, "Oh, she's crazy. Oh, Candace. Oh, and they getting paid for that." Listen with your good ear.
And because she is black, and the only person who was overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman, and because she is black, and the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what, let a black woman scream.
Spend $250
Most
on
people,
your first campaign.
even if they listen to her,
What is this?
It's a black chick, and we're just gonna let her scream.
Terms and conditions apply.
I'm trying to see where this is coming from. Oh, Lord, they done tapped off into my stuff. Where is that coming from, Lord? The devil is a lie. And the truth ain't in him. Why he keeps saying her name like that? I don't know if that's a Romania thing. I don't know. I don't know. But I did notice that he called her Candace. I don't know where that was coming from, y'all. But hit the like button. These people are crazy. Candace. Candace, Candace, Candace. Now, I don't think he's a traitor. Not at all. I'm thankful what happened with Beverly Hills before. I'm thankful that God got her out of it. Hold on. Before. Hold on. I want to. Okay, I'm going to be ready. Okay. Gotta be ready. Jesus come. But of course, his allegation. Allegiance to the elite, more so sister professor. No, you missing my point. It's not about him being more for the elite. But listen, because you making the statement, and I think you're looking at it from a different way. She was their token. She was because if we pay attention to this elite circle, it's only a few that has said that they were a part of the Zionist cult. I don't know any of them that is calling it an occult and being truthful. She was in it. Why she believed it and didn't see it. Oh, I need to find that other one too. I'm not sure. But I think who he is, who his brother is who they were before Candace. And once she got out, she was out. But right now, he's still in that life, though. He's still into human trafficking. He's a trafficker. Yeah, no. He who he is.
Into the air, and we'll just put it down to
Okay. Here,
Let's
killer.
talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So, I know who killed
What's
him.
going to keep him alive?
And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because
why she's still
she
alive
is a woman, and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded.
The people in charge.
You know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, even if they listen to her, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical action. So we'll just put it down to that.
You think that's it?
Yeah. We'll get some bots on Twitter and we'll get everyone to call her crazy and we'll pretend she's hysterical and we'll push.
We'll get some bots on Twitter. We'll get the higher ups is saying we'll get some bots on Twitter and make everybody think that she's
let her
crazy.
Scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical action. So we'll just put it down to that.
You think that's it?
Yeah. We'll get some bots on Twitter and we'll get everyone to call her crazy and we'll pretend she's hysterical and we'll push all of this narrative that she's nuts with some paid influencers and we're going to get everyone to call her crazy, even if she's right on the fucking money, even if she gets it perfectly right, even in one of her episodes, if she describes it perfect, we're just going to convince everyone she's nuts because she's a black chick and we can convince people that she's just hysterical, like the Walmart ran out of fucking cocoa butter and she's mad. So let's just do that.
Right.
If you're a man in a sharp suit like yours, or I put a suit on and I sit there and I break
so
it
I
down.
can stay alive.
There still is that degree of misogyny in the world where a man is taken a little bit more seriously with some things. And then if you get it directly on the money with a different tone, and they can't really call you crazy, if you don't give them the second life, if you don't give them an easy layup, well then, you pay the price.
Why do you think Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Do you think it was because of feminism?
He didn't give him an easy layup? Is that what you're saying?
Let's talk as professionals here. Sorry for the pause. I'm just scanning what's going to keep me alive. So,
what's going to keep me alive? I know who killed him.
And the only person who is overtly giving theories as to who killed him publicly is Candace. The reason Candace is breathing is because she is a woman and because she is black. And the people in charge have thought, they've concluded, you know what? Let a black woman scream. Most people will, even if they listen to her, it's a black chick and we're just going to let her scream into the air and we'll just put it down to black female hysterical action. So we'll just put it down to that.
You think that's it?
Yeah. We'll get some bots on Twitter and we'll get everyone to call her crazy.
Bots
we'll pretend
on Twitter.
She's hysterical and we'll push all of this narrative that she's nuts with some paid influencers. And we're going to get everyone to call her crazy, even if she's right on the fucking money, even if she gets it perfectly right. Even in one of her episodes, if she describes it perfect, we're just going to convince everyone she's nuts because she's a black chick and we can convince people that she's just hysterical, like the Walmart ran out of fucking cocoa butter and she's mad. So let's just do that. If you're a man in a sharp suit like yours, or I put a suit on and I sit there and I break it down in a very logical, there still is that degree of misogyny in the world where a man is taken a little bit more seriously with some things. And then if you get it directly on the money with a different tone, and they can't really call you crazy, if you don't give them the second life, if you don't give them an easy layup, well then, you pay the price.
Hold on, let me see what else. I was going to what y'all think about that? So I guess that red light 5 minutes in, cause he crosses me as somebody who probably has those characteristics that will pop out. He looked boogeyman-ish to me. Hold on. Is this let me see. I want to see if this the one where they was coming off that plane. I told you a lot. It was talking about Trump's son. I need to watch this one later because I'm sure they're going to be in them Epstein files. Gangsta Paradise. They got a whole video. Hold on. But though I like how. Da-da-da. Mm-mm. BARON. Trump. Ties. Oh yeah, that's it. But hold on. Oh, that's the one I watched. Oh, I hadn't seen this one in a minute. Hold on, let me check this one out.
Tú apostarías por mí. When the sawdust settles and the engine finally roars.
Barron Trump has always been.
Now I haven't watched this one. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I ain't gonna. Specs. You are not gonna have me up all night with you. You just not gonna do that. I have me all on this sugar. Now I have not watched this one, and if it's not giving me what I'm looking for, I'm gonna take it off. Let me change her, cause I don't want her on here with these Trumpsters, the dumpsters. Yeah, I'm giving him. Ooh, his daddy. Let's go.
Something of a family enigma. The youngest Trump is usually the quiet one, keeping to himself and mostly staying out of the headlines. Barron Trump has always been something of a family enigma. The youngest Trump is usually the quiet one, keeping to himself and mostly staying out of the headlines. But every now and then, something pops up that makes people sit up and take notice, like this.
Wait, you have to be nice and easy.
Recently, reports surfaced that Barron is friends with Andrew Tate, the controversial influencer whose name alone tends to raise eyebrows. Now, if you've been following Tate, you know he's been involved in plenty of legal and public drama. Back in 2023, he and his brother faced serious charges in Romania, including exploitation and sexual wrongdoing. Influencer whose name alone tends to raise eyebrows. Now, if you've been following Tate, you know he's been involved in plenty of legal and pops up that makes people sit up and take notice, like this.
Wait, you have to be nice and easy.
Recently, reports surfaced that Barron is friends with Andrew Tate, the controversial influencer whose name alone tends to raise eyebrows. Now, if you've been following Tate, you know he's been involved in plenty of legal and public drama. Back in 2023, he and his brother faced serious charges in Romania, including exploitation and sexual wrongdoing involving another individual. They also have ongoing legal issues in the UK. And while they were supposed to stay put in Romania because of the pending cases, the Trump administration reportedly stepped in to make a visit to Florida possible.
The who? The who?
They also have ongoing legal issues in the UK. And while they were supposed to stay put in Romania because of the pending cases.
So Barron is friends with Tate. The one who had that, he had the blueprint on pimping.
Wrongdoing involving another individual. They also have ongoing legal issues in the UK. And while they were supposed to stay put in Romania because of the pending cases, the Trump administration reportedly stepped in to make a visit to Florida possible.
Did your administration pressure the Romanian government to release them, and if so,
I
why?
know nothing about that.
Apparently, Barron and Tate had a chat about those criminal charges. And get this, Barron even got some dating advice from one of Tate's associates. Justin Waller, a friend of Tate's, told the New York Times that he was on the call and that he offered Barron some pointers. Waller also claimed he attended a fancy dinner at Mar-a-Lago, hosted by Barron himself,
where the young Trump reportedly mingled with influencers to support his father's.
So he having these parties and shit too. Oh, Barron. Ooh wee, ooh wee, ooh wee, ooh wee. Barron is asking these pimps for dating advice. How you can get these girls over here and slip them a Mickey and try to get him a hickey. So you can do the sticky dicky. Uh-huh. And who is this guy right here? Who is he? Who is he? I can hear his voice. Is he a blogger? I can hear his voice. What a shame, what a shame. He out here with all these pimps trying to find some O's. Yeah, I can hear his voice. Ooh wee, ooh wee.
Hosted by Barron himself, where the young Trump reportedly mingled with influencers to support his father's 2024 presidential campaign.
He was very vocal and he gave an advice to his father, and was incredible how he brought in a success, because he knew exactly who his father needs to contact and to talk to.
Now, Waller also described Tate as a big brother figure to Barron, even calling him a third brother to Andrew and Tristan Tate. But the Trump family's connection with the Tate brothers goes way back. In 2016, Andrew was kicked off the UK version of Big Brother after a video surfaced showing him acting violently toward a woman. Both he and the woman claimed it was consensual, but the media storm was intense.
Yeah, I think it's a disgrace.
And this is where the Trump connection starts to take shape. The following year, in 2017, Donald Trump Jr. publicly liked a tweet defending Tate during that controversy and later invited him to Trump Tower. From that point on, the relationship between the Trumps and the Tate brothers appeared to grow, quietly at first, but steadily over time.
I would like to think that Trump thinks the same as me.
Tate himself has said he's very close with the Trump family, and after the 2024 attempt on Donald Trump's life, spoke to Barron shortly afterward.
Top 3 reasons.
Can y'all believe that? So we got the Tate brothers,
Jules,
the Andrew brothers.
Social media reactions to Barron's connection with Tate have been
got the same
Trump's life.
issues going on.
Tate himself has said he's very close with the Trump family, and after the 2024 attempt on Donald Trump's life, spoke to Barron shortly afterward. Social media reactions to Barron's connection with Tate have been harsh. People aren't impressed. One post simply read, "Aw, Barron turned out to be a real piece of shit, just like the rest of the family." Another quipped, "Weird. I would not have guessed that a man raised in such a loving home by a father who has shown such deep respect for women would act that way. Ouch."
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
It seems unlikely that Barron himself will speak publicly about his friendship with Tate. If he's been trying to keep a low profile and stay out of politics, this kind of news certainly isn't helping. Some speculate that we could hear from Melania Trump instead, since she and Barron are close. But if the family doesn't see anything wrong with the Tate brothers, and with Donald Trump Jr. also reportedly friendly with them, it's possible they don't view Barron's chats as a problem at all.
Donald Trump is the last hope of Western civilization.
And for many people watching from the outside, this latest controversy feels like just another layer added to an already complicated and, at times, difficult life for Barron. Because from the very beginning, his story hasn't exactly been simple. To start, Barron's arrival came with its own twist. When Melania found out she was pregnant, it caught Donald off guard, and he needed some time to process it. Melania shared, "He came home and I told him he'd be a daddy, and his reaction was, at first, he needed to take it in. It was a real surprise, and then he was very happy."
Is he aware of the fantasticness that is you, his father?
Well, I don't know what he's aware of, but he is a fantastic young boy, so I hope he becomes aware fast.
Donald, on the other hand, explained,
becomes a wolf.
I expected we were going to have children, so I wasn't totally surprised. But I was surprised by the speed of it.
How do you feel about fatherhood again?
I like it.
How old are you, Don?
58.
Young.
It's young compared to you, right?
Yeah.
And although he eventually got excited, Donald wasn't there for Baron's birth, saying it would be easier for Melania to go through it without him.
I'm not going to be doing the diapers. I'm not going to be making the food. I may never even see the kids, frankly.
No, you won't.
Okay?
Oh, wow.
No, she will be an unbelievable mother. I'll be a good father, but I'll be,
How do you know?
doing my deals.
Born on March 20th, 2006, Baron grew up surrounded by luxury and privilege, but also constant attention and pressure.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, that's Baron. He's strong, he's smart, he's tough, he's vicious, he's violent.
As a child,
Violent.
Baron Trump lived in the Trump Tower penthouse in New York City. Talk about living in luxury. But everything changed when his dad became president. Moving from the comforts of Manhattan to the White House was a huge shift for Baron. And honestly, who could blame him for not being thrilled? I mean, trading in a cozy home for a political stage isn't exactly a dream for most kids.
My priority is my son Baron, our son Baron, and I support him 100%, and I'm there for him every time he needs me.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools. Baron first went to Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York. But after the move, he had to adjust to St. Andrews of Manhattan to the White House was a huge shift for Baron. And honestly, who could blame him for not being thrilled? I mean, trading in a cozy home for a political stage isn't exactly a dream for most kids.
My priority is my son Baron, our son Baron, and I support him 100%, and I'm there for him every time he needs me.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools.
Y'all, somebody done tapped
Baron
him.
first went to Columbia.
Y'all see that walk? Yeah, Lord, please. Somebody done tampered with it. Tampered. He walked like he's been tampered.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools. Baron first went to Columbia Grammar and Preparatory.
Am I the only one to see that? I mean, now he walks straight up like he military or something. But right here, at this tender age right here, he walked like he done been, somebody done been up in there.
Every time he needs me.
I hope not.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools. Baron first went to Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York. But after the move, he had to adjust to St. Andrews.
That's kind of scary for him. I mean, and I don't know if he's into that.
Every time he needs me.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools. Baron first went to Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York. But after the move...
So I see why Tate then would be his friends, and he wants to... He don't even seem like the same little boy.
Baron, and I support him 100%, and I'm there for him every time he needs me.
The move meant more than just a new house. It also meant switching schools. Baron first went to Columbia Grammar and Preparatory School in New York. But after the move, he had to adjust to St. Andrews Episcopal School in Maryland.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Yeah.
Just when he got used to it, the Trumps moved to Florida after Donald left office, and Baron enrolled at Oxbridge Academy. Imagine being a teenager and having to change schools multiple times, all while everyone's watching you. Not easy, right?
He's a great boy.
Yeah, it looked like that. It had just happened like that night or the night before, like he was still kind of tender.
But the public didn't make it easier for him. People on social media didn't hold back, from commenting on his looks to making hurtful jokes. One prime example happened in 2017.
Oh yeah, he
right
had
after
ADD
Donald Trump's inauguration,
or something.
when Katie Rich, a Saturday Night Live writer, tweeted, "Barron will be this country's first homeschool shooter." The tweet was quickly deleted, and Rich was suspended indefinitely due to the backlash. The criticism didn't stop at Barron's looks. His clothing choices became a target too. A reporter from the Daily Caller, Ford Springer, even said, "The youngest Trump doesn't have any responsibilities as the president's son, but the least he could do is dress the part when he steps out in public." The situation became so troubling that even Chelsea Clinton felt compelled to speak out. She defended Barron, saying, "It's a sad day when someone thinks it's acceptable
okay,
to
so
target
now
a 10-year-old."
this is, yeah, because this ain't the one. Yeah, let me go back to the one I really had watched before, so that the message that I was trying to get across, I can get across, cause yeah,
This is a hot
that was
flash.
a little.
This is a not flash. This is a hot.
This is the one I had watched where I was like, let's go.
The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history. The Jeffrey Epstein files have become a defining issue for Trump in his first year back at the White House, stoking allegations that his administration is covering up for the most notorious sexual predator in recent American history and his accomplices. But something that's flown under the radar is the story of how this man and his brother, two of them there, both facing charges of rape and human trafficking in Romania, were suddenly allowed to return to the United States, and how the Trump administration might have been involved in that. One of those men, Andrew Tate, is one of the most proudly, violently misogynistic influencers in the world, with an enormous following online, particularly among young men and even teenage boys. And in his online content, he and his brother have bragged about their recruitment and exploitation of women to make pornography. Both brothers have repeatedly denied criminal wrongdoing. Well, now the New York Times, in a remarkable investigative report, finds that they were released from Romanian custody only after Trump administration officials intervened. An official in the White House told the Times that it was not involved in Tate's legal matters. But the Times reports that 6 days before Trump's inauguration, Andrew Tate wrote in a text, quote, "I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And here is how the Tate brothers reacted.
I'm sure they're going to be in the Epstein files.
"I had word from the Trump administration that they're on top of things. I've been told I'll be free soon." And here is how the Tate brothers reacted when, in fact, they were free. And they boarded their flights back to the States the very next month.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got.
He said they back.
And we never really left
the States the very next month.
He said they back.
You know you are, Andrew. You know what we are? We are back. We are so back. No one has ever been more back than we just got. It's true. And we never really left.
They never really left.
We're back. Never left, but we're massively back.
Megan, too, is a Pulitzer Prize-winning investigator.
That right there is why I'm saying they in the Epstein files.
Now it's great to have you here. This is
so they never really left.
I say that to you a lot because it's always
but
true.
They are back.
First, I guess just for folks that don't know who Andrew Tate and his brother Tristan are, like, can you just give us a sense of who they are and what kind of content they made and what their message is?
Sure. So they are huge stars in the so-called manosphere. Andrew Tate, in particular, has built a massive audience of mostly young men by preaching brazen masculinity and chauvinism. And they have also taught courses on how to date women and exploit women and make money, and have also, very notably, run a porn business for about a decade in which they kind of bragged about basically dating women and then steering those girlfriends into making content, online sexual content, in which they take most of the profits.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the courses they offered was like a pimping course, right? It had the acronym PIMP.
Yeah,
right?
it was a PhD, short for pimping hose degree.
Yes, and the whole idea was, and again, they would say this is, we will teach you how to find women, create some sort of what appears to be romantic connection with them, and then use that to manipulate them into them making sexual content that you profit off of. Right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And they were born in the United States, but grew up, spent much of their life growing up in Britain. And so they launched this porn business, if you will, around the mid-2010s when they were based in Britain. And then in 2015, they moved to Romania. We found out Andrew was actually under criminal investigation then for alleged assaults of multiple women. As he tells it, thought that Romania, was a place where you could get away with a lot of stuff that you couldn't get away with in the West.
I think he even said that,
He even said that, yes.
Get away with.
Yeah, exactly. And so they move, they basically relocate to Romania. And so they're running this business out of both like Britain and Romania. They're growing it into a variety of platforms with a variety of women. And so they're doing all these things simultaneously. They're doing the porn business. Then they're teaching the online courses in which they're basically saying, we'll teach you the lessons we've learned from this.
And there's some of the like the MMA stuff, fighting and working out, and they're like, he's super ripped and all that,
Maybe.
like all of that stuff adjacent to the sort of
like Damien Omen.
Like super fitness. And Andrew got his start
He's the
as a
Omen
professional
child.
kickboxer.
Right.
So it's really maximize that image.
So they have this huge following. Now, so that's sort of uncontested, right? That part of
Selena
it. Like,
say here, Omen.
this is what they're about. And they've said it, and they've talked about needing to treat women like slaves, and you need to dominate them, and you need to treat them like a dog, that you say to them, you give them orders, right? And that you have to condition them the way you condition a dog. That's all stuff they've said. There are a variety of criminal allegations against them.
He got him out. Listen.
That was the reason they couldn't leave the country.
He got him out. He was setting it up. I'm telling y'all. Setting it up. He let the the Honduras guy, he got them out to to get the drugs back and the pimps back and the what's that corn, Bitcoin, the other guy out. Pay attention to the ones that he's pardoning. Yeah, he had a plan. He was trying to beat these Epstein. He was trying. They over there in Gaza. He need people to work and operate. Like he needed people to work and operate in his cabinet. He was getting his people together. He was stacking them up. I need you out. I need you to do what you do. I need for you to do what you do. I need my pimps and O's. I am these immigrants. I'm sending them over here. They're gonna be the ones to, we're gonna get free labor. Da 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 da. I'm building these brothels. Yeah. Pay attention to how he moved and how he pardoned. And then he'll say, oh, I don't know. I was told he was good. Then that means his sons is the ones who's recommending them. Scouting. Yeah. Pay attention. Because his plan was to keep it, the Epstein files, get these people, start these distractions, start these wars, keep I don't know what that means. Chronograph. Why? I don't know what you're asking. I don't know what that means. So that's his plan. That was his plan. And I feel like everybody that he pardoned, if with his corruption, hitman, and all of this type of stuff. That's what Trump had a plan. He had a plan.
Because they were under indictment.
That's right. Well, actually, the reality is that they're actually under criminal investigation.
Sorry, criminal investigation. It's a different process.
It's a different process. So they have been, since late 2022, they have been under criminal investigation in Romania. And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business and to what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women. And they also, there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those...
I want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case,
Did he say beat?
As the prosecutors have been building this case, they have... And the allegations are there that they have coerced dozens of women into their porn business and to what amounts to trafficking. And that Andrew has raped one of those women. And they also, there's accusations that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old. And so those... I
want to just say that again. There's an accusation that he had sex with and beat a 15-year-old.
Correct. And so this case, as the prosecutors have been building this case, they have repeatedly sought to keep these guys confined. And so they had been prohibited from leaving the country as the prosecutors are building this case with the prosecutors.
Commented and supported him, and then they became friends. And then yesterday, we found out that Eric and his brothers, all of them, and sister were there when they were auctioning. Minus.
Saying that they posed a public danger and a flight risk.
I want to read some of these texts that you have gotten in the article. This is a woman who says, "Do you want me to be your slave or your wife?" This is a woman who, again, he's sort of, it seems to be recruiting kind of quasi-romantically and then maybe trying to move him to something else. You'll do whatever I tell you, which is the same thing. I'll choose a woman to be my wife. She'll love me enough to let me tell her what I feel like. I will decide if she's a slave.
Oh, wow.
And then this is a text exchange in a text chat titled Pimps. This is two associates, along with Tristan, the brother, discussed how to punish a woman who said she would no longer work for them. Tristan Tate, the move now is as follows. Okay, both of you go, get her out of the house. Okay, hit her if you have to. I don't care. Don't let her take her things. Thanks. Okay.
You're right. Those are among the text messages that the prosecutors have gathered. I mean, we've been pouring through hundreds of pages of court records from Romania in which they've gathered together and spelled out what they say is a long pattern of this behavior with a variety of women.
There are other criminal charges in England, am I right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in Britain, prosecutors have authorized charges. They're not just under investigation. They've authorized charges of trafficking and rape against both brothers there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on this with my colleague, Isabella Kwai, and what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after he came back. Now,
there. And those are charges that they'll have to face when the Romania case is complete. They'll have to go to Britain and face those there. And we also realized, one of the things we discovered in the course of our reporting, I worked on this with my colleague, Isabella Kwai, and what we found was that here in the United States since 2022, anti-trafficking agents at the Department of Homeland Security, as well as federal prosecutors here in New York, the ones who eventually won a conviction of Sean Combs, have been investigating the Tate brothers.
We should also note that almost immediately upon return, a girlfriend of Andrew Tate's accused him of assault and rape. He denies those charges. She has now sued him. He has countersued her for defamation.
Right.
So that happened immediately after he came back. Now, everyone, I think, has a picture of these individuals at this point. They were in Romania. It's very clear from your reporting, even though the Trump administration has tried very hard to run away from it and deny it, and Romanian officials have tried to deny it, that there was some pressure put by the Trump administration to get these guys back to the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, what we found was that their release from Romania was really the culmination of like years-long efforts by Andrew Tate in particular to forge very strategic alliances with prominent figures on the American right, media figures like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, people in the Trump family, first Don Jr. and then Barron, and then eventually some of his supporters who were very public with their support and defense of him and their criticism of the Romanian criminal case ascended into the Trump administration.
Alina Habba has talked about him, Richard Grenell, who has a kind of freelance portfolio and in fact admits that he discussed the case with a Romanian official.
Right, exactly. Paul Ingrassia, who actually served on the Trump's legal team, he ascends into the administration as well. And so after this new administration comes in, Richard Grenell in particular, we found, had discussions with at least 2 Romanian officials about the Tate's case. One at Mar-a-Lago in December of 2024, the second in February at an international conference in Munich. And what we also found was that within days of that second conversation, an order from the highest levels of the Romanian government came down to the prosecutors in the criminal case saying, you gotta strike a compromise with the Tate brothers. And they did not.
Were unhappy.
They were outraged, but they did follow through with ultimately lifting their travel bans, which the Romanian prime minister believed was going to appease the Trump administration.
It's truly it's really a shocking set of events and incredibly scrupulous reporting about all this, and people should check it out at the New York Times, where you can read some of these texts and you can read more about some of the allegations against Andrew Tate and his brother, which the men deny. You should definitely check it out. Megan Twohey.
So what y'all think? What y'all think? Oh. You think they're gonna be in the Epstein files? Because they're trying to act like the ones that I'm trying to get this bed together. That they held is still under criminal investigation, or maybe too bad, or I don't know. But what they put out yesterday was pretty bad. But do y'all see a pattern in the texture? You see a texture of similarities, patterns. That's why I can see them Andrew brothers and them Tate brothers. Or a lot of hold on. I think I got one more thing. Oh, I'm feeling that leg now. Yes, ma'am, I think so. Yeah, it's a pattern. Hold on. I accidentally hit someone I wasn't supposed to hit them. Over here. I was looking. So I want to show y'all this. I want to show y'all what they're doing. What? Battery life. What time is it? Okay. A lot of snakes. So this right here. Y'all know they are selling, can I say selling, trafficking online. I don't know if I showed y'all this. And this is how they are trafficking online. And sometimes you'll even see them at Walmart. It's like they be trafficking at Walmart. Yes, indeed. Like this person right here is being trafficked. And I don't know if this is Walmart, but this is how they do it. They do a picture like this. What is it saying down there? Police, Ohio. So they doing it like a missing person. Missing person. Why they would have this picture? And then you see a Walmart ad like they selling a chef, right? Samaya, that's her name. Samaya. 5 chef. I don't know what the 5 chef means. Storage cabinet utility. And this is how much they selling her for. So it's kind of like slavery, where they'll show you a picture and you auction. Now we know Trump be auctioning off kids. We also know he'll auction off, well, Epstein auctioned off Melania, allegedly, to Trump. So now you will go, like you'll see something in an ad, at, a store. Probably some of those stores that that are red or MAGA or whatever, that has some affiliation with the cult. And they've come up with clever ways, speaking in code, absolutely. And this is how much they're selling her for. And I'm sure, like I don't know, but this is her name right here. And I don't know how they rate her. The fact is, some product names match the names of the actual missing children is the strongest evidence so far. Yeah. So that's her real name. They ain't selling what you think they selling. They are selling missing children. Wake up. I think that is so messed up. They're coming up however they can do what they do. Hold on. I'm trying to see. I thought I sent it to myself because I think I was kind of shocked. But it may not have went straight to me because I was having system issues. So hold on, let me see. It's a lot going on. Hi, Brooke. What did Candace have a breakdown over? Yeah, you have to hit the rewind. You can rewind it and watch the video. Yeah, you ought to watch the video. We 5 hours in. 5 hours and 30 minutes in. No, ma'am. I'm sorry. But I do have it set up where you can rewind it. Let me see. We've covered so much. And I hate, I don't look like I sent it to myself. And I hate it because it was, it don't look like I sent it to myself. It was a, It was a black girl. And hold on, maybe I sent it to my email. And her family was an occult. And let me see if I send it to me my Facebook. And let me see. And I was shocked because she was talking about they're saying 2 girls are buried at the Zorro Ranch. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh my God. I don't even think they really when it investigated, but somebody said that they are overlooking the Zorro Ranch. But in the Epstein files, it looks like 2 girls are buried there. Oh, yeah. How many days he got? Oh, Bill Gates, man. Let me find this and let me stop looking at all this stuff that's coming across to me. Cause and I was just shocked cause she also mentioned reptilian. They couldn't have friends, and I was like, black people, a black girl. I guess I can be a little naive sometimes because some of this stuff be way over my head. Oh, I know what I was looking for. Hold on. I'm gonna have to research this love letter, but let me see if I can find that girl. And I'm gonna go to sleep. I've been up all night. Well, not all night, just all day, and my leg is beginning to kind of hurt this time. I thought I sent it to myself. And see this, when did I send this to myself? And it's funny that I sent it to myself and I just didn't. A day ago. And I saw it. I was gonna talk about it. But it was saying, look. I sent it to myself a day ago. Trump family could face state charges. They trying to get him state, so he can't pardon. See, that don't look like him. Everybody else look like they self, right? That don't look like him. So to me, this look like one of them doubles. Y'all see what I'm talking about when I say some pictures, when I see him, it just don't look like him. Do they look like him to you? That look like her? That look like him? That look like her? But it's saying could face charges and go to jail for profiting off presidency. I've been collecting the stuff. I just hadn't had time to bring it to y'all because it's been Every time you turn around, it's something. That's not the, that's her. That ain't old young, old her. But that, I ain't never seen her look like that. I don't know. Hold on. But they gonna have to do something. They gonna have to do something. They finna try to, they're about to try to do, play it off. Let me see if I can find this. He's suing us for $10 billion. He is suing the Treasury and the IRS for billions of dollars. I must not have sent it to myself. I didn't send it to myself. Okay, y'all finna go to sleep. I thought I sent it to myself, but I didn't. Okay, y'all sleeping? What else? I think that's it. Did I show? I think I showed y'all all I was gonna show tonight. Well, today. Y'all, is y'all full? Are y'all full? Was the tea hot? Shout out to Don Lemon. He said, I'm not impressed. You not sleeping? I'm not impressed. Ain't nobody falling for that. And I'm going to sue your ass. I'm going to sue your ass. Oh, rainbow locates Jeffrey Austin. Awesome. You got more? I'm sure I do. I just got to go over there. Oh, I wanted to hear what this was about, but I couldn't. Let me see.
Introducing the Score Bet for Sunday, Monday, or any day that ends in Y. We're with you every game day.
Extreme situation.
I'm the world's greatest advertisement for the hottest new super drug that makes you effortlessly
I'm not impressed.
Beautiful.
Gave her a gold card that I think means that she doesn't have to pay the $15,000 to.
Wasn't there 15 plus? That's the processing fee. There's $1 million on top of that.
Right. So she's not going to have to pay it because she got this gold card. So look, it's very clear they are tight. We're going to be seeing her.
She said yesterday
with
she
him.
is his #1 fan.
We have been wondering all along, what is this doing to the Barbs? Nicki Minaj's fan base, her fiercely loyal fans, how many of them, because she's responded to some of them and said, look, I know there's some Barbs who are upset, but I don't care. This is what I'm about, and I'm going to do it. And if you're with me, you're with me. It certainly seems like it.
Be right back.
I'm trying to see what they said about Oprah. Sometimes they be
ads platform. It's easier than
they
ever
be
with Ads Manager. Sign up today.
Welcome back to TMZ Live. Kanye West's apology for his day to Oprah. She's 72.
What's the big deal? I mean, honestly,
He has an incredibly supportive family. In fact, I feel maybe a little too supportive because he was at the exactly. Yeah. It almost seems like it. But then, no, you can't keep making your mom. No.
Thank you, D.
Sorry. You're a grown-ass man. Gee,
Purple Flower and Denise, thank you.
Me a $5 million house in Beverly Hills, maybe.
No. Whoa.
Why did he put this at the end?
Even your child turn over a new leaf in the gym.
Be right back.
They said she said something about Trump. I'm trying to hear what she said about Trump.
Happy birthday to Oprah. She's 72 years old and turning over a new leaf in the gym. Turns out she's been said she's started doing a lot more
She has
weight.
2 plates on there.
Yeah, she's doing a lot more weight training. So she was celebrating her 72nd birthday with some deadlifts. Pretty impressive.
Do we know how much weight?
I mean, you tell us.
Well, no, I mean,
You're an expert.
they could be 45s, but I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I doubt it. So I don't know what they are. Do you have an issue
Could
with...
be 25. I don't know. You have an issue with what?
Well, when you're over 70, do you want to do anything with the word dead in it?
Dude, you know what? She's trying to celebrate. She says she wants to improve her
So they
muscle,
fake. They
muscle
said
mass, and she's gonna-
Oprah, Trump is in hot water. And then they put, okay, I was trying to see what he was saying about Trump. So, no, he kind of mixed that up in there. But hold on. I was trying to listen to that while we was watching something, and it started getting good, whatever it was we was watching. Oh, man. Okay, let me hear this one. Something huge is coming. They hijacked everything.
I note in the book that there's differing allegations, and people are open to make up their
That's
their
that guy right
conclusions
there.
about it that they met.
That was that guy.
And there's also allegations from people that worked with Robert Maxwell when he was doing stuff for Israeli intelligence, including former Israeli intelligence agents.
Oh, okay.
People like Simeon Mogilevich.
This is right here. Y'all remember? Oh, baby. I guess it was meant for me to talk about it.
Name has come up for
She said, "What you say?"
example.
Oh,
when
goody, I'm
talks
still
about
here.
Donald Trump at the
Y'all remember earlier? Let me check. Don. He tried it, didn't he? They tried it, Don. They tried it. You ain't going. If you ain't going, I ain't going. And I ain't going. I ain't going. So y'all remember, I'm trying to get it positioned right. Y'all remember earlier, now don't ask me how much earlier, how early, that I had made mention that Trump was around with Ghislaine mom or daddy on that boat, Ghislaine or Ghislaine Express, when the daddy fell off. So I don't think I knew that Trump was around hanging with Ghislaine Maxwell daddy. Y'all remember I made mention of that. And I said, so that accident may not have been an accident. I think this is what I was watching.
Russian mob and all of this stuff. It all goes.
Russian mafia mob boss. Let's go.
People like Simeon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine.
The Lady Ghislaine. That boat. So it was with his first wife, where he was entertaining Ghislaine Maxwell daddy on that boat. So they go way back. What's that old song? Me and you, Bob, go a long way back.
He was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht, in the same period in the late 80s. And I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest, Russian mob and all of this stuff. It all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on. But they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner.
Okay, so that was the daddy over there in the corner. Get off of that thing.
And I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance his, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob.
Ain't that her daddy? Is that her daddy? Mm. Okay.
And all of this stuff, it all goes back to Simeon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht, in the same period in the late 80s, and I think it's interesting, too, you look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance himself. I'm not a fan. And then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested. I wish her well, he says. In Jeffrey Epstein's case, I think he was definitely doing the gotcha stuff and the ladder stuff to people. I think that's pretty clear. But in addition, when he tried to justify himself to journalists after his first arrest, he would be like, now listen, historically, the age of consent wasn't 16, and it's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like, game on, basically, is what he was saying. And people have pointed to, I think it's an op-ed piece that Alan Dershowitz wrote, and I think the early 2000s or late 90s, don't know the exact date, but he says something like, it should really be once girls start menstruating.
Dershowitz said this?
Yes.
This is why his name constantly gets brought up.
Journalist after his first arrest, he would be like, now listen, historically, the age of consent wasn't 16, and it's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like, game on, basically, is what he was saying. And people have pointed to, I think it's an op-ed piece that Alan Dershowitz wrote. I think that's pretty clear. But in addition, when he tried to justify himself to journalists after his first arrest, he would be like, now listen, historically, the age of consent wasn't 16, and it's not that weird. Once they hit puberty, like, game on, basically, is what he was saying. And people have pointed to, I think it's an op-ed piece that Alan Dershowitz wrote, and I think the early 2000s or late 90s, don't know the exact date, but he says something like, it should really be once girls start menstruating.
Dershowitz said this?
Yes.
This is why his name constantly gets brought up.
There's allegations against him, obviously, but
By the way, he's talked about it and he's responded to it in interviews. Like, people have asked him.
Yeah, that's the one that was there.
I think that's part of his strategy. I think he feels like if he shirks away from it, people will assume guilt. I think he thinks he has a better chance of, protecting his reputation.
I said I could hear his voice.
But I don't, the court of public opinion, as far as Dershowitz is concerned, I think a lot of people seem to agree with the allegations. But again, it's hard to know. When it comes to Epstein, if your name gets associated with him, even Epstein acknowledged in early 2019, he's radioactive is the word he used to describe himself after his first arrest.
Two things. Let's talk about when the connection came with Clinton and then when he met Ghislaine. Which happened first? He met Ghislaine first, then he met Clinton.
Yeah. So with Ghislaine Maxwell, it's publicly claimed that they met in late 1991 or so. Their first public appearance together was when he sat next to her and her mother at a tribute to Robert Maxwell shortly after his death that was at the Plaza Hotel in New York. But, that was sort of, in my opinion, more of a coming out of their public relationship and this close association that followed from that point on of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
That's why it was that she knew Trump first. She knew Trump first. Now, but how was he at her dad's? Why would he be at her dad's? Hold on.
When it comes to Epstein, if your name gets associated with him, even Epstein acknowledged in early 2019, he's radioactive is the word he used to describe himself after his first arrest.
Two things. Let's talk about when the connection came with Clinton and then when he met Ghislaine. Which happened first? He met Ghislaine first, then he met Clinton.
Yeah. So with Ghislaine Maxwell, it's publicly claimed that they met in late 1991 or so. Their first public appearance together was when he sat next to her and her mother at a tribute to Robert Maxwell shortly after his death that was at the Plaza Hotel in New York. But, that was sort of, in my opinion, more of a coming out of their public relationship and this close association that followed from that point on of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I note in the book that there's differing allegations and people are open to make up their own conclusions about it, that they met years prior. And there's also allegations from people that worked with Robert Maxwell when he was doing stuff for Israeli intelligence, including former Israeli intelligence agents, that Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other in the mid-1980s and worked together on intelligence stuff, and that Ghislaine Maxwell had sort of brought Epstein into the fold because they had some sort of romantic relationship in this.
Who had the romantic relationship?
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine, before 1991. That's the claim.
Is that how you would, how would you describe their relationship? Were they friends? Were they lovers? Were they
brought Epstein into the fold because they had some That Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other in the mid-1980s and worked with Robert Maxwell when he was doing stuff for Israeli intelligence, including former Israeli intelligence agents. That Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein knew each other in the mid-1980s and worked together on intelligence stuff. And that Ghislaine Maxwell had sort of brought Epstein into the fold because they had some sort of romantic relationship in this.
Who had the romantic relationship?
Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine before 1991. That's the claim.
Is that how you would, like, how would you describe their relationship? Were they friends? Were they lovers? Were they business partners? Was it all the above? Was it weird?
Yeah.
Was it sex?
I think after 1991, it was definitely very business partner stuff. There's been a lot of
At first she thought that they were a couple. She thought they were a couple. Where my stuff? My legs starting to hurt.
the stuff out there to absolve Ghislaine, I think, in a sense, where they say, oh, she was just enamored with him and that's why she did everything. I think it's much more complicated than that. And the reason I think they've been able to sell that narrative so well is because they just totally ignore her father and her relationship with her father. Her father dies and she's used to being in this particular relationship with a man, in this case her father, who dominates her life and runs it basically for her and has for years, and then he's dead, and what does she do? She goes to someone who's just like Robert Maxwell.
So it's important to find out more about Robert Maxwell because he himself was a very, very interesting character. What do we know about Robert Maxwell?
Oh, man. Well, I mean, we could fill up the whole podcast talking about Robert Maxwell, to be honest.
Really?
But really, his intelligence connections are a matter of record. He was very closely associated with Israeli intelligence. He was also closely associated with figures in Soviet and Eastern European intelligence to a significant degree, an alleged relationship with British intelligence. I mean, it seems like he could have been a double or triple agent, you know, very involved with intelligence stuff. And that's why it's complicated when we talk about intelligence affiliations. Oh, you know, people are like, you know, Robert Maxwell was just Mossad. Well, you know, it's more complicated than that. These people are interested in money and power for themselves a lot of times. So if it means, you know, helping these guys out and helping these guys out, having your hands in as many pies as possible to rake in more money for you and stuff like that. I mean, a lot of these guys seem to do that. And Robert Maxwell was definitely a guy that sort of seemed to not just straddle different intelligence agencies, but also intelligence and organized crime, which is another big theme of the book. So looking at Robert Maxwell around the end of the 1980s or so, he went into business with Eastern Bloc mobsters in a big way. People like Semyon Mogilevich, whose name has come up, for example, like when mainstream media talks about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff, it all goes back to Semyon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht in the same period in the late 80s and all of this stuff. So is it really more of the Maxwell mafia or the Russian mafia, right? There hasn't really been an interest in connecting, you know, those dots, right? And I think it's interesting, too. You look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance himself. I'm not a fan, right? And then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested. I wish her well, he says. And people like that used to be pretty close to this nexus, like Stephen Hoffenberg, say that Trump was much closer to the Maxwell side than the Epstein side.
From the father's side, Robert.
Yeah, and that it continued, you know, that his affiliation with Epstein and Ghislaine after Robert Maxwell's death.
Yeah, I never knew that he was close to Robert Maxwell. Interesting. And he frequented the boat. So I would not be surprised if he didn't push him off. Allegedly.
Than the Epstein side.
From the father's side, Robert.
Yeah, and that it continued, you know, that his affiliation with Epstein and Ghislaine after Robert Maxwell's death, talking about Donald Trump, was because that he was closer to Ghislaine than Epstein necessarily.
Well, let me ask you this. How was Trump's relationship with the Murdoch family?
I'm not exactly familiar with that, but
because these guys were competitors. Maxwell and Murdoch were not.
Were competitors, yeah, but Trump's mentor was Roy Cohn, right? And so Roy Cohn had a friendly relationship with Murdoch.
Got it. So these guys are going at it, and this character, Robert Maxwell, could have been like a great Gatsby character because he would tell the stories, and half the stories you don't know if it's real or not, but at that time you kind of have to believe it.
He's been described as like about Donald Trump and the Russian mob and all of this stuff. It all goes back to Semyon Mogilevich, but they won't acknowledge that he was a business partner of Robert Maxwell, and you have Donald Trump partying on the Lady Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell's yacht in the same period in the late 80s and all of this stuff. So is it really more of the Maxwell mafia or the Russian mafia, right? There hasn't really been an interest in connecting, you know, those dots, right? And I think it's interesting, too. You look at Donald Trump's reaction to Jeffrey Epstein's arrest. He wants to distance himself. I'm not a fan, right? And then Ghislaine Maxwell gets arrested. I wish her well, he says. And people like that used to be pretty close to this nexus, like Stephen Hoffenberg, say that Trump was much closer to the Maxwell side than the Epstein side.
From the father's side, Robert.
Yeah, and that it continued, that his affiliation with Epstein and Ghislaine after Robert Maxwell's death, talking about Donald Trump, was because that he was closer to Ghislaine than Epstein necessarily.
Well, let me ask you this. How was Trump's relationship with the Murdoch family?
I'm not exactly familiar with that, but
because these guys were competitors. Maxwell and Murdoch were not.
Were competitors, yeah, but Trump's mentor was Roy Cohn, right? And so Roy Cohn had a friendly relationship with Murdoch.
Got it.
So
these guys are going at it, and this character, Robert Maxwell, could have been like a great Gatsby character, because he would tell the stories, and half the stories you don't know if it's real or not. But at that time, you kind of have to believe it.
He's been described as like narcissistic.
You got 3 tears running down your face. It's been 2 years before the
like a very, very big on self-promotion, he was determined to make himself and his family sort of like the next Kennedys. He wanted to make a dynasty of power. That was what he was interested in. Robert Maxwell, yeah. And one of the top FBI special agents in New York, John Patrick O'Neill, went on record saying that Robert Maxwell, before he died, set into motion a global coalition of criminals, that he basically made a major successful effort to bring together organized crime factions from around the world into like a global, basically criminal conglomerate, at the same time that he has all these intelligence affiliations.
They are similar.
And that's pretty significant,
Absolutely,
right? Well, I was just
JR.
going to say that O'Neill said, if you look into that guy's career specifically, he was sort of headhunted to be head of the security at the World Trade Center, and he started just days before 9/11, and he was sort of pushed out of the FBI. But before he left the FBI and he made these statements to author Gordon Thomas. He said, I have people looking in, still trying to unravel the Maxwell legacy in New York. And this is a decade after Robert Maxwell's death. The Daily Beast, around the time that Epstein was arrested the second time, came out and noted that Epstein had attended at least 5 meetings at the Clinton White House with a guy named Mark Middleton. Okay. Last December, the Daily Mail obtained the full visitor logs. That number ballooned to 17. It wasn't covered in the U.S. Shouldn't that matter? That it goes from 5 to 17. You have this guy in less than around 2 years going to the White House 17 times. And he's not just meeting with Mark Middleton. His first meeting was Robert Reumann, former head of Goldman Sachs, who, by the way, Goldman Sachs was accused of being a major accessory to Robert Maxwell's financial crimes, including the stuff with the pension funds and all of that were involved in all of this crazy stuff. So the guy that is running basically the bank that Robert Maxwell is very much tied to. Robert Maxwell dies, and the first guy to bring Jeffrey Epstein into the White House is that banker.
So go to the Clintons. You were talking about everything with the Clintons. Why do so many people, when it comes down to Clintons, get suicided? We hear these
I don't have an answer for that, I can give you my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. Why we hear these stories, and then I want to ask you whether you feel Trump has any kind of involvement with Epstein, not in regards to business, but with women, because I have my own theory there as well. But let's start off with the Clintons first.
Okay, so the Clinton stuff is really complicated, and even I, like with the book, I sort of saved some of that stuff for last, and it probably should be its own book, because this Mark Middleton guy, most of his meetings were with Mark Middleton. You have these visitor logs came out right last December. It's 17 visits. It's much more than 5 with Mark Middleton. And then just a few months later, Mark Middleton dies in Little Rock.
Now, is Mark Middleton the guy that they... let me hear what she's saying. One of them died. They supposed to... let me hold that mute. Hold on. Trying to hear what she was about to say.
With Epstein, not in regards to business, but with women, because I have my own theory there as well. But let's start off with the Clintons first.
Okay, so the Clinton stuff is really complicated, and even I, like with the book, I sort of saved some of that stuff for last, and it probably should be its own book, because this Mark Middleton guy, most of his meetings were with Mark Middleton. You have these visitor logs came out right last December. It's 17 visits. It's much more than 5 with Mark Middleton, and then just a few months later, Mark Middleton dies in Little Rock, Arkansas. He was allegedly found hanging by the neck with an extension cord around his neck and a shotgun wound to the chest, and it was labeled a suicide. A local court in Arkansas said that no media front taken at the scene, photos, videos, anything is allowed to be released to the public.
Huh, what? He was hanging...
And he shot himself. Yeah.
This is again from the Daily Mail citing local law enforcement that, it's very crazy.
I mean, listen, if you can commit suicide by hanging yourself and shooting yourself with a shotgun in the chest, you're a magician, is what you are. I mean, you're in a league of your own.
And so this is right after it comes out that he's, meeting the guy that met with Epstein a bunch at the Clinton White House. But it's even crazier than that, because once you start looking into who Mark Middleton was at the White House, it gets crazy really fast. I'll give you an example. George W. Bush comes into office. Are you familiar with the first time Bush invoked executive privilege? Among other things, I think there were 3 things in the particular document that was, that invocation. But one of those 3 was all documents about Mark Middleton not going to Congress, which was investigating Mark Middleton. Why did Bush step in to protect aid to the chief of staff of the White House for Clinton, who's normally, he's not a big fish, right?
Yeah, what was it?
Why is Bush stepping in for that?
Yeah, what's your theory?
Well, if you look into why Mark Middleton was infamous at that time and why he was being investigated, it's remembered really only by U.S. conservatives today, and they refer to it as Chinagate, which is kind of a largely forgotten political scandal. It's insane once you get into it. I personally think Chinagate. I think Chinagate's kind of a misnomer. You do have China involved, but really it's the same. It's some of the families that backed Bill Clinton when he was governor of Arkansas. The Riyadi family, Jackson Stevens, these types of figures. When Bill Clinton becomes president, they have a lot of interest in.
Save time creating content and generate a high quality clone.
China stuff, and mainly it looks sort of like a lot of tech transfer stuff to China, and so conservatives at the time said it was basically the Clintons selling out U.S. national security on a major scale to the Chinese government, or mainly to firms that were state-backed and tied up with the Chinese military. And Mark Middleton was one of the guys at the center of this, and Epstein's meeting with him at the same time that Chinagate's active, and oddly enough, in the same period of time, and I mean, this is why it's so crazy. Jeffrey Epstein, on behalf of Leslie Wexner, is involved in moving an airline called Southern Air Transport from Miami, Florida to Columbus, Ohio to run cargo for the Limited. And that's the airline that used to be Air America, the CIA airline. Southern Air Transport was involved in the Iran-Contra stuff, moving stuff, the Mena, Arkansas, Barry Seal, the cocaine stuff, all of that was Southern Air Transport. And then just a few years later, it becomes the airline of the Limited, and it's not going from Miami to Latin America anymore. It's going from Columbus, Ohio, involved with Epstein and Wexner. It's going to Hong Kong. And this is the guy, at the same period of time, he's meeting with the Chinagate guy. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy stuff here, and honestly, it would take the whole podcast to unravel it all. I've tried to do my best in the book, but there's really a lot more there, and it's very crazy. And the other guy at the center of this was Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, who agreed to cooperate with an investigation into a lot of this stuff, and then he ends up dead in a plane crash that kills a bunch of people in the Commerce Department that are at the exact part of Commerce, ITA, at the Commerce Department, that was basically the department most targeted by this particular group for Chinagate. It's so nuts. I mean, I would encourage people to read this part of the book because there's so much detail. It's so convoluted and insane when you get into the stuff about this. And even the congressional reports that were done about Chinagate, I mean, it's totally insane what happened. It's very, illegal. And there was a focus on the illegal campaign donations, but it was basically like pay-for-play politics. But it was pay-for-play politics where these illegal campaign donations were being obtained from non-U.S. citizens. Yeah. And it was basically buying influence of the Commerce Department that seems to have been signing off on basically tech transfers of sensitive, military and other types of technology to our ostensible adversary, and when it wasn't supposed to be sent over there, and also stuff about China's trading status.
Oh, I was in another room. I didn't even know that it was, I walked back in here and was asking y'all questions. I don't even know when it cut off. I was saying, I said, I had. Well, heck, I don't know when it was talking about Clinton.
I mean, there's a lot of really crazy stuff here. Involved with Epstein and Wexner, it's going to Hong Kong. And this is the guy, at the same period of time, he's meeting with the Chinagate guy. I mean, there's a lot of really crazy stuff here.
I don't know when it cut off.
The whole podcast to unravel it all. I've tried to do my best.
How long was it buffering?
There's really a lot more there, and it's very crazy. And the other guy at the center of this was Commerce Secretary Ron Brown, who agreed to cooperate with an investigation into a lot of this stuff, and then he ends up dead in a plane crash that kills a bunch of people in the Commerce Department that are at the exact part of Commerce, ITA, at the Commerce Department, that was basically the department most targeted by this particular group for Chinagate. It's so nuts. I mean, I would encourage people to read this part of the book because there's so much detail. It's so convoluted and insane when you get into the stuff about this. And even the congressional reports that were done about Chinagate, I mean, it's totally insane.
I had went into another one. It was on Ron Brown.
And there was a focus on the illegal campaign donations. But it was basically like pay-for-play politics. But it was pay-for-play politics where these illegal campaign donations were being obtained from non-U.S. citizens. And it was basically buying influence of the Commerce Department that seems to have been signing off on basically tech transfers of sensitive, like military and other types of technology to our ostensible adversary, and when it wasn't supposed to be sent over there, and also stuff about China's trading status, like most favored nation trading status, because Clinton campaigned on playing hardball with the Chinese about that stuff, and he totally reversed. And a lot of this is because of this one family that backed his political career going way back, named the Riyadis, that are actually Indonesian, but they're ethnic Chinese, and they have a lot of business interests in all of Southeast Asia. They're very big. They're called the Lippo Group. And the Lippo Group and Jackson Stevens, these guys have a relationship with BCCI that we talked about earlier back in the 1980s, and actually tried to save the BCCI Hong Kong branch before its collapse. And that's when they went into business with some of these Chinese government-owned firms. And that's where Chinagate really starts, and it gets really crazy from there on out. But even not talking about Chinagate anymore, you look at the first time Epstein went to a Clinton fundraiser, it was supposed to be for the White House Historical Association, nominally a fundraiser so Hillary Clinton could redecorate parts of the White House. I feel crazy talking about it just because it's so insane, but this fundraiser Epstein was involved in. He was one of the donors to that. You also have one of the guys instrumental in BCCI stuff, like Clark Clifford, who was in the Carter administration and played a major role in BCCI's entry.
What's his name? Trump got caught slipping when he was bringing up Epstein and Clinton, and the times he came and the amount of time they spent together. So it was with this Chinagate. So I'm assuming that this is where, when he brought it up, is where he was trying to go with it to expose Trump. I mean, not Trump, Clinton, with this Chinagate stuff.
To the U.S. financial system. And then you have a guy named C. Gerald Goldsmith who tried to run for mayor of Palm Beach once, who has a bunch of ties to offshore banking complex, organized crime. I mean, a lot of the guys, not everyone obviously, but some of the guys that attended this fundraiser are financial guys like that. And this fundraiser ends up in Vince Foster's suicide note. Are you familiar with Vince Foster?
Yeah, of course.
He was White House counsel. And
for Clinton?
Yeah, and he died, and there's a lot of speculation.
Yeah, he was having an affair with Hillary.
Because, he supposedly shot himself in the mouth, but there's no blood at the scene, right? And the
no blood at the
report
scene.
Said it was a mouth-to-neck wound, and then they changed it. On some pages it says that, on some pages it says, it was a regular gunshot wound, and then the people that were at the scene are advised about the autopsy late, and they show up, and all the part of the mouth and neck, the palate, all this stuff is just taken out of Vince Foster so they can't look at it, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Charlie Kirk
I know the specifics about the death in the book and why people suspect something, but it's pretty much a matter of record that when police went into Vince Foster's office after his body was found, there was nothing in his briefcase, and then somehow 36, I think, hours later, the White House claims there was a suicide note that Vince Foster left, and it was apparently Hillary Clinton's office that was responsible for finding that suicide note after this extensive delay. And the only mention of Hillary Clinton in that suicide note is related to this White House Historical Association fundraiser.
Okay. So it was one more. Something huge is coming. Let me hear this one.
Discover why critics are roaring.
Oh, is this the one? Oh, this is scary.
Sure. Well, a lot of the big Silicon Valley names today wouldn't exist without the involvement of the CIA or In-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capital arm. Or in the case of, Facebook, you have sort of a DARPA connection there. So a lot of the...
Okay, I just, hold on, was this the one I needed to?
These, Silicon Valley companies, we were sort of sold this narrative, oh, it's just these guys in their garage and look at their brilliant startup. If you actually look into the narratives in a lot of those cases, that's not what you're going to find. You're going to find, in-Q-Tel or connections to powerful people and deal making and whatnot. But in a lot of the bigger names, you find the national security state there really from the off. And it has sort of, that relationship has been relatively, continuous from their founding onward. So I think if you look at Silicon Valley specifically, there's a really good book called Surveillance Valley by Yasha Levine. And looking at that, it sort of shows how the military it's about pre-crime. It's about predicting stuff before it happens. And that's what I think a lot of people miss about Palantir, because a lot of people say about mass surveillance, well, I have nothing to hide. But it's not about if you're doing something wrong now or not. It's about an algorithm thinking if you will do something wrong in the future.
I think I would definitely be on that algorithm. I think you would be as well.
I would argue that neoconservatives have very successfully rebranded, and I think Peter Thiel is a very important example of that. So Peter Thiel, as an example, Palantir has been in the news, right? He's a co-founder of that. So how was Palantir created? Well, there was this company that was being run, or not company, sorry, it was a government program after 9/11 called Total Information Awareness. It was housed within the Pentagon's DARPA office. And the man they chose to put in charge of that was John Poindexter, who was the highest ranking.
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking a dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it.
Member of the Reagan administration to be indicted for his role in Iran-Contra, which again, the continuity of government stuff is relevant here. So eventually, it launches and whatever, but people are outraged by it because, as they rightly pointed out, it would eliminate constitutional protections of Americans' rights, specifically the right to privacy, among other things. It was a huge surveillance dragnet. And its goal wasn't just to, surveil everything. It was to predict crime before it happens, predict terror attacks before it happens. I mean, it's like Minority Report was basically the end goal of it. And so after all the pushback, they changed the name to Terrorist Information Awareness and try and rebrand. Oh, it's not total. We are still going to surveil innocent Americans, but we're focusing on the terrorists. They did all this stuff to try and rebrand it, but Congress defunded it. But hidden in that bill, Congress allowed aspects of it to continue. And essentially, I argue in my work on Palantir that an effort was made to privatize large aspects of TIA as Palantir. Because when Alex Karp and Peter Thiel were setting it up, they went to John Poindexter through this guy named Richard Pearl, who was a long-standing neocon actor with very extensive ties also to the state of Israel. He was caught in the 70s giving classified information to Israel's embassy and should have gone to jail and somehow did not, and had a lot of ties also to Netanyahu's first government. And Richard Pearl is the guy that connected Thiel Karp to Poindexter, and they basically wanted to talk to Poindexter because they wanted to recreate Total Information Awareness and saw him as the godfather of modern mass surveillance. In doing so, they basically, Peter Thiel teams up with in-Q-Tel, the CIA's venture capital firm. Alex Karp has said on record that the intended clients of Palantir from the beginning was the CIA. And the CIA was their first client for their first 6 years as a company. Their top developers went to Langley, Virginia, which is CIA headquarters, every 2 weeks to show the CIA their product and have them tweak it to their liking. And during that period of time, one of the top people at the CIA that would have been involved in that is this guy named Alan Wade, who was also intimately involved with Total Information Awareness.
Hey, Randall.
And if you look at how Total Information Awareness was described, its privacy protections, it's exactly the same as the way Palantir sold their stuff later on. There's an insane amount of overlap. And what's crazy here is that Alan Wade, a few years prior, had created a Homeland Security software program that was also pre-crime-esque and similar to what Palantir ended up doing. It was called Gilead, and he teamed up with Christine Maxwell to do that.
I wonder what the Whitney Webb file in Palantir is like.
Sure, it's long.
It's got to know
They
that,
probably know I have a mold allergy and all sorts of stuff.
and that I'm visiting you, having a conversation.
Well, I mean, that's their job, right?
Well, it's funny. So
It's about pre-crime. It's about predicting stuff before it happens. And that's what I think a lot of people miss about Palantir, because a lot of people say about mass surveillance, well, I have nothing to hide, but it's not about if you're doing something wrong now or not. It's about an algorithm thinking if you will do something wrong in the future.
I think I would definitely be on that algorithm. I think you would be as well.
Well, the problem is that pre-crime has been inching along, and actually a lot of people in Epstein
The
world,
tea is hot.
obviously Peter Thiel and Epstein had a relationship. More came out about this earlier this year after, Thiel kind of tried to minimize his ties a few months earlier. But
I try to make
Peter
sure you're
Thiel's
on
Founders
phone.
Fund co-invested in this company with Epstein and Wexner and Ehud Barak called Carbine.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts.
That basically had a pre-crime component to it, and Carbine has now colonized an insane amount of 911 emergency call services systems like throughout the U.S. and are the main company at the
It's all one
forefront
big
if this
circle.
legislation in the U.S. is passed. It's called Next
I didn't know
Generation
that
or
Trump
NG
went that far
911,
back
where they're going to basically
with
federalize
her
and centralize all
and her
911
dad.
emergency call systems. And then when you centralize it, you can just put one company in charge. They've changed the board a lot since the Epstein scandal because Ehud Barak was the chair and there were people on the board that were tied to Epstein, including a woman that he allegedly took to the UK to sort of soften up some U.S. senators whose identity is still
Trump
unknown
brought
before the Iraq
Epstein
war vote.
in.
But
That's why he said
story for another
Epstein worked
time.
for him.
And, some other figures tied to Epstein were on the board, and it would formerly been created by veterans of Israeli intelligence. But now they only have one of the Israeli intelligence co-founders on the board. The others have left to do other things. One of them now works for Eric Prince, I believe. And, they've kind of gone their separate ways, and they've tried to rebrand as a more American-looking company, I guess. I think they added Trump's former head of DHS, Christy Nielsen, I think is her name, to the board. And they have Michael Chertoff, the former one of the early heads of DHS under Bush, is there.
So it's like so everything and everyone is captured, and
Well,
everything is corrupt. Are they really good
I
guys?
think that's kind of a simplification. I think not everything has always been like that. I think this particular group, once they got their hands on power, it's a faction, they've been consolidating control for a long time. And I think the advent of technology, big tech sort of taking over our lives, has really facilitated that. Because the whole conclusion to my book is that why would you take someone like Epstein down? You don't need people like him anymore to compromise people, because all of our lives are increasingly online. So if they want something on you, they can just harvest it off through, whether it's Palantir, it ends up in your Palantir database. Basically, it's sucked up by the NSA or GCHQ or any of these other agencies. And you're profiled based on it. Or if there isn't incriminating stuff, they can plant incriminating stuff on your devices.
So you're screwed either way.
If they want to screw you, sure. Yeah. And so it's much easier to consolidate power under those circumstances.
Do you think there are...
And they elevate people who are compromised to positions of power. How did a guy like Dennis Hastert become Speaker of the House of the United States when it was known that he was a pedophile years before getting to that position? Because they can hold it over his head the whole time.
Do you think there are a lot of Epsteins operated?
Well, yeah, my whole book is about how Epstein was not an anomaly. I mentioned the example of Adnan Khashoggi, but I mentioned Robert Keith Gray, who Robert Maxwell hired when he came, to the U.S. And made his big entry into New York City. He was also involved in blackmail stuff. There was a page boy scandal he was related to in the 1980s where, I forget the guy's name. I think Larry Craig was the name of the main congressman or senator involved. And Craig denied all the charges, but then got caught in the early 2000s for soliciting,
They always put
PDF. Like but there's been a ton of these scandals over the years. And then you have figures like Roy Cohn, who I mentioned earlier, involved in blackmail activities as well. There's a lot of these figures.
Blackmail seems to become very useful.
Well, it is, because, I mean, this is one of those things that's a holdover from the mob that later gets absorbed by intelligence agencies because they see its utility, you know?
So if we see someone rich, famous,
Knowing who, you know, Larry Craig was the name of the main congressman or senator involved, and Craig denied all the charges, but then got caught in the early 2000s for soliciting, you know, in a bathroom in an airport or something like that.
Oh,
but
wow.
yeah, there's been a ton of these scandals over the years, and then you have figures like Roy Cohn, who I mentioned earlier, involved in blackmail activities as well. There's a lot of these figures.
This blackmail seems to become very useful.
Well, it is, because, I mean, this is one of those things that's a holdover from the mob that later gets absorbed by intelligence agencies because they see its utility, you know?
So if we see
I
someone
wonder
rich,
did Maxwell
famous,
try to blackmail Trump?
You know, knowing information, the sexual blackmail information,
Because
the
if he
CIA,
tried to
that's
blackmail
intelligence
Trump,
to them. We want to gather intelligence on these people and then use it to our benefit for national security interests.
which is all economic.
Well, more often
largely,
than not,
yeah.
but it's, you know, it's obviously other things too. Just, I think it depends on the circumstance, really.
It's so hard to get your head around it, Whitney.
Well, you know, I've thought about... I understand that my books are like a lot of information, but the thing is, we're never going to get an affidavit from the CIA being like, yes, we did bad things. Like, we've known they've done bad things in various decades. It's been very documented, and they won't admit to bad things there in almost every one of those cases. So it's like, you're not going to get that about Epstein or about anybody else, you know?
So why do you think Epstein became almost like the central figure for all of this corrupt global elite meta cartel?
Well, he's just a microcosm of it, really. But I think
is it his
he became too exposed, I think, especially after his first
put
arrest.
our questions on super
and
chat,
as he
super
described that he
stickers.
became radioactive, but he had, you know, before been able to move through all these different circles.
I don't mind telling you, but you got to support my platform.
And as a well-respected guy
So
in
put
these
the
elite
question on a
circles,
super
right?
chat or super
He was
sticker.
useful to a lot of people, mainly for money things, but also for, you know, other more illegal things from what we know about the case as it's developed. So I think since then, I don't know, he tried to rebrand as like a tech entrepreneur and all this stuff, but he was allegedly still cultivating important relationships.
Marie Presley.
Reportedly advising Tesla on how to take Tesla private. He claimed to be advising Treasury on the Department of Treasury on cryptocurrency and anti-hacking efforts. All sorts of, he was still doing a lot of stuff between those arrests. It's just, you know, the public association was, you know, no longer beneficial for a lot of powerful people.
But he was considered financially illiterate.
By who?
Well, I think Eric Weinstein came out and said he's a moron.
Subscribe, get a membership.
Doesn't he work for Teal Capital? Well,
I come on every night,
you know, I'm not
twice a
super
night.
familiar with Eric Weinstein's Epstein story, but as I understand it, he talks a lot more about his impressions of Epstein at the meeting as opposed to why he was going there. And I believe he ran a hedge fund at the time. So why would you be going to Epstein as a hedge fund guy? I don't know.
Members only. Everybody met with Epstein at one time.
Yeah, for financial stuff, but I do not believe that he was financially illiterate. He was very successful. He would not have been tapped in the 80s by people like Adnan Khashoggi and Douglas Leese if he was not savvy. He helped orchestrate one of the largest Ponzi schemes in U.S. history.
Minus the Epstein
Towers
files.
Financial, but his name got dropped from the case like 3 months in. So, I mean, how do you do that? By being financially illiterate. Why would Leslie Wexner give you power of attorney over all of his affairs?
Well, that is also very weird, though.
But would he do that for someone who's financially illiterate? Because Epstein had several years between 1987 or 1985, depending on who you believe, when the introduction was made.
But why give it to him anyway?
Well, obviously, Wexner liked Epstein very much. I think there's no questions there.
Thank
so
you.
There's this murder of Wexner's tax attorney.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then not long after that, Epstein comes into Wexner's world and untangles his tangled finances, whatever that means. And Epstein during that time, you know, before then, between 1981 and 1985, described himself as a financial bounty hunter. He was hired to find money that had been stolen, and he hid away stolen money for powerful people. He played both sides. And someone who can effectively do that. He was hired by like very fancy, like aristocratic people for those purposes, admittedly. Like a very aristocratic Spanish family being one of them. They would not just hire some financially illiterate idiot to do that kind of stuff for them. And Adnan Khashoggi was one of his clients too. He's not going to hire a financially illiterate guy to do that. I think that is, it's bull, and it's part of this narrative that's been woven about Epstein, about how he was just charismatic and him being good at anything else was just a facade.
It's just
because,
a distraction.
well, yeah, because by that narrative inherently means don't look any deeper into what Epstein was doing, you know, in his early history, for example.
I wanted the word cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like, I'm taking it, I'm trademarking it, I'm going with it. Hi, I'm Aaron, I'm the owner of Cup of Hug. We are not...
Okay, y'all, that's it. I'll be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. Well, you know, later on today. It has been a day. I've been on here longer tonight than I was on the other one, because somebody wouldn't let me separate them. That's all right. Good night, though. Sleep tight. Don't let the Epstein Trump bug bite. Epic show. Thank you, Specs. I so appreciate you. I so appreciate you for holding me down. Bye, JR. Good night. Good night, good night, good night. Randall, stay strong. D. Okay, ma'am. See you. Did y'all make sure y'all hit the top bell? Subscribe and unsubscribe and subscribe right back, and make sure the top bell. I don't know what was going on with my system, but hopefully support got that taken care of for me. Okay, bye.